MultiStyle Radio. This is Hannah Kathleen, and I just love this station. This is the place to be.
All right, here we are over here at the start of our new show here. Let's turn down the monitor station. Welcome to CRX 2021. This is day 2, and we've got a packed schedule today. We actually have an extremely packed schedule today. We're on a kind of a tight ship as well. So let's talk about the first presenter. This is Douglas. Are you there? Do we have you?
Yes, I am right here.
Okay, sounds good. Are you ready to get the ball rolling today?
I'm absolutely ready. Everything's all set to go.
Outstanding. Let me spotlight you here, if I can. There we are. All right, without further ado, you're on.
Hi there. I'm Doug from 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. Now, a lot of you know me from my Amiga shows that I do. I've been doing a YouTube Amiga series for about 3 years, but I also have a secondary series that I do called the Chicken Head Chronicles on my channel, where I highlight 8-bit Commodore computers and occasionally toss in an Atari or two. But mainly it's all Commodore chicken lips, chicken head stuff. Now, a lot of my friends in the community, they highlight video games on their. Absolutely get it. Video games are awesome, and video games in the Commodore 64, they're just incredible. And even today, they make absolutely fantastic games. I just downloaded the new Galaga that somebody recreated and redid like a week and a half ago. And that thing is probably as close to arcade perfect as a Commodore 64 can get. Music, movement, sprites, everything's fantastic. But a lot of us tend to forget that the Commodore 64 was also a fantastic productivity machine. Now, it wasn't just us kids who used them when we were 13, 14 years old. Our parents used them too, and they were often targeted at a more adult market. And then the kids just happened to spend some time on them or play video games. But what it does is it kind of taints our memory of the Commodore 64. We think about what we did back in the 80s, and we forget that, you know, mom and dad got on the machine too and actually did some real work. And, you know, we did too with schoolwork and such. So a little bit about my story. I started out with a VIC-20 in late 81, early 82, somewhere in that range. Absolutely loved it, fell in love with it. Got my first Commodore 64 probably about 1984. and it really bit me at that time. Computers really got under my skin, but I realized they were so much more than just a way to play, Ultima or Pac-Man or something on there. So I used my Commodore 64 up until I got my Amiga in 1988. And then after that, the Commodore 64 went into a closet like it did for so many of us. And it stayed there for decades. I brought it out in 2003 when one of my customers at the computer store I owned, literally in 2003, he brought a Commodore 64 in that wasn't working to my PC shop. And he says, "Can you get this working?" I'm thinking, yeah, probably. Turns out it was his VIC chip had gone bad. So I pulled mine out of storage, yanked out my VIC chip, popped it in, got his machine up and running, which left me without a working Commodore 64. So 2018 comes along, and I start to get the bug to pull my Amigas out of storage. I pull them out. I start doing the 10-minute Amiga retrocast. And right after that, I'm thinking, you know what? I have still got my Commodore 64 in there. It doesn't work. I thought, maybe I'll pop onto eBay, maybe Craigslist, see what's out there. Maybe I'll pick up another VIC-20. Maybe I'll pick up a Commodore 64. All right. So here we are 3 years later after the retro bug hit me with my 2 VIC-20s I bought, my 3 bread bins, my 64C, my SX64, my Commodore 128D, my 2 C128 flats. You guys see where I'm going with this, because it's probably happened to you too. You think, well, I'll just get one Commodore. I'll just put that on the shelf. No, we end up with shelves full of this stuff. You know what I mean? Oh, and my +4 too. So back to the productivity side of things. Back when I was a teenager, of course, I played video games, but I also used my Commodore 64 a lot for schoolwork. I do reports for school on SpeedScript, which was a free spreadsheet that came on a Compute's Gazette disk. Worked absolutely beautifully as a spreadsheet. No, word processor. That's the word I'm looking for. Had a lot of fun with that, but I knew I could do more with my Commodore 64. So my stepfather, he was a drum instructor, a professional drummer and a drum instructor back in Rockford, Illinois. And he produced these books that were drum instructional manuals, how to play the drums. And so he wanted to have a nice database of people that he could send information to, send updates on the books. And I said, you know what? I got this fantastic Commodore 64. I got a nice database program. Again, I think it was a free one from Compute's Gazette, which I still have about 1 million copies of. And I started keeping track of my stepfather's business, all of his customers, hundreds and hundreds of customers across the country, on my lowly little Commodore 64. And we'd print labels out. We'd get the labels on there. We'd ship them out to the customers for the labels in the Commodore 64. Kept track of phone numbers, addresses. It was wonderful. And of course, I was also doing a lot with basic programming at the time, like a lot of us were. So it was not just fun and games. Now, I had a lot of games back then, but I did not have a big collection of productivity software. So when I got back into doing this a couple of years ago, I thought, you know what? I'm going to start collecting manuals, books, and productivity software for my Commodores. I couldn't afford it back in the day, back in 1986, 1985, barely working at all. But now I can find these cool things on eBay. About a year ago, I gave a presentation at World of Commodore in Canada, all about the Commodore 128 and 80 column productivity mode software. We spent a lot of time with a spreadsheet program, showing you how to use the spreadsheet program, some time on word processing programs. Just fantastic. And I'll put a link to that video in the Discord channel, in my little room in the Discord channel, so you guys can watch that. But it got me thinking about wanting to do the same thing for the Commodore 64 side of things. Of course, any of you who've used the Commodore 128 in 80 column mode know how incredible that is. You know, you get a spreadsheet, you get a word processor up there. In 80 column mode, it's absolutely fantastic. But the Commodore 64 also does a fantastic job just in its 40 column mode, like we'll take a look at here in a second. Let's take a look at what I'm going to be showing you the software on today. This is my beautiful Commodore 64C. Now, I grew up with a bread bin. That's absolutely what I had. And it was one of the early generation bread bins. It only had the 5-pin DIN on it. But when the 64C came out in the mid to late 80s, I looked at that and I thought, you know what? That is a better looking computer. I love the bread bin, don't get me wrong, but the sleek lines, the venting up here of the 64C, it just screams, you know, modern, you know, 80s modern. Now over here are my little pride and joy 1541-2 drive. Never had one of these as a kid, only had a 1541, but with my lovely lady here, she needed a matching disk drive. So I found one late last year. A friend of mine in the around New York had one. He sold me at a fair price. The sleek lines, the matching color scheme to the 64C, just absolutely love this. Then of course, my other little pride and joy, my 1581 drive. This thing's an absolute marvel. You get my 64C with 512K of RAM expansion on it. You get GEOS on a 1581 drive, and this is a secondary drive, and you're just absolutely flying. It is such a fantastic experience using a Commodore 64 with a 1581 drive. Absolutely incredible. 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that. Absolutely incredible. Now, I often use an SD to IEC on this too, but we're not using that today. And we'll go back here. So let's talk about productivity software on the Commodore 64. And let's start out with databases, because back in the day, databases are what we thought were going to make computers absolutely magnificent. We have all heard of DBase 3 back in the day for the PC, and that was an absolute ground changer. But Commodore 64 also had some fantastic database programs. Now, one of them we have is called Easy Working the Filer from Spinnaker Software. And I think most of us here in the group have at least heard of Spinnaker Software. They're absolutely a fantastic company back in the day. This software is probably one of the more robust pieces of database software on the Commodore 64. It handles up to 10,000 records, which is a lot for a Commodore 64. And it does this by keeping the data open on either your Commodore 1541 drive or your 1581 drive. It actually keeps the database open while you're working. So it's not keeping all of the database records in memory. It's just pulling them back and forth from the drive whenever you need it, which is kind of a cool little feature. Let's load it up. Take a peek at it real quick here. Put that in the old 1541-2 drive. Get rid of my beautiful little display here. Red text has never been easy to see on a Commodore 64. As I mentioned earlier, my original Commodore 64 was one of the 5-pin DIN versions, which mean it didn't have the chroma and luma pins. And the video quality on that was relatively low. Now, I usually used it with my RF adapter on my television, but I did sometimes use it with composite too, later on when I got a monitor. And I never realized just how poor quality video it had until I got a new bread bin a couple of years ago. And then my 64C, I didn't realize what I was missing, because it's all I knew back in the day was, you know, the poor quality video of the older Commodores. Let's open up a database here. Now, it pulls this database right off of drive 8. The cool thing about this, and something that a lot of Commodore 64 programs don't do, is it handles both drive 8 and drive 9 just fine. There's so much productivity software out there that literally doesn't care if you have a second disk drive. It only wants drive 8, and that drives me absolutely crazy. So when I use productivity software, I like to find the software that can, you know, handle both of them, handle both drives without any problem at all. So we've opened up our database called Blorg, and it actually keeps the 1541 active and spinning while we're in the database, which is why it can pull records from it anytime. And, you know, it gives you the warning, don't remove the data disk or turn off the computer, because you could corrupt the database. That would be a bad thing. So let's say we want to add a new record here. I created a little database. So here we've got Biff Spinkle. Now, in these databases, you can adjust the fields any way you want to. I just did name and email here just for fun, but you can have, I think it's up to maybe 25 different fields, each of them supporting 25 different characters. And all of the fields are searchable, which is actually kind of cool. Now, one thing I found while I was doing this is the @ symbol does not work. It literally does not function in this program, because it's probably programmed to do something else, because back in 1987, they never thought about the @ symbol being used in email. So I just do like an asterisk in there for the email address, but works absolutely beautifully. We just saved a new record, and then when we're done, we can just quit the program and it closes the database and we can be on our merry way. Whoops. Now what I want to do is I want to get a database up and running on my 1581 drive and see just how many records that can store. That should be pretty nice. The other cool thing about this program is all of these menus are drop-down menus. This was made in 1987, and by then, you know, we were used to using GUIs and we were used to using drop-down menus. So you see all of these different options here are all drop-down menus, which makes it much easier to use than some of its earlier programs. And back to basic we go. Closing database. Okay, the next database I just want to talk about, but we're not going to load up, is this one. It's called File Now from Cardco. And look at this. She's still in the original plastic. Original 1980s air still stuck inside here. And you know what I think? I think it probably smells like Aquanet, if you ask me. This claims to be a relational database, and it uses the idea of putting all the information on like 3x5 index cards, which is kind of cool. So it's more of a graphical database than the previous one we were looking at, which was mostly text-based. So I like the idea of a nice graphics-based database, but this one only handles up to 700 records per disk, where the first database can handle up to 10,000 records per disk, it says. So you'd want to use this for, you know, smaller databases. Now, I really don't want to open it. I don't know why, but I just want to keep this little guy sealed. I'm not going to use it for anything, so we're not going to open this one up. Now, that was made by a company called Cardco, and I think that name rings a bell, and I think they existed in one form or another up through the 90s, because for some reason I remember dealing with them in the 90s for some PC software. There are some free databases too, like the one I used for my stepfather's database. And, you know, I found those discs last year. I was going through a bunch of my discs. He passed away about 5 years ago, but I found a bunch of the discs. Every last one of them worked, and I could call up all these people's names and addresses on this database I created back in, you know, 1985. It was kind of cool. So let's move on now to spreadsheets. Now, I absolutely love spreadsheets. It's a weird thing in my head, but I probably use Excel more than any other productivity software on my computer, you know, besides video editing software. I created a quote template for my job for, you know, I sell computers and sell computer equipment for a living. I created a quote template in Lotus 123 on Windows 3.1 back in, say, 1994. To this day, I still use that quote template. I've just migrated it and updated it over the years to newer and newer versions of Excel and tweaked it and tweaked the settings, but I'm still using the same thing. Works perfect. So I love me a good spreadsheet. I use them all the time. Now, by far, my favorite spreadsheet for the Commodore 64 is this company here that made it, Microsoft. I have no idea what happened to this company. You know, they probably went out of business years ago, but if anyone knows, let me know. But they made a database or a spreadsheet called Multiplan, which was actually really popular back in the day. They claim it sold millions of copies. They had it for the Apple II. They had it for the PC. I think they had a copy of this for the PET too. I'm sure Chuck Hutchins would know the answer to that for sure. But it was a really, really good database. Let's call it up real quick here. Swapping disks is fun. Now, this uses a piece of software from Epix called Vorpal, which is supposedly disk speed up software. So we'll see. Now, I do have my fast load cartridge in here, but a lot of times the software ignores the fast load cartridge if it has its own speed up utilities. Microsoft Multiplan. Now, Multiplan is unique because it uses a different kind of spreadsheet theory. Most of us are used to using all of the columns are in A, all of the rows are 1, 2, 3, 4. So A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. All right, that's called an A1 type of spreadsheet. Microsoft Multiplan has numbers. So you have the numbers at the top and the numbers at on the columns here. This is called R1C1 for row 1, column 1. And it's just a different way of doing it and a different way of entering the formula. So instead of saying, you know, A2 plus B2, it would be R1C2 plus R2C2. So it's just a different way of thinking about it. It's not that hard to get used to. I got used to it pretty quick. All of the commands, instead of being drop-down commands, are available right at the bottom. You see where it's alpha is highlighted, which means I could just type in alphanumeric characters. Hello, and put it right on the screen. But you can also hit letters, like there's copy. We can hit F for form, for changing the default forms. So all of these commands at the bottom, you just hit the first letter of the command to get to that particular command. So if we wanted to transfer, save the file, here we go. We go to transfer. Now we can save the file. Now the cool thing about Microsoft Multiplan is it can save the file in a format called symbolic link, which was a Microsoft format from back in the day. Now, symbolic link format files are still 100% usable in the latest version of Excel, the latest version of LibreOffice. So I can go in here and I can say, okay, save the file as a symbolic file. It saves it in an ASCII format, in symbolic link format. I can then take that disk, I can bring it over to my PC using Zoom floppy, or I can save it on my SD to IEC card, pull it right off of there, I can open up Excel just like that. I open up my spreadsheet that I just created on my Commodore 64. Looks perfect. Excel works in R1C1 mode, just not by default. You just go into options, click a little tab that says enable R1C1. It loads the files beautifully. Of course, no text, no special fonts or anything transfer over. All the formulas, all the rows, all the columns, and it goes both ways. You can save a symbolic link file in Excel, open that thing up right in your Commodore 64. Takes a minute, 2 minutes to transfer it over, opens right up. It's really kind of cool. And I really like that feature. The manual, you remember what these are? Manuals? Remember when we actually used to get these with products? It was amazing times. The manual is actually really, really, really good. Microsoft did a fantastic job of laying things out logically, talking about the formulas, talking about how it uses the disk drives, talking about importing and exporting into other programs. Really, really a fine manual, and I enjoyed reading it. They're so much better than opening up a PDF file or looking up something on the website. I wish they still did manuals, but c'est la vie. The next little guy, Swiftcalc. This one comes from one of my favorite software companies. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Sorry. Quit. Enter to confirm. And for some reason, it's really been wanting me to shut down the Commodore 64 in between loading a different program. Maybe it's because I have my fast load cartridge in there. Let's bring up Swiftcalc. Original disk, not a pirated copy, although you should make legitimate backups and run from those. So how many of you guys work on your Commodore 64s for a while, have fun with your Commodore 64s, then you go back to your PC and you have to do things like use the @ symbol or use the asterisk or use quotation marks and completely hit the wrong key. You hit the key that corresponds to where those symbols are in the Commodore 64. I do it all the time. If I use my 64 for more than a few hours, once I go back to the PC, it's nonstop. I'm like, okay, I'm going to need to do a quote. That's shift 2. No, it's not on a PC, but it'll never stop. Okay. So Swiftcalc is made by TimeWorks Software. And I'll tell you what, it is my humble opinion, and I think my friend Sutek would agree, that TimeWorks makes some of the best Commodore software ever. It's well made. The manuals are well made. The software is communicates with each other just beautifully, and they made some really, really creative things. Now we're going to go into spreadsheet mode. We're not going to initialize a data disk. Loading spreadsheet. The cool thing about this program is it comes with a program, a utility called Sideways. So you can take your spreadsheets and you can print them out landscape mode on your piece of paper. Now, this is not a spreadsheet, of course, but you get more columns across. It's kind of a cool feature, and it's something we take for granted today, of course. Yeah, go into landscape mode, whatever. But back in the day, that was not a normal thing. That was something you need to have a special utility to do that. Now, you'll see that this is in a standard ABC 1, 2, 3 spreadsheet format. So it's something that's a little bit clearer for what you're doing. So if you've got something here, let's say profit, and profit is 200, and loss negative 300, and total. You from here to create a formula, it's very similar to what you do on a PC. We hit the equal sign, and we're going to do A2 plus B2, A2 plus B2. Da 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 da. I lost $100. Oh, wonderful. So It works like a regular spreadsheet. The formulas, it's got pretty advanced formulas. It can export into standard ASCII format. So if you want to bring the contents of the spreadsheet into another program, no problem at all. It also will work directly with other TimeWorks software, like the word processor and the database, and they can actually share information back and forth, which is kind of cool. Now, this is an older version of TimeWorks. This is, I think it's 1983. I know they have newer versions of TimeWorks, and I desperately want to get them. I know I can just download the .d64 file of it, but I just love me a nice box. I just love me a nice manual, of which they did a fantastic job on this too. See, actual paper with actual words on paper, not just a little sheet that you fold out and it has 12 languages on it that say plug it in and then pray for the best, but actual words, actual demos. Here's a cool example of the spreadsheet in sideways mode. There, looking at it the right way. There's a sample of what they're talking about doing a spreadsheet in sideways mode. And this is just the kind of stuff we got back in the day that we just don't get today. Beautiful. Most of the TimeWorks software, it's designed for the Commodore 64 and the Commodore 128. And most of the time, they actually took advantage of the Commodore 128's extra features, either by creating a bigger swap space using the memory, or allowing it to work in 80 column mode, or just work on the Commodore 64 in regular 40 column mode. But TimeWorks software, yeah, they're good. But let me just tell you, if you find TimeWorks software for sale on eBay, don't buy it. Let me buy it. I want it. Please, I want it. All righty. Oh, speaking of TimeWorks software, the other thing that they included as a general rule are keyboard overlays. Now, with Swiftcalc, they have both one that goes above the numeric keypads that gives you the shortcut keys using either the Commodore key or the control key and all the different commands that it can pull up. But they also have an overlay that goes next to your function keys and tells you what each function key can do. These were really cool. These were really helpful. I know a lot of you used overlays with WordPerfect and Lotus 123 back in the day, but it's nice that TimeWorks also included these, and I use it all the time when I use it. I've just got it sitting up on my keyboard, and like so. It works just beautifully. Just sits right in the vent, tells me everything that I need to know. And I'll tell you what, accessing some of the features in a program like this still feels faster than using the horrible interface that Microsoft uses on Excel and Word now. This graphic interface where you kind of have to guess where everything is, and you have to guess what the words mean. It's just, I've been using it since it came out in 2010 to this day. Hate it. Give me a drop-down menu. Works great. That's just me though. So, fun story. When I did the Commodore 128 productivity video, I spent a lot of time talking about TimeWorks software, a couple of different packages of TimeWorks software. So I got a response to the video in the comments from a former TimeWorks employee who said it just brought a bunch of memories flooding back to him about working for the company and the cool things that they did and what they had planned for the future. It was really cool. We had a little conversation back and forth, and I really need to get back in touch with them, maybe do an interview with them or something like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But it's just neat when people from the past, you find them and you talk to them about the old products they made. Like, gosh, I wish we could find the guy that did that old M-Plant board for the Amiga, but who knows what happened to him. Just kidding. So next up, let's talk a little bit about word processing. Now, I think it's by far currently the most common thing people use their computers for besides email. I think browsing the web, checking their email, doing word processing are probably the three prominent things that mom and pop average do on their computers. And that's what we did a lot back in the day too. We had letters to write. We had Christmas cards to mail out with our, Christmas list in the database, mail merge it with our word processing program, send out the card that absolutely nobody reads. Nobody wants to hear about what your family did all year. Just kidding, mom and dad, I read that. So there were an absolute ton of really professional quality word processors available for the Commodore 64. I counted about 23 of them that were just popular big name word processors like Bank Street Writer, Paperclip, and SpeedScript, which is the free one that I was telling you about. You could get on the Computes Gazette disk. Most of them had really nice features. You could, of course, control the margins. Let's go ahead and get out of here while I'm thinking about it. You could, of course, control the margins on your word processor. You could sometimes bold text using symbols. You could sometimes center the text. A lot of them had dictionaries, which actually worked pretty well. I mean, when you think about a piece of software that advertised for a Commodore 64 having an 80,000 word dictionary in it, that's pretty darn impressive if you ask me, how it could have that many words and characters on these little old 64K Commodore 64s. It's just amazing. So one really nice one that I really, really, really like to use goes back to TimeWorks again. This is WordWriter 4. This is an absolutely brilliant program. I'm going to go ahead and call it up on the screen real quick here. Take out our Swiftcalc, put in our TimeWorks. This is a copy disk, but you need to make a copy of the disk because you have to run an install program that sets up your printer, sets up your default drives and everything like that. And they say, do it on a backup disk. But yes, I do have the originals, and the originals work just fine. I'm not a filthy pirate, never have been. Yep, that loads up pretty quick. So WordWriter 4 is unique in a lot of different ways. It came out a little bit later in the Commodore 64's lifetime, at least the version I have did. And I understand there are some newer versions too that I absolutely have to get a hold of. One of the things that's so cool about WordWriter 4 is that it supports actual fonts, not just the Commodore 64 character set, but real life fonts like the Plains 36 point, Madison 24 point. These are actual fonts that come with the system, and you can actually print right out on your dot matrix printer, albeit incredibly slowly. The way it works is you don't see the fonts on the screen like you would in a GeoWrite. You just use codes to tell it what font you're going to use, and it stores them internally. And those fonts have to be loaded on your data disk where you store your files. And then when you go to print them, instead of just printing the file, it saves the file back to the disk, and then it loads the file in and loads the font in and sends that to the printer a little bit at a time, because these fonts are huge and they overwhelm the poor little Commodore 64. So if you have a document done in Westwood 36 point and you want to print a page of that, expect to wait quite a while. Now, another cool thing they have are these little things called decorative symbols or mini graphics. You can see on the box, see the little pointy finger there? Those you can import and use in your documents anytime you want to. Now take a look at some of these mini graphics here. Hey, geez, they got some guns on there. That's crazy. Here's some more. All these mini graphics. Now, do these remind you of anything? Let's see if they have any mini graphics of an eggplant or maybe a pile of poo or a smiley face. Yeah, Commodore and Commodore creators were so far ahead of the curve. They were decades ahead of the whole emoji phenomenon. Really, really, really cool though. So here, let's load up a program. Let's load up a file in WordWriter 4 here. Let's put this in here. I'm putting my data disk in. Now I'm going to load a file with Shift F2. Let's see, load, and it's 10 mark presents. Make sure I got the file name right. And of course, with almost all of these programs, you can look at the directory of your disk drive, your 1541 or 1581, non-destructively. There's a command in here. I think it's Commodore V. I could just look on my little cheat sheet here now, couldn't I? Yeah, that's what I could do. Directory, view data directory, Control-0, and it actually brings the whole directory up so you can see what file names are there, which is kind of cool. Now, on one program on the Commodore 128 that I talked about last year, it actually allows you to cursor down to that particular file as you're viewing the directory, put a little tag next to it, and boom, you can load it right up. It's kind of cool. So right now, this is in font mode. I'm not using any special fonts besides just some bold text. If I do Control-9, it gives me all kinds of option here. Number your pages, do it normal ASCII, set your margins, print number of copies, print fonts. We're going to choose A for no. And it's going to switch over to standard Commodore 64 fonts. There we go. You see the background changed. But look what happens when I do this F1 print preview. It actually generates a preview of this entire script that I wrote. And it does it in 80 columns right on the Commodore 64. Now, you can't edit in 80 columns, but you can preview everything in 80 columns. And I just thought that was a really, really cool feature to get an idea of what you're going to be dealing with and what you're going to be looking at right out of the screen. It stops after every page and you hit a key and it goes on to the next page. And of course, you can just hit run stop. And in theory, it should break us out of here eventually someday, maybe. There we go. Yep. So you can also see some of the editing features here, like check mark center means to center the text, your CRX presentation, cool C64, productivity software. And then I've got that in bold with the B there, and then I unbold it here, and then I left justify it again. So it's not hard to use, and it's not hard to put these commands in. You change the fonts the same way. You just use the checkmark character to put in a command, and then there's special commands for each font, and you can add more fonts, and you can take Geos fonts and bring them into the program, which I thought was also really phenomenally cool. And then all of those appear on the screen just beautifully. Now, yes, it's easier on an 80 column screen on a Commodore 128 to do word processing, but I'll tell you what, this is not bad. Going back and just letting it scroll like this didn't bother me a bit, didn't even interfere with my flow of typing at all. So I'm pretty happy with it. This program can use both disk drives with no problem at all. So for example, I've got the program on my 1541, and I have the dictionary. It doesn't support the thesaurus on the disk, but the dictionary, all my fonts, and all the background work files that the program needs. I've got those stored on my 1581 drive, so I don't have to ever swap between the 4 different disks, well, 2 double-sided disks that come with the program, because they're all on my 1581. I could also just put the program on my 1581 and boot from that too, no problem at all, and just use the 1541 as my data drive for storing documents. So that is an incredible feature. I wish more programs had it. Speaking of disk drives, it brings me to a really, really weird thing that I found with Commodore productivity software all across the board, early, mid, and late Commodore 64 and Commodore 128 software. Most of these packages, right out of the box, do not support drive 8 and 9. They don't support it. They only support drive A. What they do support is drive 0 and drive 1, like Commodore PET drives, like the big 4040 drives. There were dual drives. It was device 8, but here's disk 0, here's disk 1. You could send commands to either disk drive. The Commodore 64 programs, to a fault, they all support that. You can save things to drive 0. You can save things to drive 1. But the problem is they never had a popular dual drive system for the Commodore 64 or the Commodore 128. Yeah, you could get an IEEE 488 interface and use a 4040 drive, but how many of us actually did that? Maybe 2% of us. So why they bothered coding drive 0 and drive 1 support in, but not drive 8 and drive 9 is beyond me. And I would absolutely love it if one of you guys or gals knows the answer to that and can tell me, because it's been bugging me for about 2 years now. So I do want to flesh out. Oh, I want to show you one other cool feature on here that's actually really cool before I head out onto another topic here. This program has a built-in calculator. So we can hit Control-3. It brings a calculator right up onto the screen that does not interfere with what you're doing. And I thought that's kind of a cool feature. It's not quite multitasking, but it's the next best thing. All I need to do is find a way to turn my monitor upside down so we can read that, and we'll be all set. Okay, but like I was saying, I do want to flesh out my Commodore 64 word processor library. I don't have that many. I've got a couple of different things for it, but I want a few more of them. Look for Bank Street Writer, looking for Paperclip. I do have some really good ones from my Commodore 128. And honestly, if I'm doing word processing on my Commodores, I'm doing it on Word Writer for the Commodore 128 in full 80 column mode, which is wicked nice. So I want to flesh out the library a little bit. Now, no discussion of productivity software on the Commodore 64 would be complete without talking about printing. Of course, there were an absolute plethora of Commodore compatible printers out there. In the 1980s, if you were a printer manufacturer, Okidata, Epson, Star Micronics, you just made Commodore compatible printers. You just did, because that's the way it was. And there were so many Commodores out there. Now, I've got a nice Star Micronics NX10 that I absolutely love. I've got a Star Micronics Rainbow printer that has a Commodore interface, but it has a broken part that I have to fix. I've got a nice Commodore MPS 803, which is just a variation of a brother printer with no tractor feed, so it has to be one page at a time. Works fine. It's a 7-pin printer, not even a 9-pin, but for draft quality work, it's fine. But my new little treasure is right here. Let's try to turn this around, see if we can see it okay. Da-da-da-da. Here we go. This is an Okidata Okimate 20 printer. This is a thermal printer. So the printing element, it's a virtually 24-pin printing element, but it melts wax right onto the paper. You can use regular paper on it, or you can use a really nice glossy paper and get better quality. It also supports full color, but good luck finding a color cartridge for this. I was just talking to Matt a little bit in Discord, and he was saying that he used to have an Okimate 20 printer. I love them. The print quality is good. Now my print head is going out, so it's missing 2 lines on here, so I have to replace the print head. But this is just really, really, really cheap printer paper. I mean, this paper is so flimsy, it's unbelievable. But the quality, perfectly fine. If I used good quality paper on here and I replaced that print head, that would be near letter quality or even a letter quality printing. Now, color printing, expensive, and you'll never find the cartridges for it. I found one for sale, and it was like let's see, one was $95 for a cartridge, and then I found one for like $35 or $40, which I may end up buying. Just, do I need it? No. Do I want it? Yeah, I do. The cool thing about this, even though it's slow, the thing is silent, just absolutely silent, just brrr. You know, it's not that of a 9-pin printer. And I like it because I think it matches nice with the whole Commodore 64C setup. I think it looks really, really good along with it. So I think it's going to be my main printer for my 64C. We don't want the ceiling fan in the shot because that's distracting. Okay, that's better. There's my handsome mug again. Now, the other thing that really needs to be mentioned is Geos. I absolutely love Geos. I did a whole video series. I started a video series on Geos, but never finished it. Absolutely love Geos. I use it on my 64C quite a bit. I stick in either my 256K or my 512K memory expander, boot Geos on my 1581 drive. It's a dream. And using GeoWrite or GeoCalc is an absolute pleasure. That they are so close to what was available on the Mac or the Amiga, or what's that other piece, that other personal computer, the IBM compatible, something like that. It slips my mind. They're just a little has-been. But what you can do, the fact that you can see the fonts right on the screen and they print out on almost any printer, Geos is just amazing. But I wanted to concentrate on standard Commodore 64 productivity software that didn't require anything besides just a disk drive in this time. Now, funny story, I understand how Geos extended the life of the Commodore line. I love the fact that they bundled it with the 64C over here in America. They bundled it with the Commodore 128. And I think it probably added a couple of years of life onto these platforms because it was so useful. Now, so the year was 1988. I had my Amiga 500, loved it to pieces. I went to a users group meeting in Rockford, Illinois, and there was this guy there who was just adamant, swore up and down, hand on the Bible, that all the Amiga 500 was a Commodore 64 with extra memory and Geos on it. And he was totally serious. I'm like, no, sir, totally different architecture, totally different operating. He says, no way. Hey, look at this. An old guy, and he's showing me Geos on a 64C. And I admit, it was awesome. I loved what he was showing me on there. But when I had my Amiga 500 there with its multitasking, I'm like, no, it's not just a 64 with more memory. So if he's still alive to this day, he probably still believes it. So that's all that I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was you learned a little something about some of the productivity software. Could have gone on and on for hours because I have a ton more productivity software. Like this is made by Commodore. This is the accounts payable check writing software. You could literally order checks right from Commodore with your bank account information on them and use this as an accounts payable and check writing package. I thought this was really cool. Do I have any use for this at all in the entire universe? Nope. But it's a Commodore program, and it's got some cool features in it. It's got a nice manual. You could do a bunch of stuff. I don't think I can order the checks from Commodore anymore, though. I should check, but I don't think I can. And other stuff like technical analysis system, TAS. Apparently, they made a whole line of software, but this is stock market evaluation software. So I can go in here, I can put my stocks in here, I can enter numbers for it. It also has online updating from DJ, NRS, or Warner. I don't know if either of those still exist, but it would actually pull the latest stock quotes off. You stick your 300 baud modem in here, dial up, you're running business here. Now, I looked all through the manual. I could not find anything on Bitcoin in here, on investing in Bitcoin, but maybe I'm just missing something. So if you guys know if this 1985 software supports Bitcoin mining, let me know. So thanks again for joining me today. I'll stick around if you guys have any questions. Just give me a holler if you do. I'll be in the Discord room. If you do find any TimeWorks software on the web, on eBay, don't buy it. Mine, my software, my TimeWorks software. Just give me an email. Let me know what you find. I've got about 5 minutes left. So while I've got this time and I have your attention, I want to talk about something on my main channel, 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. Every year I do and I host the Amiga Art Contest, where I encourage everybody to use their Amigas to create artwork, send it in to me, and then myself and Vicki Lambert, who some of you know as Pixel Vixen, we have a live stream presentation at the end of October where we judge the artwork based on all kinds of merits, most of it just flipping a coin, and then we award really cool prizes based on the artwork. This year our classifications are hand-drawn art, so anything that you've created in Deluxe Paint, Personal Paint, and you've actually sat down with your mouse and created it from the first pixel to the last. That's usually our most popular. We have a 3D category for 3D rendering, where you can create something in Lightwave or imagine a nice 3D rendering. I'm getting a ton of people who are submitting to the 3D rendering portion this year. We've also got a photographic category, which is what I normally do because I have very little actual drawing talent. I fiddle around with it. But what I love to do is I take photographs usually that I've taken and I bring them into the Amiga, modify them in some way, zoom in, crop them, adjust the lighting, adjust the effects, do something cool and submit that to the art contest. We also have a mod category this year that is absolutely taken off since last year. You guys aren't going to believe some of these mods that people have created, some of this music that people have created. It is phenomenal, just mind-blowingly phenomenal. And in case Paulie is on here, Paulie, I'm looking at you. You're just incredible. And Sophie's created some great stuff, and just fantastic. Oh, Barkbit, he's the other one, sent me some stuff. Just mind-blowing what these people are doing with the sound on their Amigas. And then this year we also have an animation category. So if you create something in Deluxe Paint, a nice animation, we do that too. Awesome prizes, gift cards from Retro Rewind, whose t-shirt I would have loved to have worn, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. I even asked my wife about it. But $50 gift cards from Retro Rewind. We've got full packages of image effects and personal paint donated by Amiga Kit and Aeon as prizes. We've got Amiga OS 3.2 as prizes, and a grand prize of a cool 8 megabyte flash ROM adapter for your Amiga 1200 for the grand prize winner. So check out my website at amigaartwork.com. I'll also put that in Discord and get all kinds of information about it, including hopefully within the next week, I will have the exact date that we're going to do the live stream for the presentation. But you've got about 2 more weeks. No, you don't. You've got about a week and a half to get your artwork in. It's October 11th is the deadline. So again, thank you all. Check out my channel. Just look up 10MARC on YouTube. You'll find me, 10 Mark. My name is not Mark. My name is Doug. It's not Mark, but you can call me Mark if you want to. I don't mind. Thanks again, everybody.
Thanks, Mark / Doug. Hey, well, thanks for the presentation. That was amazing. It's always good to hear about productivity software. And so what programs are you actually looking for right now that you didn't have?
Well, TimeWorks has a bunch of stuff, including a newer version of the TimeWorks spreadsheet that I would absolutely love to get for the Commodore 64 and the Commodore 128. I'm also looking for some word processing software for the Commodore 64, like Bank Street Writer, I've heard is really good. Some of the paperclip products I know were just absolutely fantastic. And I think I have one of the paperclip products somewhere, but I can't remember which one it is. But anything productivity is absolutely fantastic.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, next we're going to have Jim Happel is up. In fact, he's already sharing his screen. You might want to pop your screen off so you can see your pretty face, Jim, before we do this. People can see you. I can spotlight you as well. Replace the spotlight. You're also muted, Jim.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right. If I stop sharing.
There we go.
There. Hey, everybody.
So this is Jim Happel, and he's going to delight us with some stupid pet tricks. Take it away, Jim.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna share my screen and go through a presentation that I have just slapped together. All right, you see my screen?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Okay, hey everybody, thanks for checking this out. This is a stupid pet tricks module project that I put together. So I'm quote unquote launching that today. So it is a product launch. It's you know, in our little community, but what do you do at a product launch? You get somebody on the stage to get all excited and tell everybody about the product. So let's see if we can do that. All right, we got this guy who's going to try to launch this product. I'm not sure he's really happy to be here. Let's see. Okay, now he looks like he's getting in the spirit. Okay, I think he's on board now. All right, so this product, this module that I made combines joysticks, sound, and Wi-Fi in one module. So that's what we're doing here. All right, thank you, Mr. Announcer. So this project started a while ago when I got my first pet computer, and this is what it looked like. And it came with a pet user manual, pet user guide, club newsletter, and it talked about doing a joystick interface. Also came with Cursor magazines from back in the day, talked about doing sound interface. So I cobbled together a joystick interface and sound interface on this little board here. I did a dual joystick interface and a single joystick interface. And I had a lot of fun with this. Let's see, took it to the Midwest Gaming Classic. This woman was very excited to play Pong. That's a dual joystick game that I hacked together for this with her son. She was explaining how it worked to him. This was a Cursor magazine game, and you were supposed to huddle around the keyboard here and play a two-player against each other, which would have been like horrible right up against the screen. So I hacked the game so that it can now operate with two joysticks. And I think she even said something like this. So that was cool. So it was fun to see people having fun with it. Of course, halfway through the show, computer died. But then my friends came from Chicago. They brought their tools. They had some portable meters. Everybody dived in. And by the end of the show, the computer was running again. So yay, the day was saved. So I had fun with this at a show. And then I made a video on YouTube about it. And I called that Stupid Pet Tricks also. How to turn your 1977 Pet 2001 into a killer game machine. So I had fun with that video. And then now I started thinking about how I could make a, a more polished version of this and offer it to people in very low quantities. So this is what I came up with. So I'll walk through this quickly. So I have a dual joystick interface on here. That's these two joystick ports that are next to each other. It is the design that's in the, ironically, the C64 wiki, but in the PET 2001 joystick section. It uses this hack that they developed back in the day to get two joysticks with just 8 input pins. And what they do is when you push the fire button on either of these joysticks, it actually grounds out the up and the down signal at the same time. And it does that through these diodes so you don't get current going backwards through the circuit. And so then your software needs to look for that up and down signal at the same time, which is physically impossible with a traditional joystick, and react to that. So that was a cool, simple way that they did it back in the day to get 2 joysticks into the PET. So I implemented that. And then for the single joystick interface, there's this, oh, I got a little dirty thing on the screen there, but there's this paradigm that they use for Cosmades and invaders. And that had the left, right, and fire buttons pinned out. I added an up and down to the pins, and I'll have more data on that. But I'm referring to that as a SI plus pinout, Space Invaders Plus. So it's compatible with this Space Invaders and Cosmades pinout, but it also adds an up and a down. So for the sound interface, implemented the CB2 sound. I have a 3.5 millimeter jack on there that you can plug in like old PC speakers. Here's some funky black ones that I had from a Dell. I don't know where these old yellowed ones came through from, but man, those are hideous. Even modern devices like this Bluetooth speaker or my daughter's old iPod speakers, they have aux-ins on them. So you can plug those in and use those as speakers too. This is from the Space Invaders game on the PET, and it before you'd start the game, it would give you this little schematic on how to hook up the sound. And just while we're doing stuff on the user port, I threw a ESP8266 module on there. It's actually optional in the versions that I'm offering. But this allows me to use implemented Bo Zimmerman's Z modem, or Zimmerman's Z modem. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. I implemented his code, and now with PET term, new terminal software for the PET, you can go up to 2400 baud, connect your PET to your Wi-Fi, jump on old BBSs and things that are now connected to Wi-Fi. So I thought that was a fun addition while you're doing things on the user part. I did implement level shifters on there. There's people who debate whether that's really necessary or not, but they're cheap and easy. So the voltages on the ESP module at 3.3 volts are being converted to 5 volts back and forth when they're talked to the PET computer. One difference about the PET user port versus the Commodore 64 user port is it does not have power on it. So to power this wireless module, I did have to create a external power option here. So I'll go through that next. So this is the power tap. This is a little module that plugs into the dataset port, has a switch here and an LED that shows when it's engaged. It's got a standard USB port here, and the ESP module uses a micro USB, and that allowed me to find these cute little white cables that were pre-made, and nobody had to make crazy cables. And Jim Drew, it's using your favorite micro USB port. So we know you love micro USB. You actually don't really like it that much, but in this case, that's the connector that's available to us, and I think it'll work out really well for this low cycle count application. All right, for the housing, I wanted to have a nice plastic housing on this. So I am using you know, an injection molded plastic housing. It's obviously a Commodore 64 cartridge case. There is this historical reuse of cartridge cases in the Commodore world. I had this printer interface for years on the Commodore 64, and only more recently did I realize that's a repackaged VIC-20 cartridge case that they use for this printer interface case. I wanted the openings for the joystick ports to be nice and clean. So I did something here, and I'll show you a video of it. Let me get to that real quick. So here's how I did the cartridge cases to route out the opening for the connectors. Yori keeps telling me I'm going to cut my arm off, but so far I still have all my arms. I made this funny little template. I've got these 3D printed guides or templates that go on top of it. And then I route out those openings. I'll fast forward along here. And then I have to put in a second template for the third hole. There's the part. See the connectors fit on in there. It's not absolutely perfect, but it is much cleaner and much much nicer than trying to do that by hand. That would have been a disaster.
Hey, Jim, let me jump in here real quick and say that you're still on your screen for the VIC cartridge.
Oh, so you guys did not see that video?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, we'd like to check out what you're doing actually.
Okay, well, it is on the same screen on my computer, so for whatever reason.
You may have to reshare your screen.
Let me try that again. Screen share. I should share the whole screen. Show all windows. Trying to figure out which desktop. Okay. Wow, that's confusing what I'm looking at here. All right, sorry about this.
Oh, that's the magic of live TV.
Yeah.
And for the record, I don't like micro USB.
All right, let me try to share this again. Where is my Zoom? Share screen. We're doing fine on time, but
yeah, with Zoom, you have to share a window of each one. You can't share an entire screen, even though they call it share screen, unless you want to select multiple and there's some kind of a way to switch between the two.
it will not show me the video. If I go to advanced,
well, push comes to shove, we can always put the video link into your room.
yeah,
and then
absolutely.
we can always insert it into the live edited video version of, hey, there's there's Yuri's power tool.
Okay, you see it now? Yeah. So I'll scrub through this quickly, but I open up the cartridge cases. Can you see this?
Yeah, we see that.
Okay, I have this silly little template. I put it in there. Clamp it to the table. And then I have these 3D printed templates that go on the top. And I route out the openings for the joystick D-subs. And then I have to put it in another template because to do the third hole, do the same thing again. And then it comes out like that. Let's see. And so the connectors fit in there pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than doing it by hand. So this is something I wanted to do for a while, is make a template like that and do that thing. But so I finally got to do that. All right, well, I'll go back to the presentation. Yeah, I gotta reshare that, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So we should be back. We're back, Jim?
Yeah, we're back to the VIC cartridge cases.
Okay.
Under packaging. There we go.
And I also got little labels printed for this too. I was making them by hand and cutting the round corners, and that was such a hassle. So that was really nice to get professional labels made. So I've made a tester program for this that will be downloadable too for anybody who gets this. So you can test the single joystick, test the dual joysticks. You can see in this case, one of the dual joysticks, the fire button's being pressed. And so that actually has both up and down going at the same time. And so the test program puts a question mark there because it can't really derive whether up and down is going. And you can see it's sharing I/O from the single joystick. So the single joystick, the left and right, is being fired at the same time. And here's the test program. It's all written in BASIC, so everybody can see what's going on here. And then up above, I'm not showing it right now, I actually parse out the bit code for the different I/O so people can see how that works. And then I have this big white space here in my BASIC code, which I like to do because that really bothers some people. All right, so I'm going to put this link in the Stupid Pet Tricks channel, the chat room. And so people, if you're interested, you can go there and talk to me about it. If you're interested in ordering some, please do so. I will be able to ship these within the next 2 weeks. I need to get the files up there for the games. I think there's about 16 games that this supports right now, and I want to continue to convert more games to support this. and I need to get the test program up there, links to the games, and an instruction booklet. But all the parts are now here and working great. All right, well, it looks like I raced through that pretty quickly, Jim.
Cool. I was just seeing if I can get Yuri on here to jump in and harass you about something on this.
Yeah.
I'm sure we got lots of questions. I'm sure David,
Oh.
will want to harass you as well for the white space comments.
Yeah, I did have one other. I should share this last video. This is the video of it playing a game, and I think people want to see that.
Cool.
So let me go back to this, share. See the video?
Yes, we do.
This was not one of my best games on the score, but you get the idea here. It's amazing what they did with just the pet ski characters in this game. Here's the boss guy. You gotta shoot him in his mouth. All right. Well, I think that gives you how games look on Commodore PET.
Yeah, it's gonna be a far cry easier than using the keyboard to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's cool. So what do you think, Yuri?
Oh, I think it's awesome. First of all, one thing we need to do is, can you hold up both hands showing all fingers?
All my fingers, yes.
We've had such it's been quite the adventure where seeing Jim going through this process, and when he said, oh, I'm just going to use a router and I'm going to get these joystick ports routed into this, and then he pulled up his big working router and he started making a template. I was like, oh, this is going to be a disaster. I'm very glad to see how beautiful these actually come out. It's a fantastic project, and with these sticker labels that you put on earlier this week, it just looks like a really nice finished project.
Yeah, it was actually a perfect project for me because I'm not like good at electronics, and like the joystick interfaces, the sound interface, that was all historical stuff that people did back in the day. So I could just integrate that in. And then the Wi-Fi module, people are doing that, left and right and putting the designs out there on the web. So I was able to integrate it all together. So that was good for me. It was only my second and third board I'd ever laid out. So I learned a lot. So it was fun.
So now you've got 3 in there. Are you looking back at this now and thinking like, okay, I could have put in one more item, or where are you at now? This is a finished project. I also know that the games that you made this joystick integration, turns out that the games aren't as compatible amongst each other when it comes to how the joystick was implemented, which wasn't a feature that was standard for the machine.
Right. So there are some games that are implemented for like a third and a fourth joystick scenario. So yeah, I'm done with the hardware now. Of course, if people want to buy them, I'll make them and sell them. But I do want to convert more games to this specific paradigm or the specific pinout, so that even games that were made for different pinouts, that we can use them now with joysticks again easily.
Yeah, that's cool. So you're going to make some changes to them then? Is that what you're thinking? Maybe adopting some of the code of these original games so that they can work with this cartridge?
Yeah, so I already hacked a couple games, like that Pong game that was supposed to use a keyboard. which would have been horrible. And there was a Space Invaders game that ran on the 2001 that used the PETSCAPE blocks so that you could get pixel perfect movement because it would just use the slivers of the PETSCAPE characters. So it was like actually square, rectangular enemies. So I hacked that so that works on the joystick also. I've done it a couple times, so I think I'm going to continue that.
Right. Hey, we got a few minutes left only. What I would like to do, Jim, is there's another really special project that Jim has been involved in, and that we're actually putting up for auction for a great cause.
Oh, outstanding! Yes,
Jim, can you take a few minutes just to explain what we've put up and why this is so special? What we've put up, because it's really a celebration of your creativity, and it's a truly unique product.
Well, we were chatting about different things, this group, and it came up the 10-line basic game contest. And so we ended up having like 3 different entries, I think, from our group into that contest. And, I scored like middle of the pack, not great, not terrible. It was just fine, and David Yowd was giving me a hard time about some of the white space in my game, which was like wasted space where you could put more logic in there, right? So in the one that I submitted, I put extra white space in there just to antagonize him, just like I did in this today. And so he went and with your help, Yori, and I think David Knapp and perhaps others, developed a whole box for my silly 10-line basic program, a whole boxed game cartridge. So it's a cartridge, a box, the action figures that you guys 3D printed without any of my knowledge. And then he sent it to me in the mail and I opened it up. I was laughing so hard. It was just so funny that he went and did this joke and like, you guys worked so hard on this and made this beautiful thing around a 10-line silly basic game. So it's just pretty funny and pretty amazing what you guys did with the box and things.
Yeah, it was definitely over the top.
Yeah.
And it's nice. I think 8-Bit Show and Tell did a video, full video review on it. We'll make sure we put that in the link for the eBay as well. What is so unique about this is a very limited run. This product is completely custom made, professionally packaged, everything, and we're auctioning off one. Is it one or two, or the last two of them? The last two of these cartridges for good cause. This is truly unique. You'll never see this again. So much work and love went into this. We had so much fun in just the entire process of this. And it's truly, if you want to, and I saw several cartridge collectors already posting some pictures on the Discord as well. If you want to own something truly unique, this is the one to go for. And it's something that will help a good cause as well. So, Jim, this is... you're the creative part of a little team. You come up with all kinds of crazy stuff. You're the one that's also behind the VR solution for the C64. What's going to be next? Is it going to be PET again? Is it going to be VIC, C64? Give us a little hint on what's going on as a next project.
I don't know. It's usually there's a few things that people are thinking about, and it's what really grabs you and you start working on. So I don't really know what's next. We'll see.
It's whatever
the free time will allow me to do.
So I wanted to point out really quick that those 2 cartridges are going to be part of the auctions that we have for the CRX event. And the auctions start today at 12:30. They go live automatically on eBay. And if you go to the Discord server that we have, you can scroll down on the left-hand side and you will see the CRX 2021 auctions. And we have 7 different auctions. And 2 of those will be these cartridges. And there's nice pictures. I actually did photo box pictures of them so you can see them professionally photographed, and kind of like to maintain the whole genre of the box collection. It's pretty amazing. So check that out. If you're a collector, you'll definitely want to have these because they are the ones that exist. That's it. You're not going to get them anywhere else. So check out the auctions. We have some neat items. So right now, we thank you, Jim. That's awesome with your pet tricks. We've got Michael Hill's going to come up next, which is the Bitfixer. So let's get you in, Mike. If you can unmute yourself.
How's it going?
Okay, there you are.
Are you okay?
Yeah, nice. Good to see you.
Yeah.
And looks like you've got a few pets there.
There are a couple. This is the garage of madness behind me.
Okay, so I'm about ready to kick off your video here. Do you want to say anything before the video?
Not really. Hope you enjoy it.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
let me see if I can share my computer audio, and we'll run the video.
Great.
Okay, well, apparently I didn't want to play. So we'll try that again.
For a 6502 based computer, in addition to replacing memory, you can also reprogram the device fairly easily using a Raspberry Pi. You can configure different regions of RAM to be passed through, to be read-only, to be replaced. Also write through, which means that the writes to that region will be shadowed onto the onboard memory on the device. It's an FPGA-based board, so has a lot of flexibility in what you can do when you program it. So we're going to start off trying it with, we're going to try it with a couple of Commodore machines. We're going to first start off trying it on a PET, which is the default setting on here. And then we're going to try it on a VIC-20. All right, we are going to try out the Romulator on a PET 2001N. This is the main board of that computer. I've taken it out of the chassis, and we're going to run it with the Romulator, which is right here. It's in the 6502 socket. And just for convenience, I'm going to power it from a bench supply instead of from the huge transformer that the PET comes with. But this does have one little wrinkle, which is you can power it with 9 volts DC here. This is pin 2 on the main power connector, and pin 6 ground. That will give you the 5 volts through the regulators on the board, but it will not give you the negative voltages. That's really only relevant for the RAM here. So I've actually removed all the RAM in this machine, so there's no possibility of anything happening because of the missing negative voltages. But everything else should run off of 5 volts. Yeah, the Romulator is right here. A couple of other additions here are the this is a little interface board I made for connecting to an RGB to HDMI. So this is just getting the video signal off of the user port, and the H-Sync and the V-Sync are combined into a composite sync that goes into the RGB to HDMI. And then this here I'll talk a little bit more about later. This is a device called the PET Disk Max. It's an SD card and Wi-Fi storage device for the PET, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but it acts like, you know, it doesn't act like a specific disk drive, but it is a storage device that you can use for loading, saving programs, etc. I actually have a little edge extender over here to preserve my my edge connector here from things being connected all the time. So okay, I'm connected over here to the bench supply. So let's give it a shot. All right, let's go ahead and power this up. There you go. We booted up. This is, I believe, Basic 2, I think. Might be wrong. But now we can, using the dip switches here, we can pick between different different options. So we can switch this one. That gives us option 1. Power up again. And there we are, it's Commodore Basic 4. And while we have this all set up, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the PET Disk Max. And again, this is an SD card and Wi-Fi storage device for the Commodore PET. Connects to the IEEE 488 port. Put your SD card in here. And let's power it up and see how it works. So the PET Disk Max is powered internally, so you don't have a cord coming out the back. You just plug in a little jumper here. This is for 5 volts. And there's 2 ways of powering it up. You can either use this little ROM socket that goes into one of the sockets for the ROMs, and it brings out 5 volts on a pin, or, which is a slightly simpler solution, is a little clip. And right now I'm just clipping onto pin 20 on the 6520, which is a convenient place to get 5 volts. So power it up. Let's do catalog here. I think I have a few games on this SD card. And there you go, all coming up. And this supports D64 images as well as regular PRG program files. So let's, what are we going to load? Let's load, I don't know, Star Force, what's that? Cool. So there you go, you can load your programs. In addition to using the SD card, you can also load and save programs onto what I'm calling network drives, but it's basically a standard web server that has a collection of PRGs or D64s on there, and then you map that as a device number. And next we're going to try out some of the more advanced features of the Romulator with the VIC-20, which I've already opened up. So here we go. The settings for the Romulator are made up of 2 different text files that are used when building the firmware for the device. One is called the enable table and the other is called the memory set. And basically the memory, we'll start with the enable table. The enable table defines every region of memory down to a granularity of 256 bytes, and we can define it as being a few different settings. There's pass-through, which just means that the CPU can read and write directly from the main board. There's read-write, which means it's fully replaced by memory on the Romulator itself. And then there's read-only, which behaves like ROM. It can read from the memory on the Romulator but can't write to it. And then there is write-through, which means that the memory on the Romulator will mirror any writes made to the main board. That's mainly useful for video RAM, which is not directly replaced, but you can actually view the contents of what the CPU is trying to write into video RAM that way. That's useful for debugging. And here I have the enable table and the memory set for the VIC-20, which we're about to try out. This was originally made up by Adrian Black in his video, and I expanded it a bit to include both PAL and NTSC settings, so you can choose between the kernel ROMs there, and it's mapped so that one of the switches just will switch between PAL and NTSC. So some of the settings are repeated, but with a PAL setting and an NTSC setting. So you can see here, for example, we're starting with the pass-through. That just passes everything through from 0 to FFFF. This setting here, it's replacing RAM between 0 to 3FF and then 400 hex to FFF. So all this RAM is all replaced with Romulator memory, and the rest is passed through, and so on. There's some other settings here. We replace RAM but don't replace ROM. We are replacing this, yeah, so there's various regions of RAM and ROM that are replaced. We start off with These ones the ROM is passed through, it's not replaced. These ones the ROM is replaced because it's read-only. So this is basically, some experiments to see how the ROMulator behaves with replacing different parts of memory. And then the memory set is just showing us that we are which ROM to use and where to place it for each setting. So for example, setting 2 here, we have the basic ROM at C000 hex, and the kernel ROM is at E000 hex. And that's basically repeated for all of them, except for there's a Jiffy DOS here for setting 5. So this is kind of an example of what you do if you want to modify an existing set of configurations for the ROMulator, or if you want to add some new memory maps and enable tables to support other 6502 machines. And here we have the Raspberry Pi connected to the ROMulator for programming. You don't need the Raspberry Pi for normal running of the device, but you do need it currently for programming. So this is just a little breakout board here that takes the SPI interface from the Pi to the ROMulator board here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build, you can either build the firmware on the Pi itself, or you can build it on your own computer, PC, Mac, Linux. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm building it locally here. You can see I'm making the ROMulator firmware image, and I've specified a VIC-20 configuration, so that's going to use those files we just made. And it builds. Some warnings I need to clean up. And then as soon as it's done, I'm going to transfer it over. Here's a SSH window to the Pi itself, what I'm going to use for programming. So let's copy it over. And now program the device. So right now we're good. ROMulator device is getting programmed. You can see this little LED flash in a second as soon as it's done. Yep. So now we've programmed all the VIC-20 settings onto the ROMulator. Let's go ahead and put it in the machine and test it out. There we go. It's in place. So let's power up the VIC-20 and try it out here. Alright, we're all set here. The ROMulator is in place in the 6502 socket. Dip switches are configured for setting 8, so that's bit 4 on and the rest off. And that is mapped to pass-through. We just repeated the 0 setting for NTSC for ease of use. So what we should see here is just the normal VIC-20 boot up. Right now the ROMulator is not replacing anything, it's just passing everything through. And yeah, here we go. And there we are, the normal VIC-20 boot up screen, 3583 bytes free. Okay, so let's try another setting here. We're just going to flip bit 1 here. So this is setting number 9. And that is basically replacing a bit of the RAM. It's replacing up to address hex FFF. So you're going to see should see more free memory here after it's replaced by the ROMulator. And there you go. We've got a little bit more memory. Let's try another one. Okay. Just working our way up here. This should be, I'm not sure if this is all the RAM replaced. I think it's not all of it. So you should just see more. And this is not replacing the ROM now. Or maybe it is. I guess this is replacing, this is a full, it's filled up the RAM memory map, but it hasn't replaced the ROMs yet. So here we go. I removed the ROMs from the board, so no ROMs at all. There's the character ROM, but that's not replaced by the ROMulator, so that's not going to make any difference. But let's try this out and put it back in with the ROMs removed. And yeah, we're still on setting number 12 there. And what this should do is, yeah, normally but it would not boot up at all because there's no ROM. But now we should see a boot up screen with the full memory map. There you go. So we have replaced ROMs, and we have fully expanded VIC-20 running. So I'm going to do a quick hack on the kernel ROM here. Found the string for CBM Basic V2. We're going to replace that with something a little different. So how about this? CRX rules V2. And save that, and then let's reprogram that onto the ROMulator, and let's see what we get. So reprogrammed the ROMulator with the new hacked ROM image. Let's give that a shot. Turn it on. And there you go. CRX rules V2. And so that just shows you can modify the ROM contents as you like. And it's pretty easy to do. You don't have to burn a new EEPROM or anything like that. Another thing I wanted to demonstrate was the ability of the ROMulator to halt the running CPU and dump the contents of RAM back to your Raspberry Pi for debugging. So what I have here, Raspberry Pi is connected up here. I'm not powering the ROMulator right now. It's being powered through the motherboard when I turn it on. But I am connected here through the SPI interface for debugging. And I connected the keyboard back up to the VIC-20. So let's turn it on. We're still in the same setting here. Okay, CRX rules. Now let's just try something simple like this. So at this point, the VIC-20 is going to have the contents of the screen in that portion of memory. So what I'm going to try to do is halt the system and dump that back to the Pi, and we'll see what we get. I actually had to go back and fix something here before we tried that, because the screen portion of RAM earlier it was set to pass through, which means that the ROMulator wasn't capturing any writes to that section, and now I've changed it to write through, which means that if the CPU tries to write to video RAM, it will go through to the main board, but it will also write to the ROMulator's memory. So when you halt the CPU, you can read that byte from the ROMulator's memory. So we're going to go ahead and reprogram and try it again. All right, let's try again. I replaced that screen memory region with write through from pass through. So let's see what happens. Okay, we're back. Sorry about the noisy signal there. And again, let's try something simple. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'll try to halt the CPU, read the contents of memory onto the Raspberry Pi, and then let's take a look to see if we can see that message show up on the screen. Here I'm going to run a command on the Raspberry Pi to halt the CPU and dump the contents of the ROMulator's memory into a binary file. So I copied that dump file back to the PC here, and I am looking at it in hex editor. We've gone to address 1000 hex, and this is the beginning of screen memory right here. Now it's not immediately obvious what you're seeing here because it doesn't translate directly to ASCII characters that can show up right on the hex editor, but see the 4 stars here, and this basically this here, CRX rules. These are actually indices into the character ROM, so these are not going to show up as ASCII, but I'll show you something else interesting you can do with that in a second. But then we do see this 28159, that is the number of bytes free, so the numbers actually do work. I should have put some numbers in here to make it more obvious, but here we go. This is the print hello ready, and what we can actually do is take this section of RAM, and I have a little utility here that will, assuming that you have the character ROM contents, you can translate this to an image on the screen. So we're going to try that. So I have this utility make screen image, which will take in a memory dump that you read in from the ROMulator, and if you give it the contents of the character ROM, it will convert that into an image, so you can see what the screen would look like. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. You actually need a few parameters. You need the character ROM. You need the offset into the memory, which in the case of the VIC-20 is 4096 is the start of screen memory, and there's specify the columns and rows, 22 columns, 23 rows, and that looks like. And there you go. CRX rules v2, etc. So this is a way that you can, if you're debugging a system and there's something wrong with the video, then you can actually dump out the contents of video RAM and see what should be on the screen, and that way you can tell the CPU is running and do a number of debugging things that way. Well, thank you for checking out this intro into the Romulator and some other gadgets. The Romulator 6502 is available as a kit with only through-hole assembly required on my website, bitfixer.com. Same with the PetDisc Max. This is also available as a kit. The adapter board for the PET to RGB to HDMI is in a pretty early stage, but I will have the Gerber files available if you want to experiment with that. And also I have, this is a sneak peek of a 6510 version of the Romulator that will be coming soon, so you can use this on a Commodore 64 as well. And there's also a Z80 version in the works for the near future, so keep an eye out for that. And thank you very much.
All right, Mike. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know we got a couple of guys already that have these. They, in fact, Chuck just received his.
Oh, yeah.
So he's all thrilled with it, and he's been posting information about it. So we have some questions, I'm sure. Yuri, do you want to funnel some questions here?
Yeah, I'll funnel through what I get here. First of all, we're going to start with the end, obviously, the Z80 that you're announcing. Tell us about it. Why do you want to do this? What are we going to be able to do?
Well, it's I have some of the prototype boards in already. There's not a huge difference really. And so basically, Romulator has two boards. It's comprised of two boards. There's an FPGA board here, which comes out, and then it has like an interface board, which is basically a socket with the right pin out for your processor. So there's not a tremendous amount of change you need to support a different 8-bit processor, assuming, that assumes a number of things. Hopefully the 6510 version, if all works well, then you won't actually need to change anything on the FPGA board at all. It should just work. Z80 will need a little bit of a firmware update because the method of writes and reads from the CPU is a bit different. The signaling is slightly different. I'm also not quite sure how the DMA stuff on the Z80 is going to work because you have DMA support on Z80, which you don't really on 6502. So remains to be seen, but basically it's just something that seems like it could be done. So I'd like to try it. So yeah, I have to dig up some Z80 machines and give it a shot. But I do have the prototype board in already, but have not even tested it yet myself. So that will be coming soon, I hope.
So what Z80 machines do you have there for testing?
I do have a couple. There's some buried in the garage back. There's a TRS-80 somewhere, and then I have what I might try is there's a machine from the digital group, which is pretty unusual. That's actually the first. It was my dad's computer from 1978, and that was, I believe, it was the first computer that had a Z80 as a CPU. And it's that's an interesting machine. It's sort of S100-esque, but not really the S100 bus. It's its own proprietary bus. So maybe make a video on that one. But
yeah, so I'm doubting the Romulator will fit inside of a ZX81.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there is some space consideration that you can see that this board, it has, it's got some girth to it here. So in the VIC-20, for example, at least this design, this is too tall to let the VIC-20 fully close because the keyboard will push down on your pins here. but that's I've also tried it on Apple II, and that has the problem where it blocks some of the slots in there.
Yeah, card
But
slots.
the solution, possible solution for that is I made a little like a relocator board, which is basically like a 40-pin dip and it uses an IDE cable to just move it somewhere else in the case.
Yeah.
So that might be the simplest way to do it. I think there should be a little bit of room in the VIC-20, like toward the back. So he's kind of like scooted out of the way.
I like the whole nature of this. I also like very much that you're making it available as a kit through Hall. It involves people a lot more in actually kind of doing something to get great result. I really do like that.
Well, the kit's I would say it's a pretty simple kit. Yeah, it's only through Hall. You don't have to worry about any surface mount. Yeah, I think you get a little bit more sense of I don't know,
sense of pride, and it's period correct as well.
Yeah.
Those machines back in the day, and now these pets were like all looking at restoring all these things. But back in the day, it actually was very much a unit that many people would just take the drill and start poking holes in them switches and that type of maker culture. I always I appreciate that. I like a machine that's got a few holes in it.
Right.
Work was done. Real work was done.
Badge of honor.
So your products have really helped kind of diagnose and fix quite a few of the pets as well, because while they're relatively simple machines, when you just look at a component count, they seem very tricky with what actually fails. They're not very consistent in their failure model.
Well, there's a number of things that can fail for sure, and definitely the Romulator was kind of a successor. I had a much older device called the Pet Vet back in the day, and then it kind of does the same thing, except the Romulator with the FPGA and everything has more flexibility. But at least one of the most common failure modes on the Pet is really the ROMs and RAM. So you might get lucky, and if it's just one of those two things, then you pop this thing in and you can tell very quickly what's happening. There's a few diagnosis programs on here. There's a pet test ROM that's on here that was created by a user on the VCF forum, Dave R2, and that's very useful for diagnosing pets. So that's one of the settings. That's one of the default settings on the thing. But yeah, like you said, if that's a common failure point, but it doesn't always work that way. I just fixed one where there was a single sort of I think it was like a NAND gate or something like that. It was one of the gates, and it was connected somewhere, but it was just like, it was like halfway failing. So it took a long time. Took a long time to really track that one down. You have to kind of wait for it to fully fail before you can get to it.
So I'm looking in the Discord right now.
Discord is hilarious. There's a lot of comments of people that are admiring your background.
Oh, you want to see? I'll move to the side.
Yeah, they said, Mike, they said this guy has more pets than an animal shelter.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of these came from some of the people who live in the Bay Area will know about. There was this thing that happened maybe 10 years ago now, where there was a computer store in the East Bay that had been shuttered for a long time, and then luckily, instead of they're going to sell the building, and so instead of just getting rid of everything, they gave it away to local nerds. So I was one of those nerds, fortunately. So that was the beginning of the pet thing for me.
That's and that's an interesting point you're bringing up here. That was the beginning of the pet thing. So prior to that, you didn't have like a pet obsession, if you will.
No,
not. What do you think that there's so many people really being so interested in the pets right now? Because it's definitely booming. It's not just the Commodore 64 that go all cuckoo and people are
right.
The pets have grown enormously in popularity.
Well, I think for me at least, I enjoy the kind of retro future aesthetic of the Pet. I think that of all the retro computers, that kind of nails it for me. It looks like, it's the conception of the future from the past, which I enjoy.
And I would certainly the Star Trek vibe to it, if you will.
Yeah. It's one of the best. If you have one old computer to put on display somewhere, I think that's probably a pretty good choice. It looks the part.
So which one is the most favorite one that you've got going now, and which is the one that you'll typically do all your testing on? Because I saw you had a separate PCB board for.
I have let me just grab this one here.
I see Jim Brain moved in as well.
This is my go-to. This is my go-to tester here. This is one of the ones I got from that pet.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a 2001N. I think it's a 32K model, and it's just, I honestly, I'd like to clean this thing more. It's got some problems, but it works. But the funny thing is, it works perfectly. So I use it for all my testing. Fix it. Yeah, I'm not going to touch it.
That's awesome.
So real quick, Mike. So I've known you for what, like 10 years, basically, since your pet obsession, I guess, as I met you.
I guess so. Yeah. It's been a while.
Convex. Yeah, it's been a while.
Convex.
So I want to quickly ask you a question before we get Jim Brain in here. What new pet pick stuff are you working on?
Well, the pet pick stuff. Well, I was just talking to Saj about that. To try to get some updates for the pet picks. I haven't worked on it in a little while, but I feel like something happened since the last time I worked on it. I think I didn't save some code or something, so I've had to do some code archaeology to get it back to working order. So
yeah, Saj mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, that's the first. That's the first step, just getting it back and running. But when last I left it, I was working on a few things. I was making a YouTube player for pet picks. If you haven't seen the pet picks before, it's kind of like a hardware software hybrid thing. It's the Raspberry Pi that is doing video decoding and sort of serving as a host for a Commodore 64 or a pet, and it's got a little interface board that goes into the user port. And in the case of the C64, it converts images to like low-res bitmaps that will actually display on the C64, or the pet, it converts it to PETSCI. So you get an approximation of full motion video for either of those.
No, I have to say, when I met you at Convex, which is like literally 10 years ago, when you demonstrated the first version of this, there was no such thing as a Raspberry Pi.
Right. Oh yeah.
You were actually inputting a standard video off of a camera and converting it into PETSCI graphics, and it was coming out as video. And to me, I was stunned. I did a double take. It's like, what on earth? How did you do that? And so I'm looking at it, it's like, oh, it reminds me a lot of the old, PETSCI graphics we had back in the day for doing calendars and things like that. But it was done in real time. Oh yeah. And I was very surprised that the pet itself could do that. Enough power in itself to to provide that kind of graphics to it. So then fast forward, I saw Saj at CRX. He had your new version with the 64 broadcast on the wall, and all that stuff. So I'm like, we've come a long ways.
Yeah. Well, in all fairness, that the pet was really pet's really like a terminal, more or less. Like the hard work, I think in that case, in the early versions, it was being done on a phone. So the pet does not have for something like it's surprisingly kind of complicated to convert. You can use a couple different algorithms, but the one I was using was definitely too heavy for the pet. So I think it was on an iPhone. It was like a iPhone 5 or something at the time. I can't remember, but I remember the early versions of that. They actually used the audio. It used audio interface, so it was like more or less like a modem tone coming into the pet. But yeah, I've just been hacking on that for years. So hopefully next we'll get some update. I haven't done anything with it.
Cool. So are you going to hang out for your Discord room and answer some questions that are in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Absolutely. So we're going to have Jim Brain up next, and we can get Jim to chime in here. I know he's there. Hey, there's Jim.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Outstanding.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so we have Jim Brain who's Go for Retro and doing a presentation on some kind of romance. I'm not quite sure what it's supposed to be about, but I guess we'll find out shortly.
That's true. Well, so first of all, a few mea culpas. I am not at my home right now, and so I don't have 50 million monitors and a really strong internet connection. So you'll have to bear with me. I was having troubles with my video capture, and so we've had to adjust the presentation. But and then I've got another mea culpa around the presentation. So I know we've got some very advanced folks that are, watching the show today. This particular presentation is probably not for those folks. And so I know for a number of folks, this is about lunchtime, I think scheduled right before lunch. So definitely if you find that this is not keeping your attention, you can go ahead and start your peanut butter and sandwich or your lasagna early and go ahead. But I will mention this is it's kind of a basic presentation. I'll go ahead and put it up here. Let me get things set up here. So, and let me get into presentation mode here. I got so many things here. So hopefully everybody can see that. Can you guys see that?
We can, but the presentation mode is not visible. It will show still in.
There we go. How about that? Can you see that? Nope. Or not? Okay, well.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Okay. Anyway, so so it looks like presentation mode's not working real well on OBS for the moment for me. But anyway, so I get a lot of calls and a lot of emails from folks who are trying to build their own multi-kernel ROM. And so I know a number of folks, this is kind of easy peasy, kind of electronics 101, but I wanted to kind of go through it for folks who may be struggling with the idea of putting their favorite kernel or particular DOS onto a EEPROM or whatever, so that they can put it in their Commodore 64 or 128 or whatever. I've tailored the presentation today. It's pretty short, but I've tailored the presentation today for the Commodore. But all the material I'm talking about today is not specific to the Commodore platform. It's true for any particular ROM image that you want to have be switchable. And so I've titled it Kernel Romance because it's the idea is putting more than one ROM together in a holistic way so that you can use either one or all of the above as your needs dictate. So I'm going to go ahead and start in the presentation here. I've got the Discord channel open. So if folks have questions, I'm happy to answer them. In any event, these are the basics. So basics obviously in quotes. So for the Commodore 8-bit machines, typically use on a stock machine anyway, a read-only memory. And they're typically 8 or 16 kilobytes in size. Here's a few things that trip folks up. When Commodore started using ROMs for the PET line and then carried over in the VIC-20 and then Commodore 64, they used a 24-pin ROM, which was a unique pinout. It does share a pinout with a Motorola particular part, and the part number from MOS is the 2364. You'll often hear the 2300 series and then 64, I'll mention in just a second. And that is an 8 kilobyte ROM. Later on with the Commodore 64C, the 128, some of the newer drives and whatnot, they moved to be 16 kilobytes in size, and they also moved to using a more standardized pinout. But the initial ones are 24 pins. This is a challenge because when people order or try to put together ROMs, you can't just buy an EEPROM from eBay and plug it directly into a Commodore 64 or VIC-20 or even an old style 1541, because those use a 24-pin ROM, and those particular machines and those drives, the drives and the machines use 24-pin, and the EEPROMs are 28-pin typically. As I indicated, the 28 pins, by the time the Commodore moved to a 28-pin device, there was a standard. And I was going to look it up. It's a joint electronics. I can't remember what JEDEC stands for off the top of my head, but I'm sure Google will help everybody. But the key is they tried to standardize the pinout for various ROMs so that multiple manufacturers could provide the same product. And Commodore used essentially that pinout for some of their later devices, especially the 16 kilobyte and up ROM sizes. JEDEC standard pinouts in DIP format there was a 24-pin standardized pinout, a 28-pin standardized pinout, a 32-pin standardized pinout. I know for sure, and there might be others. The ROMs in all the 8-bit machines, pretty easy. Folks probably know this, but just in case you don't, they're 5 volt, and they all the signal lines are also 5 volts. So nowadays, when you're talking about the the Raspberry Pi, and you're talking about ESP32s and ESP8266s and some of the newer style devices, you'll notice a lot of devices have 3.3 volt signaling and are driven by a 3.3 volt power supply. These are old school, they use 5 volt. The other one is that even though EEPROMs and ROMs may or may not be TTL devices or bipolar transistor devices, they do adhere to what's called the transistor logic signaling format. And so a 0 is defined as anything from ground to 0.8 volts DC, and the number 1 in binary is defined as anything above 2.2 volts all the way up to the power supply voltage. Also wanted to point out that the disk drive, the 1541, 71, 81, the CMD drives, NDIS GT, you name it, they all use the same concept in just those machines. Instead of calling kernel, obviously we call it a DOS. We can use, instead of ROMs by its very definition cannot be changed, but they do make changeable read-only memories, which is kind of ironic. Those are typically denoted by their acronyms. So I've got a couple here. There's others. EEPROM, erasable, programmable, read-only memory. EEPROM, which is electrically erasable, so you don't need the UV eraser for those. And then Flash, which is a different type of technology than EEPROM, but it also does not need a UV eraser. So if you see one of the ROM chips and it has a little, what looks like a glass window on the top of it, that's the old style UV erasable EEPROM with 1 E. So switching kernels. So everybody says, okay, that's fine. I want to put 2 or more kernels in the same, ROM. How do you do that? Or I don't understand. And the idea is that you're putting both kernels in you're taking, like, let's say you have an 8 kilobyte ROM image that you want to put on a EEPROM. If you want to make a switching kernel with 2 images, then you obviously need to double the size of the IC that you use. So for an 8K Commodore 64 old style 24-pin kernel, which is 8K in size, you'd need to use a 16 kilobyte a ROM or EEPROM or flash ROM. There are devices on the market, I know, that allow you to select dozens of particular ROM images. Realistically, there's a practical limit. There's only so many kernel or DOS replacements for the Commodore line that are, I think, pragmatically useful. But there is no upper limit. You technically can put megabytes and megabytes of ROM images together and switch among them. However, because the Commodore machines were not designed to have switchable ROMs from the get-go, it is very, very unlikely that you will be able to switch from one ROM to another on the fly. So typically the process is that you would turn your computer off, you would switch to a different ROM, and then you would turn the computer back on. I know everybody that's watching has probably had a situation where if they've ever encountered a machine or a drive that has a switchable ROM, they've flipped the switch in the middle of using the device without turning it off, and it will work. And it may. The key is that there has to be enough similarity in the code between the 2 ROM images, and you have to make sure that the switch occurs at the instant, or not at the instant when the CPU is trying to access that memory from that particular ROM image. So it's possible, but it is absolutely not guaranteed. Most people know why a switchable ROM is used. I think, I'm going to probably shameless plug here. I do sell the Jiffy DOS ROM replacement for Commodore computers, and those are typically switchable for kernels. The reason that they are switchable is that sometimes you absolutely cannot use anything but the original ROM. And so the idea is to put the new ROM or new ROM image available for folks to use, but also have a switch so that you can return to the old or original ROM if need be. So as I mentioned before, 8-bit memory, 8 data I/O pins. The number of addressing pins depends on the size of the memory. Typically in actuality, an 8 kilobyte ROM will have 13 address lines. Those address lines are A0 through A12. And then you've heard me talk a little earlier about a 2364 or a 2764 type EEPROM, or in the case of 2364, a ROM. The 64 is important, and it's a very valid number. Some people ask me, why is an 8K ROM called a 64? And the reason is that typically memory devices are referenced by the number of bits they contain. So an 8 kilobyte ROM would have 64 kilobits of data. The addressing lines go up, and as they go up, so if you have an A0 to A12, which is an 8K device, if you add one more addressing line, you double the size of the memory. There are a few signaling pins we have to be careful of, especially if you're using an adapter. Typically, ROM devices will have an output enable line and a chip enable line. Both of those have to be activated in order for the ROM to be read. Random access memory or writable memory will also have a write enable line, and all three of those lines, when they are active, they are actually tied to ground. So it's a little bit different than people are thinking about, because most people think of a logic 1 as being activated, and in this case, it actually is a logic 0. Now, I do want to point out, I am not being, this is not a primer on all types of memory. The memory I'm talking about is typically your standard 8-bit read-only memory, and some what they call static RAM devices adhere to these rules. The Commodore 64 also has dynamic RAM, and it is handled differently. It has different signal lines. And then, of course, there's a whole bunch of newer RAM devices, synchronous RAM, fast page RAM, and then they have RAM that doesn't have address lines at all. And that is out of scope for this conversation today. So as I indicated, 800192 byte ROM uses address lines A0 to A12. 16K uses A0 to A13. Now, the key to using a switchable ROM is you could get a ROM that has more than those address lines, and then you can use those extra address lines to select which ROM image you want to use. Typically, folks will start with a 2 image ROM, which is kind of the focus of today's conversation here, with a marriage of 2 ROMs in the same ROM package. And then for that, you only need 1 additional address line. So on an 800192 byte ROM, you would need to purchase a 16 kilobyte IC, and you would need to select the different ROM image using the highest address line. So in this case, it would be A13. On a 16 kilobyte device like a 64C kernel, which is 16 kilobytes in size, the image, you would need to buy a 32 kilobyte ROM, and you would need to tie the upper address line, or A14, to some sort of selection logic. And then keys to note here is that there are a lot of different ways to select which image is going to be used. The simplest way is to put a switch on the device, and the switch can be done as I indicate here. The device, or the switch, will be used to tie an address line optionally to ground. So you put one wire over on the particular address line, either A13 or A14, and the other leg of the switch will go to ground. But here's the deal. You need to have a default state for that address line. ROMs do not like to have their input pins floating. And so what we typically do is we use a small resistor to weakly tie that particular address line to 5 volts. So here is the thing that's really interesting. And as I noted, there are these are the JEDEC pinouts for various devices. We're most interested in the 3 that are on the outside. You'll notice that the 27C64, C128, and C512 are all, they all share most of the address lines being exactly the same. The 512 and the 128 just progressively add 1 more address line. So the 27C64 has a no connection on pin 26, whereas the 128 has a connection on that pin to A13. The 27256, I just realized, is not shown in this list, but it has the additional line, address line 14, on pin 27, just like in the 27C512. And then, of course, the 27C512, which is the largest 28-pin JEDEC DIP style ROM type IC that you could purchase, it has the final and the uppermost address bit A15 on pin 1. So when you're doing this, you need to decide how many ROM images you want, because you'll have to pick a ROM size accordingly. You'll need to pick where they are, and then you need to decide on the order. And I'll tell you why this is important. So as I indicated in the last slide, the way to kind of set up the default state for the ROM is to weakly tie an unused address line to 5 volts through a resistor. So that poses a little bit of a trick. That means that when you don't do anything, you have all of the unused address lines tied to 1. And so in the case of let's say a 27C128 16 kilobyte ROM, that would mean that your default ROM image will be the highest 8 kilobytes of space on that ROM, not the lowest. That's what messes people up most of the time. They order the ROM starting from 0. And when you're doing one of these kernel switchable kernels, you have to actually order your ROMs backwards. So the one you want, the ROM that you want to use the most often, the one that won't require any selections if the switches should go bad, or you don't want to use the switches or whatever, needs to be the one at the highest address space in the kernel or in the ROM image. And then also, as I indicated, if you want to use your new switchable kernel or switchable DOS on an older style Commodore machine, like the VIC-20, the Commodore 64, and actually, and I'll mention this in a note here, for folks who have an SX64, you will also need for that one a 24-pin adapter, 24-pin to 28-pin adapter. And again, shameless plug, I sell those adapters in the store, but you can make them very easily. There's just a couple lines that need to get remapped, and then otherwise you're doing fine. And here's how you do the images. So I've put on here how to create the images. You find all your binary files. You can download a number of the kernel replacements from the Zimmer's FTP or HTTP website. Obviously, folks like myself sell commercial images like Jiffy DOS, and there are a number of homegrown images that were created over the years through magazines, excuse me, like Compute's Gazette, and so forth. So as you see over on the right-hand side, your default ROM will have all of the additional address lines set to 1. And so you want that to be at the top of your memory. So that would mean that you need to put it last in the list in the images. If you're going to be putting images together, you want to have it be the last one. And so in this particular case here, I've listed out a multi-slot kernel replacement with 8 ROM images. So there's 3 select lines for those, and then this is how they would show up. So as you'll see, all 0s is actually the last ROM, all 1s is actually the first ROM. In here, you'll see down in the middle of the screen on the how to concatenate. What you're basically going to want to do is you're going to want to get all of your image files, and then you're going to want to use, if you're on DOS or Windows, you want to use the command copy. And if you're on Unix, Linux, or Mac OS, you want to use cat or concatenate. That's the key. That's the command for that. And those two programs will allow you to take all of those image files and stuff them and put them together into a final version that you can then use to create your multi-kernel ROM. Let's see. Looks like I got some repeat there. So then the last thing is the commitment. So this is the moment where you have to decide you've got it all set up correctly, and you're going to burn your image to an actual EEPROM. And I have some here I can show you, but I'm sure everybody's seen an EEPROM or a flash ROM. But the key is that you'll be putting that you're putting your image file, your final larger image file, you'll have to put that into the actual device. And for that, I use one of these 2 devices. You can actually use any EEPROM, flash, electrically erasable PROM programming system. The one on the top is an older style Willem, but built off USB connections programmer. And then the newer one is one of the TL866 programmers that you can find on eBay very cheaply. Doesn't really matter. They have slightly different user interfaces, and I can bring up the user interface if folks want real quick, but there's nothing real There's nothing real complicated. You simply load up the program, you find your particular device, and you select that final.bin file or whatever you've named it. Now you do need to make sure that the size of the file that you're burning is the same size as the ROM that you're going to be using. So if it's a 27C128, that's a 16 kilobyte ROM, and you need to make sure that your file is 16 kilobytes in size. So I was going to show ROM working on my Commodore 64, but we're kind of running a little short on time, and I wanted to leave a few moments for questions. And also my video capture for my Commodore isn't working, and I'm not at home, so I can't troubleshoot it real well. So I am going to I'm going to come back on here, and I will switch to asking. Oh, I do have one thing to point out about the SX. I mentioned that I would comment about this. So the SX64 is an interesting beast, because if you open it up and you look at the kernel, the SX64 appears to have a 28-pin socket for a kernel, but it is not a JEDEC compliant kernel pinout. It is a pinout for a TI, Texas Instruments ROM, which is the 2564. So it's an 8 kilobyte ROM, and the 8 kilobyte 2564 ROM shared the first 24 pins, or actually pins 3 through 26, I guess, if you look at it. It shared those pins with a 24-pin 2364 MOS compliant, or Motorola 67 or 68 764 or 66 EEPROM that you could purchase. Those are all 24 pins except for the 2564, which is 28 pin, but it is not JEDEC compliant. So even for those devices, you need to use a 24 pin adapter so that you can use one of your JEDEC style flash ROMs or EEPROMs in the SX64. So that is a quick rundown of how to quickly marry a couple ROM images together for a kernel or DOS replacement. And I'm hopeful that everybody has an opportunity, if they can grab a programmer, to build, at least at one point in your life, a multiple switching kernel. Obviously, there's a bunch of them for sale online, and they have some really fancy ways of doing the switching, holding down the restore key. Some of them have an on-screen menu. That's all great, but the basics are exactly the same. So, questions?
Jim,
Yeah.
thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you for guiding us through this. What I was doing while you started off your meeting with regards to this may not be as technical of a topic as some of the ones that we got, I just had to smile. I got in front of me here a 1994 cbmfiles.com text file.
Okay.
It has an interview with you.
Speaking
of someone already active in the CBM community for many years. So we're talking 1994 and then many years. And it goes on with you explaining the word FAQ. You're using the word World Wide Web, or W3.
Yep.
And I just got to say, this is like, Jim, how many times have you touched the EEPROM topic and something like this in a different media now? Because you've been on paper, you've been on TV, you've been on Usenet for decades now. That's how it's called, decades.
Right. That's right.
It's just fascinating to see. Your name is plastered all over our font Commodore history.
Well, it's been a lot. I've obviously, and I don't mind. I mean, it's obvious that if people are interested in continuing to utilize the platforms, even, for whatever reasons, I think, I've always told people that the ability to understand the Commodore platform and just classic computers in general has informed my entire career. And so, I've been very successful in the IT industry. And I believe that my ability to, help out companies and just, diagnose issues and be able to think about things in a logical way was informed greatly from having one of these home computers as a young person. So anybody else who is looking for a younger generation or older generation, there's never too late or early to pick up a machine. And I do think that people who don't break open the case and look inside, if only to marvel at the electronics that are in there, is missing a great opportunity. And stuff like this, building your own multi-kernel, is an easy, low-risk way of understanding a little bit more about how the computer is put together.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. Now, really, you only got involved in this by chance, really. Eh? Your dad, who recently passed away, told you in I think it was 1983. I read that you weren't going to get an Atari 2600 because that was going to be a pure gaming machine. So he gave you the opportunity to kind of come back with a business proposal of what your gift was going to be. That's
right. Well, I had saved up the money to purchase an Atari VCS because everybody at school had an Atari VCS, and I wanted one too. It was really strange because I was never a huge electronic gamer, but you know, when you're a kid and everybody has something, then you got to have it too. And he flat out refused to allow me to purchase an Atari VCS machine. He said, "No, I don't want you to buy a game machine. Why don't you buy a computer? Because then when you're done playing games, then you'll have something to actually do with it after you're tired of games," which was somewhat prophetic because with the exception of just a few games like Pac-Man and Jumpman Junior and whatnot, I'm not really a serious gamer. But I got my Radar Rat Race VIC-20 cartridge when I purchased. And the reason I purchased a VIC-20, quite frankly, is the reason that Tremail offered it for sale very cheap. I had $233. And for that, you could purchase a VIC-20, and the next cheapest computer was probably another $50 or $75 expensive. And so the VIC-20 became the computer that I could afford if I bought it myself. And so I purchased it. I didn't have a tape drive. I just had the machine. That was it, nothing else. And so over the years, I acquired the additional pieces. And you know what? I'd love to say that I took to it right away, but I played games on it for the first year, and then I put it in a shelf, and I didn't do anything with it for about a year. And then I ended up at junior high, and the junior high classroom that I was in had Commodore 64s in it. And I thought, you know what? I have a computer that looks like that. I'll pull it out of the shelf and start using it. So it was really a combination of my father saying, "Hey, when you're done playing games, I want you to be able to do something else with this." And then obviously a school setting where there was computers. And I thought I can have one of those and I could get a leg up on all the stuff we're doing there if I break open that machine. And that was when I probably starting in on programming, and then it just sort of continued on from there until today.
Yeah, and it's always been a hobby where you shared your passion for teaching. I think that's just it's very very interesting. And I've known you now for a number of years, but every time I'm looking up something that I'm trying to find something new, your name is going to come up. The Google algorithms have found you like in all bits of history, and it's absolutely fascinating, and it's just really nice to see how you continue to be patient with any new generation coming in, asking the same question for the 50th time, and you'll approach it as if it's the first time you got it, which is, I really appreciate that. I know a lot of people watching this appreciate that as well. And this is going to be one of those videos again that they can run a year from now, and they can go through the entire basics, and they can end up with their first multi-kernel. It's interesting on Discord. One of the people was saying, "Hey, I've got an SX64 machine. It's got a custom kernel in it." Well, they can start dumping it, perhaps make some further tweaks to it, like the predecessor owner probably would have done, and burn that back into it, and enjoy that. Because that's that's what gets you started. First, you change the text, and that's your first step, and it looks cool, and you change the colors, and then you start add some functionality, and before you know, you've got a switching kernel with all kinds of custom stuff in it.
That's right,
Jim. Let's make sure, and I know you're right smack in the middle of a busy rollout at work as well. So let's try and make sure, and otherwise we'll do it. Make some links to your websites and all to peruse through that. A lot of information and products there as well for beloved machines. Always awesome to have you around on yet another media. Where we're going to go with this? How are we at the top now? You've seen it. You've seen it come and go, the craze. Where we're at now on the curve of the craze for Commodore?
Oh, I'm kind of I think at some point there's going to be like probably maybe this year, next year, so forth. The number of people who are leveraging programmable logic is skyrocketing, in my opinion. And obviously, most people know of programmable logic through systems like the Ultimate 64, Ultimate 1541, which are really, those are projects that are right at the top of the the atmosphere, let's say. But there's Beam Racer. There's a number of other products that maybe have. Well, there's a new VIC-20 or not VIC-20 VIC-2 replacement that the Pi 64 BMC 64 person, Randy Rossi, I think is his name, is working on. And so, I mean, that's an exciting development and whatnot. I think the key though is there's going to need to be, all of these devices are great to work on, but now once there's all these new features and whatnot, there needs to be some sort of clearinghouse for making features compatible. Because one of the things that was great about the Commodore 64 is that anybody could write to the Commodore 64 platform and they knew that it would run, they could give it to anybody. There are some slight differences between PAL and NTSC, but for the most part, you wrote a program on your 64, you could take it over to your friend's house and run it there. Right. I think as these additional capabilities come into play and become more prevalent, especially if the pricing is right and people say, oh, I definitely have the money for that. The key to adoption is going to be the compatibility. So if there's folks that can make sure that they, does Ultimate 64 and Beam Racer and the new VIC-2 and all that, are they, is there a way of creating some compatibility through there? Because unlike with newer machines where you can create some sort of abstraction layer in software and whatnot, you really don't have the horsepower to do that on the C64 platform. So it does require that the hardware designers focus more energy on not just making it work, but making it work in a compatible way. But I'm excited about the opportunity to work through those things with various folks.
I like that. I like that a lot. Are you still as committed in trying to try out all of those products as well, and kind of see where this next generation of boosting the platform goes? It started with simple kernel adjustments, and now we're FPGAs bolted on VIC-2s to get RGB. This is crazy stuff. You're still as committed to keeping up with that, and
I think we do need to, because here's the deal. I'd love to work with folks who want to build, want to create some fab capacity, if such a thing would exist, to recreate devices like the Moz 6581 and the 6510 and whatnot. But you can't guarantee that that's going to be able to happen. And even if it does, there's no guaranteed success. I think the best way forward to make sure that the hardware devices, or that the ICs continue, they're getting old, and eventually they will succumb to age. And so I think it's important to support the developments like Randy and Gideon and others, because the more we understand, the more people that get these devices and try them out, and the more Commodores that will come back to life, because this one, here is missing a VIC chip, but if I get this replacement, that I can use this machine again. But I think even in that, just now, Randy was mentioning the other day in his last video presentation that he found certain things out about the VIC and how it was doing things that were different than the way it was implemented in VICE, probably different than the way it was implemented in the FPGA Ultimate 64. I feel like that digital archaeology has merits on it. It's its own reward. And then of course the good side product or outcome is that once you have that device, assuming that it's reasonable in price, then you can take that device and put it into the existing machines, and leverage it for additional capability, or just to bring a machine that's no longer functioning back to life, which is nice. I hate to see devices end up in the landfill or being e-cycled, because that's just a loss that you'll never get back. So anything we can do to stave that off is a good thing.
Awesome.
Okay.
Jim, thanks a lot for making the time. I know you need to go back to work there. Thanks a lot for jumping in. If you get any time anywhere throughout the day to check on Discord and maybe connect with some folks and put some links there, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll be putting those in.
Yeah, yep, I will. I've got Discord, and so I should be. If folks put in the Go for Retro Jim Brain channel in there, I will. It may take me a couple minutes, but I should be able to keep on top of that today.
Well, people are enjoying their peanut butter sandwich, I guess, still, maybe, or we're going to some of the people that actually watched all this will start enjoying their peanut butter sandwich.
That's right.
And so, yeah, you can, during lunchtime, check out Jim's room that he's got. And Yuri, we've got Gideon coming up at 1 o'clock today.
Aye,
Yeah.
we'll have a little bit of music then until we got Gideon on. We're gonna try
Yep,
and get
absolutely. We're going to go
actually-
to Slay Radio, and we'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock Pacific time.
Aye.
Okay.
is a disturbance in the stream. Admiral, move the fleet to Slay Radio. I want that free TCP packet.
Well, we're back. It's 1 o'clock on our time zone. Oh, we have Gideon up there. I see him. Gideon's here. Yuri's here. So you might want to unmute yourself, Gideon. Are you there?
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm doing good. How about you?
We're doing well, and we've got Yuri as well. So,
Gideon, who is it?
well, it's good to see you, my friend. So, if you're living in a cave somewhere, the guy that's about ready to do a little interview with us is Gideon, and he is well known of everything associated with Ultimate for the 64. It'd be Ultimate 2, 2 Plus, the 64 itself, and everything Gideon does is Ultimate for sure. So,
well, at least it's called that way.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop out of here for a minute. I'll let Yuri handle this whole situation with you, and I'll be back in a bit.
There's a whole situation. Okay, excellent. Hey, Gideon, it's so nice to have you on again. I hope you and the family are well and safe, all healthy. We're excited to do another round with you, and hope we can do this Ask Me Anything session and learn something new. So there's been some recent changes to your product releases with the firmwares, quite big changes that you've made to enable yet some new features for everybody. And what I've seen historically is people kind of wait a few releases before they start updating and only figure out a little bit later, oh, there's new stuff to try out and load my unit, where it's the Ultimate Plus or the Elite with. You want to spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about the last few revisions and kind of the changes that you made, but also give us a little bit of insight why you made some of those changes that we may not be able to read from the release text as we get it with the release.
Okay, yeah, sure. Well, I'm quite open about everything that changes, also under the hood. If you are willing to dig through all the commit messages in the Git log, you will see that a lot of things have changed. I'm not so sure what you actually were heading at when you said that people sometimes wait quite a bit to see whether they're going to update or not. Yeah. I cannot really keep track of this. I don't have a call home function in the Ultimate modules at this point. But what I did see is that there's quite a bit of enthusiasm for 3.10, and I think it is mainly it's mainly related to the release of the extra drive types. Right. I think
exciting. A lot of people, if you don't know about this yet, this is you wanna listen carefully now.
Yeah, I can demonstrate it in a little bit. Yeah, so basically, I don't know. We spoke last year, right? So I think there are two main releases since then: 3.9 and 3.10. And of course, first the 3.9 comes out, and then a little bit later the A version comes out. And the same goes for 3.10, because yeah, when you change a lot of things, some things will break, right? So when it's released to the community, even after a lot of testing, you will always see that there are some issues that need to be solved.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, we are now at 3.10a, which is a version which is quite stable, I must say, and has a lot of issues fixed. And yeah, there are a couple of main additions in 3.10 really, and one of them is the extra drive types. So everyone knows the Ultimate from 1541 Ultimate. That's how it all started, right? And then later you had the 1541 Ultimate 2.
Right.
And then some years after that, there came the Ultimate 2 Plus, not the 1541 Ultimate 2 Plus, although a lot of people call it that way. Because I already had the idea some years ago, like there has to be some kind of point in time where I also have to support other drives. So that is, yeah, that is what has been added. So since 3.10, you can also select 1571 and 1781 for both drives. So if you have a release build with two drives, then I think all builds have two drives, right?
Right.
You can select 1571 and 1581.
So that, which is obviously a huge achievement. That's something that people may not have even been asking for, because they may not have ever realized, okay, this is something that's even possible. But can you tell us a little bit about the process you had to go through to actually even get this to fit in and to enable this? Because this is something that you've been thinking about for a longer period of time. And is this just the time that you had to make there, or did you have to change anything in the framework that you had underlaying this, or how did this come to be?
Well, like many projects that I do, also for my employer, at times I need time to let ideas sink in, and in some way, like planting a seed and having it grow. And sometimes it starts with just talking to guys like XLAR54 or some other people in the community, and then I get enthusiastic because they're enthusiastic, right? So there was one point at which I just was talking about the 1581, and the 1581 is quite a bit different from the 1541. It's all based on the floppy disk controller. It doesn't have any GCR encoding. It doesn't have that kind of mechanism for reading and writing the disk. So I was investigating that floppy disk controller, and I thought to myself, yeah, it is actually not really that complicated. So let's just give it a try. And I think, yeah, like 2 or 3 evenings or so, the basic functionality of the 1581 was running. Because let's face it, I had everything already. I had the CPU, I had already the CIA chip, right, from the Ultimate 64. So it was just a matter of taking the schematic of the 1581 and just yeah, meticulously digging through it and connecting everything, and then having it run the 1581 ROM, and then just see what's going to happen. And then what commands am I getting, and how am I gonna how should I handle them? And that's how it all started.
So did you find anything surprising while you were going through that? Anything that you hadn't expected, or was this just going through a typical set of iterations to kind of get where you needed to be in a fully functioning drive setup? Did you learn anything new here, so to say?
Oh, I learned a lot of new things, I must say. I learned a lot of new things. First of all, I must say that the 1581 is actually pretty nice. It is clean, and it does exactly what it is supposed to do and how you're supposed to expect it to be working. That is not so the case with the 1571, I must say.
Oh,
basically, so like I said, the 1581, it worked just a few evenings, and it started to do most of the things that it is supposed to do. But 1571 was quite a different story. And I found out that there are actually routines in the ROM that are never executed in the way they were supposed to be executed. So if you are actually going through, I had some kind of implementation of the floppy disk controller, right? The Western Digital 1770 chip, and it just didn't work. I just couldn't get the MFM mode to work properly. And what actually happens is that the 1571 drive is supposed to perform a verify after every write sector, right? If it is in MFM mode, it is just laid out in the source code of this 1571. It just never gets there. Well, on a real drive, it never does. But with my implementation of the floppy disk controller chip, it did. And then it always fails. So once I realized that, I had to make some little changes to the floppy disk controller, and then yeah, the verify is now not anymore executed because it never was in the first place, but it behaves now like a 1571.
So that's a real interesting tidbit, because here's where you go through the sources and basically compare, and basically you must be racking your brain like, okay, I'm doing everything right. It all seems to be correct. Yet if I compare this, are you doing a lot when you do this type of development? Are you comparing a lot to a real unit as well? You got a 1571 kind of sitting next to you and kind of comparing the behavior between the two units, if you will?
I was about to.
Wow.
But
you got that far that
I got that far that I thought, okay, I have to just get a 1570. I have one somewhere in my storage, and I thought, okay, I have to screw it open and put some logic analyzer there and just see what branches the software takes, so I would know why it is not working in the same way. But fortunately, I didn't have to go that far. I just did an exhaustive analysis, like, okay, it can jump there, it can jump there, it can jump there, and what are the conditions at which this happens?
Yeah.
So if it doesn't get here, then like deduction, just use deduction, and eventually I thought, okay, then the only possible solution is that the verify is never executed on a 1571. So let's see.
That's interesting.
Let's see.
So if you look back then and how that wasn't implemented on the 1571, do you think it was an oversight? Was it something that they didn't realize at that moment in time? Or how would you look back if you kind of transport yourself back in time with how the design and the source code was? Do you think this was an intended outcome?
I honestly think that they have never realized this.
Very interesting. So you may have found it like a historical artifact almost. It is a historical artifact. Of course, I cannot be sure whether no one ever knew about it, but at least it was not known at the time of release, or it was not found to be important enough to fix. Which we've seen in some of the other pieces of the machine.
Right. But I have never found any article online or something, because of course I have done some online digging as well, to see, okay, what am I missing that other people already know about? Because of course I'm always lagging behind other people. There are millions of people knowing a lot of things. So
very interesting.
I couldn't find anything about this.
Yeah. So now we have D71 and D81 in there. A lot of people super enthusiastic about it, and this is why I brought this up. If you haven't updated your card yet because you didn't realize it's just another point release coming out, you're missing out on something big. It's well worth to update the firmware of your unit. Did any of this result in any changes of any of the other drive code, the existing drive code, the 1541 drive code or otherwise?
Absolutely. Because in the end, I made one drive that is internally switchable.
Okay.
To save logic gates in the FPGA. It's not like there's like a big switch and there's a block of 1541, 1571, 1581, and then you just select which one you're using. It's one drive, which is able to switch its memory map, basically.
Yeah.
So just by switching the memory map, you switch in the floppy disk controller, or you switch in the CIA, or switch it out from the memory map.
Right.
And that is the way it works. So I had to in some way reconstruct the 1541 as well.
To enable for this. Now, if you briefly touched upon the logic gates, you must be now at a point where you're like in a constant battle for any new feature to be able to be fit and kind of optimize and further optimize to try and get as much flexibility in any other changes that you'd want to make. Where we're at with that? Where are we reaching the limits of the current platform that the Ultimate is based upon?
Interesting question. Thank you for asking that. So it's important for people to understand that, because people keep on asking for new things. That's how it goes, and it's fun in the end. I mean, it's what makes people enthusiastic. The Ultimate 2, the 1541 Ultimate 2, is running from an older Xilinx part. It's obsolete basically, so it's a lot smaller than the Ultimate 2 Plus. So what you can see is that the 1541 Ultimate 2 does not support the extra drives, basically, period. And there are now some other additions like Gmod 2 support. You have to choose your FPGA image, what you want to use. You want to use extra audio features, or you want to use the Gmod 2, or you want to have the modem emulation.
Right.
So it is not and. It's and or and.
Yeah, either or.
Either or.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, there are like packages. You can have some of the features, but not all of them.
Right.
And in the 2 Plus, the cartridge, the latest cartridge, it's now full. So you have all the features, but it's 100% full. So
okay, so this one is like now chock-a-block full. Everybody gets to see that.
It's limited.
No secret extra space. It is really truly full.
It is. Of course, there's always some logic gates to be saved if you start to optimize things. And but for the Ultimate 2 Plus, I already had to optimize a little bit in order to get it to fit. So it's full, really full. And for the Ultimate 64, there's still a little bit of space.
Okay. So how does this work then for you now? Because first of all, you've been super dedicated to all of the products that you've released. It's really unbelievable. If you would be Apple, you'd be out of business. Because you get to use one phone, and then we'll make sure that next year your phone is enough obsolete that you can that thing. For you, that's not been the case. People that have the original Ultimate, they still have a really fantastic product. Obviously, like you said, the image that they need to choose is a pick and choose of what functions are most dear to your heart and most useful to you. But it's been getting steady updates as such, which is really cool. The product is still very, very useful today, far from obsolete. Obviously, these type of choices of multiple images make for you like an integration testing nightmare. I can only imagine how difficult it must have become to kind of keep all the bugs straight between different products, even after extensive testing by a large group of people that are willing to kind of help in that process.
Right.
How do you deal with that? How do you kind of weigh the balance of keeping an older product, get some new features as well, choosing the either or that we just discussed versus saying, okay, we've now reached a point where I'm going to kind of code freeze that product, put it in an end of life, if you will, not an end of life, but an end of upgrade life, and kind of start moving forward. Can you give us some insight in your thinking on that?
I was distracted a little bit by my daughter coming in here.
That's okay. Okay, hey, we all run our family. So what I'm trying to say is, you've got your initial product for which you've steadily been creating updates still. For where you now say all logic gates are full, therefore I had to create a choice, or model.
You asked me how do I handle the testing over all the platforms?
Well, at what moment in time do you declare this product to be, okay, I'm going to code freeze this. I'm not going to do that anymore. This is the oldest product now. I'm going to leave that as is. And I'm going to look forward, because the time it takes to kind of retrofit and make these choice points is getting so big. I just can't afford to do that anymore. It's taking away development time.
Well, actually, for the 1541 2 Plus, for the 1541 2, the Xilinx part, it has been on hold for quite a long time. I think the last release was 3.6, or maybe there was a 3.7 release, and then 3.8 never came, because it just didn't work correctly, or I couldn't get it to be stable. And I just thought to myself, well, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I spent time on it. I didn't get it to work within the available effort that I wanted to put into it.
Right.
So I dropped it. But for 3.10, I decided, okay, why don't we just look at the project? Projects grow like a cauliflower sometimes. It is quite structured, but still some kind of additions make it sometimes in the wrong place.
Right.
So for example, the cartridge logic, I just redid the cartridge logic in 3.10 completely. And that enabled me to have a look again at the Ultimate 2, and to make it fit there again and make it work in the way it should work.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to go a step back to reorganize the code, or to make it more easy to test, or more easy to maintain, in order to test it on different platforms.
Yeah. So and just so that I have this straight, so the 3.6 for the Ultimate 2 got a never expected update, if you will. That's basically what you're saying, based on some work, based on some work that you were really doing for the Ultimate 2 Plus to kind of make things fit. I don't think there's a lot of people that are on Ultimate 2 that would have ever expected to see any updates to that anymore after all this time. So
I don't know. They did ask. They did.
Oh,
I'm
sure people ask you many things all day, every day. I'm sure they do.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So and
it's understandable.
They got a bonus.
Yeah, you can see it like that. But on the other hand, it's not the same. You mentioned Apple would be out of business, if they would do it like this. But we are talking about an addition, an add-on for a computer that is nearly 40 years old, right?
Yeah.
Time is in my favor in this case, because things don't move that fast. Right. So still the same machine as 10 years ago or 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So that helps for these kind of developments.
Right. I agree. So now being at the Ultimate 2 Plus, all logic gates have been used. There may be some squeezing that is perhaps possible by laying things out differently. At what moment in time do you start thinking about what's going to be next? What is because there's no new platform on a cartridge that you currently offer beyond the 2 Plus. You actually go to a full-size C64 board, if you will.
Right.
How do you kind of see that future? What's your thinking around that? People be interested to kind of see what does the future of these products now look like, and obviously perhaps you can weave in a little bit like the global chip shortage that we see, the availability of FPGA platforms being phased out, new ones coming in. Can you give us a little bit of a perspective on that?
It's great that you brought it up. Otherwise I would have brought it up, the chip shortage. Actually, it is dramatic. It is more dramatic than people would see, general consumers would currently see in the world. If you are a little bit into production, or you're earlier in the chain, so to speak, there are major issues currently in the world, whether it comes to transportation, resources, everything. Like, okay, I'll tell you how bad it is, how bad it really is. If I would start a new production today for the Ultimate 2 Plus,
right,
my purchase price would be more than double.
Wow.
And the lead time would be more than 1 year.
Wow.
So it is prohibitive, actually. In some way, I'm lucky that months ago, and we are really talking about half a year ago, I started to purchase parts for the Ultimate 64, for a new run of 64s. And there's one big part, the FPGA itself, is Intel part. I ordered it in April, and it was acknowledged for December. So it is like an 8-month lead time, which is horrible.
Wow.
But I got a call from Intel directly. Also through the company where I work for, we have a direct link with some people at Intel. And they just say, we are a little bit behind. So what I already feared that would happen actually happened. The confirmation date on my order of the FPGAs is actually just removed.
Wow.
And I don't still have a new date. So hopefully they are now in some kind of a reallocation process.
Yeah.
And they're honest. At least they're honest. They say, you know what, important customers go first.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So we have a Dutch company, for example, ASML, who builds chip machines.
Yep.
They say if we don't deliver to chip machines, we won't have chips.
Right.
It's like
they kind of go to the top of the stack.
They have to.
Yeah.
They have to. Now, of course, there are a lot more that they're not telling us, but we are just a simple design house, and I'm running along with it.
Yeah.
So I hope that after the reallocation, they're going to tell me, okay, well, maybe it's going to be February or so.
Right. So for you, which products does that currently affect? All of them?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
That must be so frustrating.
It is discouraging. It is really discouraging, to be honest. In some way, it has put the project a little bit on a hold.
Yeah, I know. I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine. So where do you see this go? Because obviously, switching platform as you had to do, I think you switched platform between the 2 and the 2 Plus, and then between the Elite and the 2 Plus as well. There's differences as well. Help me set me straight where I'm wrong.
Sure. Yeah, sure. No, actually the 2 Plus and the Ultimate 64 are very alike.
Okay.
They both run off the Intel FPGA platform.
Okay.
The 2 Plus, just the normal 2 is based on the Xilinx part, so it's from the competitor.
Yeah.
Both have lead time issues at this point. Actually, I'm looking at Lattice right now, which is like a third
supplier.
Third supplier, but yeah, I have to redo the whole FPGA.
You would have to redo everything. Now let's talk about that for a second. Was that a consideration at all? If there would be okay, you're already answering. No. Supply chain issue, you would have not moved to Lattice or not even considered looking at Lattice.
No, and the reason is very simple, because it would take a lot of engineering.
Yeah.
It would take engineering costs to build prototypes.
Yeah.
But not only that, it is not only a new hardware platform, but it is also a factory tester that has to be developed. Factory tester software, which is different.
Yeah.
I have to maintain multiple build targets.
Yeah.
Learn new tools.
Yeah, this is just you can just imagine what this is gonna and while you do all of that, you're gonna have to remain motivated to actually do all of this.
Now that is the second point. You're really ahead of my story in that sense. You can really feel.
I can feel the frustration. I can feel.
Yeah, you can feel the frustration.
Makes perfect sense.
Because imagine after doing all that engineering, I would have something that I already have. Yeah. Right? I would have spent months of engineering to get a cartridge that does exactly the same as what it does now.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a brutal reality check. I think a lot of people here in the US, there's obviously an enormous impact to the car industry. People have been seeing that in the US.
Right.
In Europe, everybody hears about chip shortages, but this makes it very real for people right inside their hobby and trying to understand, the impact, how deep this impact is, and what that does, not just to the current supply, but also to the future of a project. I totally agree with you, Gideon. If I would have night sweats waking up thinking like I had to redo everything in a new platform just to end up exactly where I was. That is, who gets motivated by that? It just makes no sense.
Right. Right.
So do you feel that are we gonna at some point in time you feel we get the same chips again, so at least you can go, you can get back to production of the current suite of hardware products? Or do you feel that at some point in time they're going to say, well, we're going to basically skip these versions now, and we're going to redirect our production to the next version of these FPGAs?
Well, in this case, time is not in my favor, because every part gets obsolete in an amount of years, in a number of years.
Yeah.
Right. So if it takes like another 1.5 years or 2 years before everything starts to be normal, we are 2 years closer to the obsolescence of these parts.
Yeah.
And that is not good, because that means that there's a redesign is necessary anyhow.
Right.
And hopefully, if I stay within Intel, then I can reuse a lot of the IP. Right. I don't have to redo everything.
Right.
Of course, I still have to redo a factory test system, but it also can reuse a lot of IP blocks there. So
right.
So it is definitely less effort than switching to another vendor.
Yeah, I was going to say too that I know from my own experience going through the same thing you're doing right now, Gideon. I've gotten so many obsolescence notices from the factories now, because they're not going to reproduce any of the new parts. So I deal with microchip for the last 20 years, and I've got so many notices in the last probably 3 weeks. Don't plan on using these parts ever again, because we're not going to ever reproduce them.
Yeah.
So, and then the quote unquote chip shortage, as you know, is just not chips. It's like everything that has to do with semiconductors, pretty much. Like voltage regulators have got a problem, level shifters, all kinds of things now that have been unavailable. And I've been on allocation for parts with microchip for 20 years. And they did the same thing to me that, Intel's done with you. It's like, you know what? You don't sell 100 million chips, so we're going to have to like take your allocation of your stock and give it to somebody else. So,
right.
And it's like July 2022 is like the quickest I can get some things now as a result. Yeah. If it's going to be reproduced at all. And that was the thing that I was going to make the point with, is there's a lot of chips now that I've used in the past that I have all the IP for, development platform for, they're going to go away completely, which means I'm going to have to go to some other avenue, which is like you got all the startup costs to, reproduce something you already have. So then you have to really focus on, are you going to, make it better next time? Are you not going to do it? Are you going to do something different? So what are your plans in that regard? Are you going to like stay the course and no matter what happens, are you going to like shift a little bit? Have you thought about it?
I find it an interesting question. I am tempted to just redirect the question to you first. How are you into this?
Nice one.
Well, I'd like to redirect my question to Yuri, but Yuri's not in this part of the game. I don't know. Obviously, some things that are planned probably need to be looked at if they're really necessary. But obviously, there's some, flagship products like what you've got. There's not much choice in the matter to keep the brand name alive.
Right.
And you're going to have to shift it at some point. Like you said, that eventually there's going to be some kind of, obsolete parts that are out there that you're using. So you're going to have to shift. Hopefully you made it so that the transition is easy, for the future. You've already prepped for that in your thought process. But there's a lot of times things happen like what's happening now, and you can't really plan for those things. So I think I will, try definitely to stay the course. I think if it requires a complete redesign, then I'll have to go back to look what people have asked about, feature-wise, and then try to implement that at that particular time. Because if you're reinventing the wheel, you might as well include all the nuts and bolts that, should have got in the first place. So that's my plan. How about you, buddy?
I'm pretty much the same in the race in that case, or in that sense. I think a product like Ultimate 64 is too valuable to just let it slip. And honestly, I think that will be producible for for some time still. I have done an obsolescence check on the components when I released it, so I think it can be produced still. Hopefully things have not changed because of the current situation. And if it has, well, then yeah, we just have to make a shift.
Right.
But
right.
I'm not that worried about that. For the cartridge, it is more worrisome because yeah, like I said, it's now currently running on a Cyclone 4, which is going to be end of life. It is replaced with the Cyclone 10, so I can maybe make a shift there. But yeah, lead time wise, it's not going to help me right now. So if I really want to be quick, I might be quicker to use Lattice, because their lead times are like 18 weeks, something like that, which is maybe workable.
Right. So it's a juggling act between development time and availability of parts.
Yeah, and I must be very honest, I haven't made a decision because like I said, it is discouraging. So I have also like refocused a little bit on other things of life, right? You know, I said to my wife, for example, you know what? Sorry, we're not going to be packing a lot of packages anymore in the coming months. So let's work in the house. So we are doing some renovation work that is actually far overdue because of all the work that has been put in other things. And I think it's valuable also to increase, or at least consider the quality of life.
I think you bring up a great point there. Everybody always smiled when you posted yet another picture of thousands of boxes sitting in the backyard, and you and the missus working on doing another packing round. And I always see every comment here on the state side, oh, when is he gonna kind of distribute them from here and all. I think people often don't realize this one family show that you're running with this product, how that just got completely out of hand, let's be clear, and that you have a full-time, very busy daytime job as well. This is, you know, and I think it's good that you make the choice for the family and do some stuff to the house. That house we've all seen from the inside through the pictures in the years, and indeed it may need some paint and other stuff rebuild on it. So I think that's good, and maybe we'll give you some energy as well to kind of give you, you know, what am I going to do next? Because am I going to Jim's point, am I going to go and rewrite to get to the same spot, or should I maybe think a little bit more ahead? What would the next product look like that gonna ultimately succeed what I've got in place now, if I've got to rewrite or relearn and retool something anyways? You know, that those are very, very big decisions, and taking some time to not have to think about that is actually pretty can be pretty healthy.
Yeah, I think it is.
So at this moment in time, because we're going to get that question, which products are available, which products are not available, and due to what is going on, we just don't have any new dates in case people are saving up for Christmas.
Good question. The way it looks like right now, there's going to be nothing before Christmas.
Okay, clear.
So that is very clear.
But that's good. A clear Dutch answer.
Yeah.
Everybody loves a clear Dutch answer.
I wish I could make it any different, but it isn't. That's the way it is. The Ultimate 2 Plus boards are just sold out. There are a couple of Ultimate 64s still coming from factory. You know, I don't know how well you're aware of how factory testing goes, but it is quite normal that some percentage of boards have like a first pass fail.
Yeah.
So they have like a little solder ball somewhere or something. They have to find it. There are a couple of boards still there in the factory from the last run that I didn't have the time to really investigate. I have to help them to investigate, to fix it, basically. Yeah. So I haven't done that yet. So there are a couple coming, maybe 20 or 30.
Okay. And can I assume those all have been spoken for? Because you typically,
they have been spoken for. they have been spoken for. So I can maybe ship those in the
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah, but no new Christmas stock. I think
No.
Again, it underlines, and I think this talk is so good for people to get a little bit of perspective on this. This is not Gideon deciding that he wants a longer 8-week summer vacation or anything. This is Gideon having exhausted any avenue to try and get product and just dealing with the reality that everybody else is dealing with right now. That's in this field.
Exactly. Well, actually, an 8-week holiday is not a bad idea. It's a good thing.
It's probably well deserved too.
No, I get your point. I get your point. Yeah.
So
yeah, it's just the way it is. Well,
yeah.
we are
Yeah.
the Ultimate 64s, or basically only elites, are in the pipeline right now. So I'm waiting for the Intel parts. All other parts are basically already on stock or are acknowledged for this month. So that looks pretty good, except for the FPGA.
Right.
But if the FPGA comes, which I still believe will be probably early next year, because I ordered already in April this year, so cannot take that long.
Right.
I have to be careful with what I say.
Yeah.
But in the end, those are in the pipeline. So I do expect early next year. I don't know exactly when, but I expect to have some Ultimate 64s. But the cartridge is at this point really a no-go.
Yeah, it's complete unknown. Hey, and that's okay. The endless list. I'm going to switch topics a little bit.
Yeah, great.
I think everybody gets that. The endless list of Christmas wishes. I wish that the cartridge. I wish that the board could do the following. I hold a long list for Jim from Jim Drew. Anytime he says or looks like he's had some sleep, I'll have 1 or 2 wishes for his products and his software side more these days, actually. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the many different platforms that wishes get sent from to you? I always wonder, because I see you pop in on Facebook. You're always like very much in the dialogue when you pop in. I see you get it on the GitHub. You get it from friends around you that do a lot of custom code for you as well. And how do you deal with that inundation of hundreds of requests, often repeats?
I filter it out a little bit, to be honest. There are some requests that are just nonsense. Like yeah, okay, I can be kind of hard or harsh to judge on those things. So I hope that the people watching that think that it might be them don't get offended. But there are also some pretty good ideas in them, and sometimes I just have to let it sink in for a little bit and see how it fits in the whole concept.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes it gets granted, sometimes not. It also depends on the roadmap that I already made for myself.
Yeah.
Because I also have a long list of things that I want.
Sure.
Yeah. So
no, I think to remember from last time we spoke is ultimately, nice choice of words there. Ultimately, you don't use the product as much in its original form as you're so involved with the product itself, using a C64 as a machine, as an everyday machine. Is that something you spend a lot of time on yourself still?
No, actually not at all. I use it sometimes to try things out, and for the rest it's all testing.
Yeah, and I know I noticed what is it? I think today, it was even today, you finally got a hold of a koala pad, because apparently the koala pad wasn't working. I was thinking like, wow, I never even realized that. But so you're very much interested as well in those really tight, those corner type cases, that for some reason some oddball piece of hardware doesn't seem to, or this is not even that oddball, doesn't seem to be working. Trying to figure out how do I get that going.
Yeah, I do like those kind of problems, problem huntings. That is actually fun. But it depends on my mood also. Sometimes I'm just in the mood of creating new things. I promised people that I would do the Wi-Fi, right? Some time ago. And then I come along and I sit at my PC and then I talk to people, and then it's like, yeah, the 1581 would be nice. And then I just pull out my editor and then I just start coding.
I start doing that.
And I just start doing something else, and I have to come back to my roadmap and then switch some lines there because it's not exactly in the order that I planned, but
here in the US we call that shiny object syndrome.
Yeah, but that is what a hobby is for. I
think you're absolutely right. I think that keeps the motivation as well. I think, and it's nice to see your smile on this again after such a depressing topic of the hardware. It is, because it is at the end, this is fun. This is a hobby for everybody. No one is buying this for professional use. No one is, running a hospital anymore. There's 2 people back in Poland that still run a car shop on it for alignment of wheels or something. But in general, I think people use their C64 for a lot of fun and reminiscence of days gone by. And it should be fun. It should be fun for the people that use it. Should be fun for the creator like yourself as well.
Absolutely.
So if you would kind of like dare to page ahead a little bit in future of a future product that Gideon is not working on, he's not committing it, he's not giving you a timeline, anything like that. Don't read anything more out of that. I'm telling that to the people that may be watching the video later on.
Right.
What's on Gideon's Christmas list?
Maybe I am very careful with this.
I can imagine, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine if you want to be.
I can pull out my roadmap document that I have and just see if there are some things worth mentioning that I'm confident that it will actually happen. Let me see, where do I have this?
Gideon, I'm not trying to lure anything out of you that people are then going to start harassing you about, okay?
I know, it's fine.
It needs to be a
I put my limit there, don't worry.
Good.
Right, where is it? Recent documents. Let me see. All right, yeah. This is actually something that I would dare to mention because you asked me earlier about testing, right? About how do I manage to test over all those platforms?
Yeah, all these regressions and over these different product platforms. Yep.
Yeah. Actually, I don't do that very well right now, to be very honest. It's a lot of manual work, and honestly, I think that is not the way it should be for a project that I think has reached a professional level.
Yeah.
So while talking to some people, we are really thinking about automating some tests, and for that, I am thinking about exposing all the functions of the Ultimate through an API, external interface.
Yeah.
Mainly for testing, but if it works, of course, you can also use it for many other things.
Other creative uses. Yeah, very
right. So, for example, people could write an app to control it from their phone, or people could write some code to run a slideshow of demos, or all kind of things.
Yeah, very creative use. And something that basically stems from the desire to have a more professional testing setup, and this would be an interesting byproduct or a possible byproduct.
Of course, I would have the byproduct also in mind when I make this or when I design it.
Right.
Because I think it should not serve only one purpose. If I put effort in something, then I should look at a broader use and make it as common as possible.
Right.
So it's probably going to be HTTP based.
Mm-hmm.
So it will follow standard RESTful API kind of formats.
And the calls and
and
which
calls
makes
and
it a
stuff.
lot easier for a lot of people to quickly jump in because it's something that they'll immediately recognize.
Exactly, it's like making a connection between different worlds, right?
Yeah, very, very cool. It's amazing how this and how this product still, you know, you still got new things coming in here. There's still, and you said previously, there's still some space left to create some things in the C64 Ultimate, which is good as well, which allows for some of that creativity. I remember how the streaming started to get built in. That was super useful. A lot of people use that, and a lot of people picked up some of the client side software as well to start creating some useful products for others to use and connecting up. So I think that's been really good.
Yeah, having that API would be nice because you could do a remote debug session if you wanted to. So if somebody has some kind of have a bug, you know, in the US and you're sitting there, you know, where you are, you can log right in and see exactly inside the machine what's going on.
Not sure if I would reach that level, because you also have to go through all kinds of network configuration issues to get that to work. But yeah, it could be. It's possible.
Right. So as far as you not using this, obviously at one point in your life you decided it would be a good idea to set up a personal challenge outside the professional challenge because you work in this field. For anybody that didn't know that yet, your day job is in this field.
Right.
What made you think one day to kind of say, I'm going to create this product? What made the Commodore 64 come back to you? Because it had been stored in a closet for quite a while, I bet, by the time you started thinking about that.
Yeah, I don't know if I have already told the story about how it ever started, but it started with redoing the CPU in a real Commodore based on FPGA, because I was just exploring FPGA technology back at that time and learning about it. We were talking about 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I already had an open Commodore at work where I could plug in an FPGA and do some logic and analyzer stuff. That was just because I thought it was cool. Never thought of making a product out of it, actually. So years later, we a colleague of mine and I, we were just brainstorming about it, and then the idea of the cartridge was born. Because my colleague said, you have a VIC chip. Why don't you use the VIC chip as an interface for a menu that you can just select files and stuff like that? So it was actually a pretty good idea. So and then I came up with bundling it in a cartridge, and then the first Ultimate was born. That was a couple of years after the first CPU stuff. In between those years, I had actually worked on a design of a 32-bit 6502 compatible CPU,
right?
Which never really came to existence. But the design was nice, actually. So
a good learning process.
Yeah, very good learning process. Yeah.
So to try and see if we let's close out on a bit of a light-hearted note. We've been asking similar questions to some of the other speakers.
Yuri, let me jump in here real quick and say, no, we can't close out. We need to drill him some more because Nate needs some time.
Nate needs some time.
Yeah, Nate needs like 15 minutes.
I want to be respectful of the time zone there as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that as well.
You got a few more minutes, Gideon? Are you still?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
I also have something to share with you, Gideon, too, because I wanted to chat with you about the 1571 thing that you went through, because you didn't call me to fill out the answer why the 1571's got the verify issue.
Why does it?
There's something on the chat?
No, to chat with me about it. I know why the 1571 has the verify problem in MFM mode.
Okay.
So we can chat
I
about
also
that.
know now.
Oh, you do?
Why
Okay.
it does.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
But I didn't know you knew.
Yeah, I know. It's in the Commodore source code, actually.
Is it also in the comments?
Yeah. Well, actually, I have got comments for it, but it's in there. There's actually a patch for it in the ROM.
Right. Okay. So
Yep.
I didn't search well enough.
Yeah. So
Basically.
it's basically the problem was the 1770 was used originally, and there was problems with the verify and the MFM mode on 1770, which is one of the reasons why they switched to 1772.
I honestly don't think it has anything to do with it.
Oh, well, that was the comments they had made, and that's why they've got
Okay.
the verify flag, the toggle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
maybe
according to Commodore engineers, that's what it was. So maybe that's not really what it was.
Do you want me to explain
Yeah,
briefly what it is, or was it,
what
is
did
it-
you
is it
find?
going to go too detailed?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
there's
what-
not. There's an audience for all of it.
yeah. What did you find then?
Okay. No, basically it is everything to do with timing. So because that was the difference also in my implementation.
Mm.
When you do a write sector, right?
Mm.
You have, I don't know if you're very much aware of how the floppy disk controller works. You push a command to it, and then the busy flag gets set, and then it executes the command, or in the meantime it requests bytes from you in the case it's writing, and then the software kind of waits for the busy bit to get cleared. Then it knows it's done, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens in the code in the 1571 is the following. You have a write routine, and it jumps after writing all the bytes, it jumps directly to the verify code. What happens there is that the floppy disk controller did request the last byte to be written, but the code assumes that by then it's also done, which it isn't, because in write mode it will also append the CRC and the gap, and only then, after it has written those bytes, it is done. So what happens is that the code assumes it's done, tries to push the verify command, but because the write command is not yet done, the verify command does not get registered in the chip. And because it doesn't get registered in the chip, the next step is that the verify code waits for the verify to be ready.
Mm-hmm.
But it sees, hey, the verify is ready. But actually, that is not the verify that is ready. That's the write that is ready.
Gotcha.
And then it checks the verify flag, and then
it all goes.
It bails out. And that's interesting. What happens next? Because the API of the verify function is different in the caller as in the function itself, because that's another bug, and that is why it passes. Because the verify itself always fails, but because the function returns with the carry flag
Cleared.
set or cleared.
It's cleared, yeah. I just looked at the source code for it, yeah.
Yeah, they think the verify succeeded.
Right. That makes sense, yeah.
So, but it has never executed.
Yeah.
So it is like a double bug that hides itself, basically.
It's an
they actually patched it for that too, which is kind of strange that the patch that they made was to make the clear flag before they returned.
Right.
Yep.
Right. That.
So obviously they knew there was a problem, and this is basically just works around whatever that happens to be, I guess.
Yeah, but it still doesn't. How do you say that? It still doesn't fix the fact that the verify is never executed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So that's an interesting. Well, obviously we should document it somewhere at some point, because everything does get documented on this machine. We had earlier on, we had Jim Brain on, and Jim Brain, I don't think you've seen the talk, but Jim Brain, was explaining in 1996 what the World Wide Web was. And it's still around, and had been around many years before. So it's definitely a tidbit that I'm going to check with him as part of his documentation of everything library of Commodore. It's fun to see that after all these years, we still find new things. And the machine is still generating debate. And the machine is still, you know, enticing people to kind of say, oh, no, I want to go back. And this is some of the fond memories that I got from back in those days. You would have listings that you create, programs that you would create, and you gather with your friends and talk about who made the best code patch and who was, and it's still doing that. It is really a maker machine.
Yeah,
everything
really
surrounding it is it's a maker machine. So let's do a couple of the questions we did. We had Chris Ableton, who's a famous Commodore 64 remixer. He's also the one that did the big orchestra, the live orchestra performance of several of the Rob Hubbard songs, and you know, all the other famous music composers. We asked them some random questions to basically test their memory of what was good and bad. What you may have seen in the background of me, I'm playing a top 75 of best games made for the C64.
Right.
Now, what is your best game? You got to choose one. The best game for the C64, the one that you really, really enjoyed.
I was
one game we
much
know
of
that will work flawless on any product you'll ever create.
I don't even test it, to be very honest, but I have never really been that much of a gamer. But to be fair, I played quite a bit of Giant Sisters.
Okay, yeah, Giant Sisters, yeah.
Yeah, to the point that my friends and I actually created Giant Sisters 2 by so I was basically the one who had reverse engineered the game and started to understand how the levels were stored and what every byte meant there. And yeah, so we started to create our own levels with a small editor that I made for it.
Yeah.
But the engine is just completely the same. The music is completely the same. The graphics completely the same, but it's just new levels.
That's
actually great. it is released, and it is somewhere on CSDB, or it's available.
We're gonna have to look it up at some point, indeed.
Yeah.
Did you started off with a C64 with a tape drive or a floppy drive? We have a lot of tape in this CRX year. There's a lot of tape love around.
Yeah, well, I think there's a difference between the US and Europe in that regard, because in Europe, the tape was far more popular to start with. Yeah. The floppy drive was actually rather expensive for us back then. So, and definitely for young kids like me.
Yeah, it was tape.
It was definitely tape to start with. Yeah, but I did get a drive later on. I could buy a secondhand drive from a friend, basically a friend of my brother, and it already had the Speedos ROM in it, and parallel cable.
Jim, let's rewind that a little bit. It already had the Speedos ROM in it. It had proper speed because I had a parallel speeder. That's something else in the US you'll see very, very rarely.
Yeah, we never did that.
Parallel speeders are not. It's all Epic's fast loader here and other subpar products. No. Other products.
No,
where in Europe,
the difference
we
was
had
that you guys in Europe were a lot more adept at taking apart your disk drive and computer,
right,
and all that. And we were like more users, I think, here, where people were very afraid of actually putting a parallel cable in because they didn't want to destroy the computer. Because again, cost. You know, when you're a kid, you don't want to like rip it apart and then it doesn't work and then you're in trouble. Right. So I think that's a big difference there.
It might be interesting to tell you that back in the days, and I must say I was like 13 or something like that in that time. I used to go to computer clubs every month or so, and they had a repair desk. And my friends would just go around and see all kinds of games or software or those kind of stuff. And I was just always standing there on the back because they had some kind of a podium, or how do you say it, like a stand. They were sitting on the ground floor, but you could also there was also like a little bit higher floor, like a
raised
floor, like 3 feet up or something like that. And I was just standing or sitting there, just watching them solder and watching them change chips and watching them also debug and see what chip was faulty. So I learned a lot from that, basically, at that time. And I remember when I got that SpeedOS disk drive, I still didn't have a ROM in the 64. So I went to the repair desk to have a switchable socket there for the kernel ROM. And then I still had to find an EEPROM to put it. And of course I had to buy the SpeedOS. But yeah, there were other computers there that had SpeedOS. So I knew it. I could go into the monitor and just save E000 to FFFF to a file.
Yeah.
And I just okay, so that is basically a little bit stolen, maybe. So
it was the right to copy back in the days.
The right to copy. So I had that. I went from one desk to the other one, and just had it put there on a floppy disk, and I went to someone else to have it burn in the EEPROM, and that's how I got my SpeedOS.
It's really nice that the ultimate product actually allows people to experiment a little bit with the parallel DOS, Dolphin DOS, Speed DOS, all of that built in, because a lot of people would have not been exposed to that here in the US. It was cost prohibitive. There were also products that had already taken over the market. So by the time that became more prevalent here, people were just used to using mostly like things like Jiffy DOS or an Epic's speed loader via cartridge. Where in Europe, especially if you went to the gatherings or the copy parties, as we called them back in the day, if you didn't have a speed DOS and you didn't have 15-second copy, you probably would be last in line, if you will.
Absolutely.
To make a backup of your proudly owned software.
Yeah.
And so it's good to kind of see that in the product as well. Now, NTSC, obviously the eternal debate between PAL and NTSC. Do you own any NTSC unit yourself? Any real C64 unit?
Yeah. I bought one in Mexico.
Okay. Do we need to, at some point in time, send you an SX64 as well, so we figure out a way to get that cartridge work on an SX64 without giving us a headache? It is.
I don't know.
You like figure? Well, you're fixing the koala pad now, apparently. So
yeah, but I know that it is a problem in the Ultimate 64. It's something. It's a problem in something I made.
Okay.
And with the SX64, I think it is kind of a noisy bus that really screws things up.
Yeah, mine works great on an SX64. I have a Magic SX64 apparently.
He's got one Magic SX64.
Yeah,
the only one I've ever seen in the US that actually, and I've seen it works. And I had one a few weeks ago that I thought it worked, and then I put the SX64 down, and then it broke again. I'm sure 90% of the problem is the SX64.
Oh, for sure, that cartridge bus is noisy.
Yeah. It's
and the FPGA chips are very sensitive because they're very fast, so they register false clock edges and those kind of things, and then things get bugged. So maybe I should have added some filtering there or something like that. But wow,
it's something on Yuri's Christmas.
Yeah, don't worry about it because mine works fine. In fact, I didn't know there was a problem at all with it. And Yuri was at CRX and he's like, how's that work? I was like, what do you mean? Like, works fine. So this isn't supposed to work. It's like, works fine on mine. Sorry about you guys.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's been that's definitely a machine that's just troublesome. It's just a troublesome machine. The SX64 is a finicky machine in every which way. They break very easily. When you repair them, they can break again. And they got all the usual problems, the RAM and all of that. It's just the way it got constructed. You can just see that that one, more than any of the other machines, it was not meant to last 30, 40 years. It just needs a little bit more TLC in order to keep it going.
Right. Yeah, so I think the number of units still around of SX64 is also not that great.
No.
Yeah,
and they've gotten so expensive. Soon they will only be available in museums or collectors that will never dare to turn them on because they've just gotten up in price so much.
Yeah, between our little group, we have, 15 or 20 of them?
Yeah, quite a few indeed.
Yeah, but that is also a reason that I wouldn't ask for people to send me one, because it would not be fair, and it might also break during transport and stuff. So I think, nah, let's not go there.
I hear you.
Well,
So-
Gideon,
so-
we can let him go if you want to. I hate to keep getting too late because it's past midnight your time, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's 11.
Oh,
So
okay.
The hour of the mad people.
Yeah.
The current Elite, which is the one to have. I can say that now because I know there's none available, and those people that have signed up for it, they may be lucky if they're high enough on the list. The one to have. I think I heard a lot of people say, you know, the Elite versus the normal one. There's really no big technical difference between those two. There's no reason. There's no reason to have one or the other, really, if you're going to use it as a replacement of your current C64.
mm-hmm.
Would you agree? Because you often see whole debates about that on the Facebook as well. Which one of these two to get? I would say whichever one you can get your hands on is probably the right answer. No.
Right, there are some differences. There used to be more differences, but at some point I decided to let them converge into one hardware design.
Yeah.
So before, the non-elites had jumpers to set to configure the SID, for example, the voltage and the filter settings. But yeah, also the non-elites are now jumperless. So the differences are really the sockets of the SIDs and the joystick swapper.
Right.
That's it. That's the only
really
difference.
Right. So Gideon, I know that you're going to be in a bit of what they call a lull time when it comes to waiting for parts, really, and hoping for a miracle there, hoping that that the industry will spin itself back up. You're going to work on the house, which is fantastic. We're going to see a few less pictures of boxes in the garden. How can we help? What can the community do to help? What is it? What is the community can do? Because the community is going to have a little bit of patience, and it's not caused by Gideon. It's caused by the larger industry. How can the community best help keep you motivated? So once the industry spins back up, Gideon is back with big smile and full force.
Oh, I honestly must say that the community is already great the way it is. I'm very thankful for all the support, all the nice feedback, and I have nothing to complain really, Judy. Really. So yeah, just some patience. But I must say, except for the Dutch people tend to be very patient.
I hear you. I know exactly what you're on about. I know exactly what you're on about.
I'm just joking, because, but it is there's a little bit of truth in it. Dutch people, Netherlands is a very small country, and everyone is used to when you order it today, you get it tomorrow. That's basically how it used to be, at least. And I don't work like that, and I cannot work like that, and that is sometimes causes a little bit of misunderstanding. But in general, people are very nice.
Yeah. Hey,
so I have nothing to complain.
That's a great ending. Gideon, first of all, thank you for great products.
Yeah.
Second, thank you for sharing a lot as well. I know we had Stephanie Allaire on. You've helped her with some of the SIDs that you've always been good to giving back to the community as well, with both your technical knowledge. You're very transparent and open in the struggles that you go through, the learnings that you have. That's really a fantastic trait that you got. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for showing up again after last year. I'm going to pencil you in for next year again.
Sure.
And just thank you for making the time. Thank you for the community outreach. We'll all try and be patient, and we're all hoping for speedy recovery. And if you get really bored, maybe we should just get some pictures of how how the work at the house is progressing.
I have to discuss that with the wife first. But can I ask you a question in return?
Absolutely.
How are things going there in the States? Are you going back to meeting in real life, or
Yeah,
is it
that's
just
a great question. If you just look at the country as a whole, obviously the US being as big of a country as it is, it differs very much per state.
Yeah.
And you'll see certain states where vaccinations are really, really high and precautions have been taken. And there's other states that are a little bit different of a strategy. That's just how the US works. That's just part of how the culture of the US works. Most people are very, very careful when it comes to the place of work. A lot of people, if not most, still, where possible, will work remote. Obviously, if you're in an industry where you just have to be physically present, that's different. Most of the very large tech companies have decided to further postpone their getting back to the workplace quite a bit to at least January, February. And a lot of people are hesitant to try and figure out kind of what their future looks like. Is it really necessary to be back in a workplace in the way that we used to be? Depending on where you live in the country, traffic is a big issue to get to your place of work. And people are saying, maybe I should start working from home a few days and maybe just come in when it's really needed and where it adds to the presence of work. When it goes to everyday life, very different per state. Some states are fully open and some states are pretty locked down still. It's a difficult dialogue as well because of the choices that people make. And
that I'm very aware of.
And that's something that we all have to be respectful of. You know, that's part of what the US culture is as well. You got to be respectful of that. And I think the Delta variant was the one that kicked our butt. I think that one came at a really bad moment, caused a humongous setback for many people. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, understandable.
And you know, we're now getting into a phase in the US where a third dose is starting. There's now the dialogue about young kids, so between 5 and 11 years old. In the US, as of 12 years old, you can get vaccination. 5 and 11 is thought to be at round about Thanksgiving to maybe be available. And then again, that's going to be a choice point for many parents to consider whether or not their child will be part of that or not. It's been a polarizing dialogue in the country, unfortunately.
It's the same here. There's not much difference there.
Yeah. You know, my industry.
But I was mainly referring at the gatherings. I mean, now we are doing everything online in Zoom, and I know that there were some gatherings before of Commodore.
Midwest VCF Midwest took place in the Illinois area. Worked well. There's some gatherings. I live in California and I live in the High Tech Valley. We're going to have California Extreme coming up, but you're going to have to show vaccination record. So it's very dependent again on the state. For this year for CRX, the wise choice was made to do it virtual again.
Yeah, we had talked about it in early of the year, and we were all getting out our protractors and our calculators to figure out how bad it was going to be. We thought, you know what, we just better plan on this. And it turned out that Las Vegas, where we hold this event every year, we couldn't even book a room. They're not even booking rooms at all for conventions right now. And so we don't have a choice in the matter in that regard. So we figured, well, you know, we can always get Gideon back and we can make a great show.
But Gideon, I would start thinking about a plot to maybe make it out to Vegas next year for maybe a live event. Might be a good.
Yeah, that would be very nice. I've never been in any of those events in the States, so it would be very nice to do so. So that is mainly the reason why I was probing a little bit on that.
Oh, well, we'll just pencil you in now then.
What?
We'll just pencil you in right now.
Oh, no. It has to be it has to be planned a little bit better than that. But yeah, it would be nice. It would be really nice. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay, guys, I can see that my laptop battery is running out, so
Okay.
I
We got
have
Nate
to,
here
yeah.
too. So Gideon, once
Sorry?
again, thank you very much for joining us. It was good to see you again. We appreciate you stopping by.
It is. You're all very welcome, and thank you for inviting me. It is. Yeah, it's a great talk. Thank you, Yuri, and thank you also for inviting me here.
Dank je wel.
Oké.
Hoi.
Take
Ja,
care.
graag gedaan. Tot de volgende keer.
All right.
See you.
Well, it's always good to have Nate. Nate, you're up there.
All right, just a second while I share slides.
Okay, so this is Nate Lawson, and Nate is going to do a presentation, and he'll go through the whole history of this whole thing, but something that I became aware of on our first CRX, 2017, when we had Randy actually pop up to our event. So that was a neat thing. So Nate's going to talk about the Habitat program and basically reconstructing Habitat's world from all the backup copies. And we'll get Nate back here doing his slides. Nate's connecting to the audio. All right, got you back, and unmute you. There you go. All right. So there you are, Nate.
Okay, and I'm sharing slides. You got them on?
Yep.
Perfect. All right, great. Well, as you said, I'm Nate, and been working on a lot of retro computing stuff. Developed the Zoom floppy about 10 plus years ago for recovering GCR data from Commodore floppy drives. And I am talking today about Habitat, which is one of the first, or the first, MMO, and it came out in the Commodore 64 in 1986. But very few people have actually seen it or played it. If you aren't familiar with Habitat, basically it's a game where multiple users would join from their Commodore 64s. It was only supported in the Commodore 64, and it would let them do all the things you can do in modern MMOs today. It's graphical. You had an avatar you could walk around in the world. You could carry things in your inventory. There was currency. You could trade with people. You could even kill people with a weapon. And it was a large world that Lucasfilm had created for people to explore, Lucasfilm Games. And people got really excited about it. It was on Quantum Link, which was an early online service for the Commodore 64 mostly, and became AOL eventually. And Habitat went through a few iterations. It started as Habitat, never really launched as that, kind of went into beta. And then before it launched, it was converted to something called Club Caribe, or Club Caribe, more of an island theme. It later turned into a couple other iterations of things on the PC, like Worlds Away. And the creators of it have gone on to do some amazing things since then. So here's a few screenshots of Habitat. And here it is running in Vice. There's a new project called Neo Habitat, where Randy and his crew have reconstructed the server side and had it run on modern PCs. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. But as you can see in the screenshot, you got a few avatars. They're actually hanging out in someone's house. You had homes in Habitat, and you could chat both privately as well as group chat. And so there are objects as well that you could interact with, like the couch here. They're sitting on couches and chairs. And you also could interact with more complex objects. Like here it shows a news machine where someone would actually write a newsletter and update it, say, weekly. And you could put a coin into the news machine and pull a newspaper out of it and then read the news from your inventory and it would be the latest newsletter the person had written. There's graffiti, there's streets, as you can see, there's transporters to move over the large world, and it was pretty well thought out. So originally, Habitat ran on a Stratus mainframe. That was what Quantum Leak had on hand. And it interacted with a pretty heavyweight client software that took advantage of the Commodore 64 and sprites and all the things that it could do on the disk there. The server would send over the modem a really small compressed binary protocol of region changes, and then the client on the C64 would reconstruct it on the screen in real time. From that, though, the original Stratus was lost. They had some backups of it, but the hardware was very old and not in use anymore. There was a project to try to reconstruct Habitat by rebuilding the Stratus mainframe, and they got somewhere with it. I'm not sure where it ended up, but it wasn't completely fully operating. So Randy went and created NeoHabitat, which uses JSON files and Java and serves things over the internet. And so you can join Habitat servers today or make your own, and using the original software or software running in Vice, you can interact with it. So, but the artifacts we had out of this were a bunch of paper maps and scans of the paper maps that they had drawn by hand back in the day. Some things, two types of files called riddle files and griddle files. These were just server-side binary files of some of the world state. And then some people had gone and worked really hard by hand to reconstruct the regions in JSON format by looking at, say, screenshots like I just showed you, and going and saying, okay, well, we've got a vending machine here and a fire hydrant there, and kind of trying to piece it together to look like the screenshots that had been saved in the past, because some of that data was completely lost. But there was one thing that they also had that they had not yet gotten into. And this was Chip Morningstar, who was one of the tools developers on the original project. He had made a backup of the Habitat server from the Stratus, maybe, I'm gonna say around 1987. We weren't sure exactly what the time frame was, but he had these binary blobs, about 24 megabytes in size. That was the entire database. And they were wondering, what could we grab out of this? They didn't even know like what was in there. They had an idea what would be there, but no one had really looked into detail. So I came in and was interested in this. So I started looking at these files and trying to reverse engineer the format. This is a hex dump of the region database. And there's a series of recurring fields. You can see here, this is actually the exterior and interior of 74 Eric Avenue. And there's a few fields you can see here, such as the ASCII names of the two regions. Regions are just rooms, and some flags associated with the flags would have things like, are there exits north, south, east, west from this room? And what are some specific options for the room? Like, can people be killed here? Is this like out in the wilderness, or is this within a safe town where players can't do that? And there's a few other flags there. Where are the nearest port, like teleport, and some things to help you navigate the world as well. And so I started reverse engineering this and looking at other code that they had created and trying to reverse engineer the flags from it. And I got somewhere. And then there's another database called the MC Object Database. And this had all the object contents. And so each of these objects could belong to one or more regions. And there's an identifier field to figure out which region they're associated with. In this case, there's a sign here. So you can see it says Mssiah down the bottom right. And it had this sort of wide byte format for the ASCII text with zeros in between. And that was how you found the objects. So I went through painstakingly matching up the types of objects people had and some documents they had on sort of the object IDs. They were mostly correct, but there were about 3 or 4 different text files that described some of the contents of these, and it didn't exactly match the things I was finding in the database. So we had to kind of guess at some of the flags and then match up to the behavior to known regions, and then say, okay, yeah, this room looks correct and it has the right object contents, and that matches something that they had gotten from, say, a griddle file or a riddle file. And from that, we confirmed carefully that each of the bits that I identified were correct. So great. So I had a way of dumping out a bunch of regions and a bunch of objects associated with those regions. But it was a little bit confusing because this database was not just like it was a snapshot in time, but it had old data in it as well. So all these fields, there was nothing to tell what was in use or not. That was a separate index file that wasn't part of the database backup. So I didn't know which of these fields were live and which were dead or whatever. So it's a bunch of fragmentary pieces. And in fact, multiple versions, like as they would make revisions to these rooms, they would often just bump the ID or pick a different ID and then just copy it over and make a few tweaks to it. And so it was kind of hard to tell what was the newest version of a room and what was the old one. So I came up with a way of automatically reconstructing it. There were 10,000 room and region IDs that got out of this thing, and there's no way I was going to do it by hand. So I borrowed from my day job, which is software security. And in this case, there's a program called BinDiff that was created by Thomas Julian and Rolf Rolls about 12 years ago, and maybe a little more than that. And the goal of this program was to find patches in binaries. So as a vendor, like Microsoft was releasing new updates to their software, that people wanted to know what bugs were they fixing and what changed between an older version of a binary and a newer one. And binaries are kind of difficult to compare to each other because there's a lot of things that change when you just recompile it or add a new file to it or whatever, such as offsets and addresses and symbol tables and things like that. And not all those really matter. And so the question was, what logical changes actually happen between these? So it's a very interesting algorithm based on a few heuristics. The first step is you just find exact matches of, say, functions. So if you want to compare all the functions, you can say, okay, I'll hash all the opcodes in a function and in both binaries. And then if I find an exact match of the hash to the other binary, and it's the only function with that same hash, because you could have the same duplicate code in multiple functions, it will call it an exact match. And then if the first pass collects all these exact matches, it could also say things like, if the functions both reference the same string, like hello world or something, and that string is the only reference from any function within both files, then you can confirm that those are the same functions. So once you have those exact matches, then you still have a lot of missing functions because functions change and optimization changes, et cetera. So what you do is you iteratively add neighbors based on the closest match. So for each function, you look at both the caller of that function and the callees. And you say, okay, comparing all the callees against each other, what's the best matching score? So you can say, well, instead of hashing all the opcodes in all the callees, I'll convert them to text and then do, like, say, a string edit distance between those two. And the function with the closest string edit distance out of all the callees of this function, I'll match those two up. And then you go down to the less and less good matches for the remainder. And at some point you hit a threshold and you say, okay, these things are too far apart to really match them. You could do other things, like if a function makes two calls to callees, like calls callee A and B, then you can say, if you've matched the caller in both binaries, then the first function call you find is probably callee A, and the second is probably callee B between the two. So these heuristics allow you to incrementally match binaries, and it works really well. So I thought, hey, why can't we use this for Habitat? So I created something that does Habitat region diff. And the idea is the same. What it does is it takes my dump of the database and the JSON data that people have created by hand and the riddle files, and takes all these different sources and then matches them up against each other. And what we start with is exact matches. So if a region has a name, a lot of the regions don't have names, but if it has a name, and after stripping off any leading and trailing spaces, the name matches exactly one other region in the other set, and it's exactly the same string, then we'll say, okay, those are the same regions. Sign text. So there are often signs in various rooms, as you saw before, like the newsroom. So if there's a sign there and there's a message on the sign, and again, if that sign is only in one room and it exists in the other one, then match those up. Riddle files will sometimes have an ID you can use to match that. So if I have the same numerical ID from the database that matches the riddle ID, we use that as exact match. And finally, item list. So what I did was take the list of items in the room, sort them by the item type, the X and Y position, and a few other things. So you basically get a stable sort against the two, just in case items got reordered in the database, because the order doesn't really matter. It's really the complete set of things. Then hash that set of objects. And if I get an exact match where there's only one room that has all these same objects, then confirm that, okay, this is the same room. So once you have the set of exact matches, then you iteratively expand from there with fuzzy matches. So the first fuzzy match is just object contents. So for each room, we look at the edit distance between the this room and the other rooms. And so, for example, if there are small like X and Y position changes in objects, or the sign text changed by a few characters, we just we can confirm those matches as a fuzzy match. But also similar to bindiff for binaries, you can compare neighbor directions. So if you've got an exact match between two regions and you go north from both of those, the north neighbor is probably the same region, not certainly, but probably the same region. And so we do a fuzzy diff against those two. And if they're within some threshold of match, then we confirm those matches too. And then we continue walking outward from all the exact matches, adding in neighbors if they match for the object contents and other things above some bar. Because there are weird changes that have happened in the map, so you can't always confirm those. So I use that to go and construct a mapping between the hand reconstructed database in NeoHabitat and then all the regions within the database backup. So the next question is, once you've got these matches and matched, I think 90-something% of the region of the 10,000 rooms from this, what do you do with that? So I wanted to look at how do we visualize the map data. So the first step, as any computer person usually does, is throw it in GraphViz. So I took the database dump, and obviously you can't see the labels on this, but I just threw all the rooms that had connections to each other. I created a dot file, which is just edge-to-edge mappings from all the rooms. And this is an undirected graph. So basically, if two rooms are connected, there's an edge. There's no arrow showing which direction the edge goes. And you can see already, though, that there's a few clusters here. So it's not a very useful display. It's not something you would use to navigate a game, but you can see a few things here. So looking at this in a little more detail, throwing out the a few extraneous regions that are disconnected. Here is looking at the labels. So we can see this is Poppy Stop. Poppy Stop is actually an apartment building. I'll go into a little bit more detail about that in a minute. These are the streets. So every avatar in Habitat has its own home, and the homes are connected by streets. So this is sort of the neighborhoods of the town. There's downtown, which has a lot of stores and games you can play and stuff like that. And then finally, there's the woods, which is a place you kind of get lost wandering around. And these are sort of four main areas in Populous, which is the main town. Let's go look at those disconnected areas, though. So one set of objects is an island. In fact, this is Dulce Island. I'll let you figure out why it's named that. But Dulce Island was built for a quest. And the idea was they hide a treasure somewhere on this island and provide clues here and there, and then have a treasure hunt for all the avatars. And I think someone solved it pretty quickly, but they spent a lot of time setting up this contest to see who could find the treasure. And this island has a cave, which is kind of the lower right side and the lower left side. And you can kind of see the different rooms, how they're connected to each other. There's a few other clusters. This is the desert. The desert's kind of like the maze in Adventure, where there's a maze of twisty passages, all different. And there's Back 40. Back 40 is also a woods area with a cottage of, I think, Baba Yaga or something like that. There's a cottage for that in this in Back 40. So it's kind of an interesting place to get lost. And Back 40 and the woods are both areas that allow player kills. So that's a little bit more of a wild area. So that's great. Like GraphViz gives us a rough understanding of the territory, but let's see if we can make it something usable. In fact, maybe can we automatically generate a map that's useful for players today? So here's one of the paper maps that was scanned in for Populous. One weird thing about this, you'll see, I'll zoom in a little bit. Look at the compass. So up is west. And I decided while I was at least developing these tools, that I couldn't deal with this, because even though that's sort of the original way that they laid things out in this game, it was super confusing, as I'd be like, okay, if I exit north from this room, I'm to the right, and it was just really confusing. So I rotated all the coordinates 90 degrees. So the maps that I generate are going to be, north is going to be up. But for this case, you can kind of see what we had as far as paper artifacts. So this is downtown, and there's a few key things here. One is that there's pawn shops on the right. There's a furniture store, general store on the left. At the top, there's a meeting hall, and associated with this downtown, there are also things like an arcade. So you can play checkers or backgammon with people online. There's fountains, sort of a central meeting area in the middle here, right around that circle. And it was very interesting, kind of the feel of the town that they put together here. So I decided, let's do a 2D tile map, because if we're going to do a 2D map, tile sets are kind of fun. And you can search around online and find some free tile sets. And it was going to be a little bit of work to recreate all the look of every room. So I started with just the streets. So at the top row of this map, there's a bunch of street tiles. And so I had to think of like how to attack this problem, because as you can see from the GraphViz output, it was really confusing. And there wasn't an easy automated way to do all this. So I decided to start with a small neighborhood, and Dulce was what I started with. And manually, I forced the layout apart. So I just say, for this tile, or for this region, push it over 10 squares to the right, or push it 10 squares to the left, just to kind of spread everything out. I didn't want to do a force-directed graph, because we're dealing with Cartesian coordinates. And so everything is north, south, east, west. There's no reason to have arbitrary fractional force pushing things apart like springs. So I manually forced a few clusters apart. I added some heuristics for how it would do the mapping beyond that, to make the layout more pleasing. So for example, as it's routing a road, it would say, well, I'm going to drop something here and it's going to collide with something else. So I'll keep pushing the road out further. I'll grow the road farther left or farther north or whatever to leave some space. I looked for oddities, like what's going on here? What are the weird things going on in this map? Comparing it to the paper maps as well. And finally, I wanted to clean up the appearance of tiles. So here's what I started with. This is Dulce, and these are all little road sections. And the road sections are basically correct. There's like T's and elbows and up, down, etc. And this is with manual pushing sort of the four coordinates out left and right from there. Then I drew connected roads. So this is just a standard line drawing algorithm of just, for when there's more space between things, just grow the road to spread across the space. And then I ran the same algorithm for the entire map. And this is actually not really the entire map. This has on the far right and the far left, there are neighborhoods, or the streets. And at the very top is the woods. And sort of in the middle to the left a little bit is the downtown. But right near there, going right down the center of this, there's something called I-5, which was a central north-south road that would let you get between major areas. And I left off Popustop. Popustop is the apartment building. So as they were growing this world, they realized, with all these neighborhoods here, they didn't have enough to assign every avatar to their own home. So they created Popustop, which was an apartment building. And this was actually the first auto-generated regions they created. So they had a script on the server side that they'd run that they'd say how many rooms they wanted to have. And it would, every time they needed a new floor, it would tack on an elevator lobby and throw some plants in it, some other things. And then for each floor, it would lay out a certain number of apartment buildings. And so people would just be I'm at Popu stop number 1234, something would be their home address, instead of, 123 Randy Street or Randy Road or whatever. So yeah, so this was a rough layout. I used this just to get an idea about what the different regions were. Here it is with connected streets. And again, it's kind of ugly, but you start to get an idea of the different neighborhoods. And this is zooming in on one of the streets. So there's this way and wrong way, Baker Street, and Laurie Lane at the bottom. And each of these has an interior, which is the top of this each of these little lines, and an exterior, which is the T at the main road. So you'd walk back and forth on the road, and you can walk into 46 wrong way. And if you walk out to the road and walk to the east, you go to 56 wrong way, and there'd be a T there, intersection at each of these. And at either end of these things, there'd be a transporter. So at the very top in the middle at this way, for example, there might be a transporter at the end of the road, and you could use that to teleport to other areas because the map was so big. The nice thing about, by the way, about having homes is that you could drop your objects in your home and other people couldn't come in unless you let them come in. You kind of unlock your door or not if you want people to come visit you. And you have mailbox and other things like that. So it's kind of an interesting metaphor. Here's downtown. And I did some more layout stuff here. It kind of pushes things around. In the center is the plaza with the fountain. At the top are some stores like the bar, pawn shop, Main Street. There's the library on the right top corner. And then to the right middle is the auditorium and the arcade. And so it has checkers, chess, and backgammon. Down below, there's something called the New U, and sort of below center. That is, the New U is where you could go and actually change your avatar's heads or repaint your avatar to different colors if you wanted to. And that was a lot of fun, people customizing their avatars. There's the sheriff's office. The sheriff could put you in jail. It has an evidence room. There's a courtroom where they'd actually have people gather to decide what to do to an avatar who was acting out. And it was all kind of a fun in-game experience. And so there's a restaurant and a bar, etc. So one thing you might notice from this, there's a gray street in the middle right. And the gray street is actually something I added for an oddity, which was that from Broadway Cross to Woods Road, I-5, which is on the far right there, it goes underneath a few buildings. And so instead of pushing the whole map apart even more to leave room for that road, I drew roads differently to go underneath other locations. Here it is zooming in a bit on the plaza and the center of town there. So oddities I found as I was going through the map and debugging things. First of all, as I mentioned, some streets can go under other regions. So we need to draw something as an underpass, as I called it. There are also self edges. So I'll show you that in a second, but there are rooms where if you exit to the north, you end up back in the same room again. There are also non-Cartesian edges. So you could exit from the north of a room and end up in a room far to the south of where you started from. And this was what was messing with a lot of my automatic map drawing approaches. They added these features in order to make things more interesting for users. When you have a purely Cartesian map, it gets really boring. It's very regular. There's only so many ways you can organize a grid. So this added some flair to it. So for example, here's back 40. This demonstrates a few of these characteristics. So back 40 is the one that has like Baba Yaga's cottage. That's on the far left there. And this is off of I-5 as well, so sort of towards the south. And what happens here is you can see there's a grid. It's not perfect grid. There's a few areas where there aren't exits. And along the left side of this, you can see some labels. So what I did was, if an edge exited and the room itself was not at coordinates that were, as it was doing dynamic layout, it would assign rough coordinates to everything. So it would iterate, sorry, I forgot to mention how it generates the coordinates. So it didn't have any coordinates to start with. We just had connected edges. So what I did was I started from a stable point on the graph in one of the streets. And then I had the algorithm walk from there. So it walks, say, south. And after it walked south, it would say, okay, where am I now? So then it would create XY coordinates that were 0, -1 for that object from the start room. And so it would just walk through the entire map. And as you can see here, like when it would walk west, it would say, okay, going from back 4075 to back 4074, okay, everything's working. And then it would get to the left-hand side and back 4071, it'd say, well, this maps back to back 4061, which is south. So even though you're exiting to the west, the room you end up in would be to the south, and that's a non-Cartesian edge. So instead of drawing a line there or something like that, which would be a little more complex, I just labeled those. So anytime you see a label on the exit of a room, that's just saying that when you exit that direction, say west from that room, you'll end up in a different area, and you can look up the label to figure out where that is. On the lower right-hand side of this, you can also see self edges. So if an exit directs back to the same room, I just drew a round arrow there, and the map program generates those automatically. So this made it look a lot cleaner, and the maps actually looked a lot more like the paper versions of this. Here's the beach, which is another example of this. So at the top of the beach, it exits to say 0F, exits to 0A, which is at the very bottom. So these are like two north-south roads that loop around like this. So if you go to the west side of the beach or the east side of the beach and just walk north or south, you'll keep looping back around on yourself. But it seems like you're walking down a really long beach. And if you walk in the middle one up to the north, there's a beach house. And that was kind of an interesting thing. In the same way, if you exit to the east off of some of these beach ones that are labeled, you end up one square below. So exiting off of beach 2D ends you up on beach 2C down below, and so on. There's really only one true entrance and exit to the beach, which is on the bottom right-hand side, and that connects to I-5. Here's the desert. As I mentioned, that's kind of like a bunch of twisty passages, all different. And this has all non-Cartesian and self-edges and all that stuff. And even with all that and a little bit of manual assistance, my algorithm just could not make sense of it, just because it's completely random, all these connections. So rather than try to optimize for this case, I'll probably just, it's only a limited number of rooms, I'll probably just give it some hints to say, here's a visually pleasing way to lay out all these things, and then be done with it. At some point, this is all old data, and it's true that while the real database is continuing to grow and be maintained, it's not changing that much. So you don't really need a generalized tool for some of these cases. All right, so remaining tasks. There's still a bunch of work to be done on this. It's already been very useful to generate a map for people who have used this map generated automatically to go explore Habitat for the first time. So new users are using it. We need a few different things. The first one's for the region diff. So for region diff, I want to create a workflow tool that will allow an analyst to go through and confirm and reject matches. So the general iterative approach to this would be, it generates a bunch of exact matches or whatever. Those are stable. And then it goes and generates fuzzy matches. And so we can go through the set of fuzzy matches and say, yeah, these are all good or whatever. Or for things that we don't like it matching, we can go tell it, hey, don't match these two to get to each other. I already had to do that for one room that was kind of, I think it was just a garbage record where it matched something else that happened to be a dangling reference in the real map, and it wasn't a correct match. So I added one of those in, but it'd be nice to have a little workflow where we can confirm that and sort of find the areas where there's new map data. Because already just exploring this stuff, we found a lot of things in the database backup that just, there are no other documentation about it anywhere. So for example, there's a haunted house that existed in the town, in the downtown. It doesn't exist in the current downtown, but we found the haunted house at later rooms. Unfortunately, they're missing a lot of their objects because the database backup wasn't complete for that. But we can kind of reconstruct it from that. There's also a dungeon of death, which is where there's a death character that you could, that would be played by one of the Lucasfilm employees. And they had a wand that would sort of insta-kill you. And so death would wander around in that area, and players who ended up in the dungeon of death could get zapped. And death wasn't forever in Habitat. You just get resurrected again in your home or something. But it was kind of an interesting thing. Some of these rooms that we knew existed but didn't have any history of, we're starting to find those in the remaining areas that weren't matched between the new map and the old map. We've also found some glitches in the hand reconstructed stuff this way, just objects that were off a little bit XY by a few pixels or whatever. So there's been an easy way to diff all those changes and then provide them to to Stu, who works on the project, and he goes and applies them to the Habitat database. But it'd be nice to kind of clean up that workflow for confirming and rejecting matches for the remaining, because there's probably a few hundred more rooms that need to be analyzed to see if there's anything useful there. As far as the map visualization, I definitely want to clean it up more. So there's some work to make the labels more visible. I want to mark indoor regions. We can kind of tell in some ways with some heuristics what's indoors and what's outdoors. So give them different coloring and different objects to kind of make the map more interesting than just a giant grid of streets. And finally, style some of the regions based on the object contents. So the elevators in Poppy Stop, it would kind of be kind of nice to label them with like an elevator icon or a little door icon or something. Just again, to make it look a little more visually interesting. There's the existing map visualization tool I created does have ways to set styles for things. So for example, if something's an underpass, it styles the road differently, things like that. And finally, I just like to add a lot of flags to the map generation tool so that people can generate tons of debug labels. Like I have like a grid view I apply to it to make sure all the tiles are laying out correctly and things like that. But when you're generating a map for your users to use to explore the world, you probably don't want all that. So anyways, that is Habitat. So any questions?
We'll have to see who's got questions. Oh, the question from David Youd, actually. And
Glad you're taking that one.
You're not taking that one?
We're going to read up a question that came from David Youd, but we're not going to pretend we actually know what he's on about.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
For your fuzzy matches at a distance, and he's assuming it's a Levenstein distance, it's
correct.
Cool with substitutions, but not so much with permutations. Are locality sensitive hashing approaches overkill? Only David can come up with a question like that.
Well, I know the answer. Yeah. So my previous day job, I had a startup where we did large scale matching of binaries in say app stores using this kind of technique. So yeah, locality sensitive hashing is great for that when you're comparing large numbers of things, millions of things to each other, and you want to do fuzzy matching of things. The entire database backup, like every region in it, I think there's 20,000 regions total. So you can just use brute force matching of things. So yeah, and because we have so many exact matches, I think exact matches just with object contents. I left out a few things like don't use like some of the style flags. Like a road, for example, there's like 4 different styles of roads in Habitat, and those flags, who cares what your road looks like? If it's a brick road or a paved road, it's a road, right? And it goes either left, right, or up, down, or whatever. So, I intentionally filtered out some of the things that vary significantly between the two in determining exact matches. So that, in essence, removes a lot of spurious matches. So when we start with, say, more than 50% of the regions getting an exact match, and then we're fuzzy matching the remainder, you're only comparing 10,000 rooms. And so that happens in a flash, even on modern hardware. So no, I didn't have to do anything fancy like LSH or whatever. With the fuzzy matching though, I did have to go review a lot of the fuzzy matches to make sure it wasn't being too greedy with making assignments between things, because sometimes it would be like, okay, these 2 rooms happen to only have 4 lamps and no one else has 4 lamps in them. But it turned out there were 2 different rooms. It just, one was like an older version of a different room that they had used 4 lamps in before. So it kind of had to be smart about that. And that was actually the hardest part. Yes.
Can you turn off your screen sharing real quick? We can't see you at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me pull that
It's
back
bigger
on
than a
here.
postage stamp. So Nate and
there you are.
A clear answer back to David is yes, that is overkill.
Yes,
but that in
it is
itself
overkill.
But that in itself is not a reason not to use it. Would probably be his counter argument.
Right.
I mean, you can also, when you're doing set intersections of really small sets, and you can do something, it's not even LSH, but you just implement your fuzzy algorithm as an exact match of a subset of things you're looking at, and then just compare those exact hatches. And again, all this stuff knocks down 80, 90% of the rooms, and you're left with a few hundred. And so at one point we're doing brute force, all pairs comparison of, 10,000 items, which again is a blink of an eye on a modern computer.
Right.
So, of course, David has another question for you.
Sure.
This one's actually legitimate. How big is the team working on the reconstruction?
So it's mostly me. I mean, but in terms of the people doing the Neo Habitat, the construction of Neo Habitat's server and stuff like that, there's probably 5 or 6 people working on that at various times. One person does sort of the C64 client changes because they had to do things like hack out the quantum link authentication module, which didn't matter anymore for playing this game. Then there's Randy, who works on the server side, like a lot of the Java stuff. Stu does a lot of the hand map generation. So there's one other person doing the hand map generation stuff.
Okay, so another question is from a member here. It says, Nate, you're aiming to do protocol extract or exact reconstruction, or could it utilize a modern API model, i.e. persistent connection versus non?
So I don't work too much on the client server protocol. I know how it works a little bit, but what happens is the modern Java server, this is Neo Habitat, compiles down JSON files into the original binary protocol that the C64 used. And then that gets transmitted over the internet to either Vice or a Wi-Fi modem to an actual C64 or an emulator. And then the original client with only a few patches to it is what's accepting those. So the protocol has been set in stone since the software launched.
Gotcha. So Yuri, what's your question? I know you got something for him.
Oh, so this is the second time I get introduced to this project. And the first time I thought I didn't understand it, then I read a little bit more about it. Now I've seen the presentation, I'm even more confused. So I'm going to ask the question again that I asked before. How on earth did you run into this? How does one run into this and say, because you've been spending quite a bit of time, can you just give us an estimation, first of all, before you answer that, on how much time you've already spent on this? And it's fascinating, let's be clear.
Like Mr. Yaud, who asked the great questions, I like wasting time on things where there's only one user. So my user is Stu, who is actually reconstructing the world, and I'm making his life easier by reverse engineering the stuff and providing tools that make sense of tens of thousands of rooms, so he doesn't have to spend all his time on it. But I've spent probably, I'm going to say, 1 person month on this total. And a lot of it was there's a lot of questions, like things that people didn't remember from back in the day. Just, Randy has a really good memory, but, I'd find something and say, what is this? And what does this even mean? Am I off base? And sometimes I was, and sometimes it was correct. And it's just something had changed. But how they get into it, there's a few people working on the Neo Habitat project out in Oakland. They worked at the Maid, which is an arcade museum. And they were trying to relaunch the original Stratus server and get things running that way, so that they could actually connect from Commodore 64 to just like back in the day on Quantum Link. And I wasn't able to make it out for that build day, but they said, oh, we still got lots more questions about this stuff, and here's some data you can work with. And I'm like, great, I don't have to hack on a giant mainframe, but instead I can just take 24 megabytes of binary data and see if I can make sense of it.
I think it's awesome.
In CRX 2017, we had Randy actually come out to that event and do a presentation on Habitat. And I ran across Randy. I mean, I was back in the day, I wrote QDOS for QLink and I knew about the Habitat and such. But I got pinged by somebody involved with the project dealing with the disk drive question. And that's how I got hooked up with those people originally, was that whole thing. I thought, oh, cool, we should have Randy out for a presentation. And he did. It was a great presentation. And so
that's awesome.
I know that's one way you hooked up with Randy as well there at the event and chatted. So it's good to see that continue. I mean, it's a neat whole entire environment, and it's an environment too. People don't quite get it. I mean, you did some presentation on how many streets and stuff there are, but it's a big world for sure.
Yeah, let me make a pitch for that. neohabitat.org is the site you can go to get started. There's images you can just launch in Vice and explore the world. And there's a Slack server where you can chat with all the people working on this project. And it's a fun little group, very, very positive and friendly people. And there's still work to be done. So anyone who wants to do like C64 side optimization and stuff like that, there's some patching of the loader that would be good to do, or server side stuff, Java, or even just playing the world and finding discrepancies and asking people about it.
Cool.
Yeah, Nate, this is just, it's an absolute delight. These type of projects you would never get exposed to. It's just, it's awesome. It's a great to have a talk on this. You'd never come across this otherwise. Very, very cool.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. We appreciate you stopping by. And of course, Nate's part of our little CRX crew and has been forever. And Nate's been a huge sponsor of every CRX event. So hats off to Nate for his involvement in the Commodore community and what he's done over the last gazillion years now.
And thank you for Zoom Floppy.
Yeah, the Zoom
No
Floppy
problem.
and all the different projects that he's done. So he's very well known in our culture for sure. So next up we have, according to our schedule, Chuck. And Chuck kind of joined our little CRX crew after last CRX. And so we basically forced him to do presentations and various things for us now. So he's going to do a presentation on involving pets. And so pets are kind of his passion and obsession. And so without further ado, we will give you Chuck. Let's see if I can spotlight you. Are your audio working there, Chuck?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yep. Yeah, you're good to go.
Audio clear?
Yeah, welcome on board.
All right, so I'm already spotlighted. Let me get the Zoom window out of the way
Yes, you are.
and move some windows around here. Host has spotlighted your video for everyone. All right. So hello, everyone. I'm Chuck. I'll start out with a little bit about me. There's me in 1983. Is that coming through okay, everyone?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, you can see that clearly?
Yes, that's good.
All right, so that's me in high school, obviously. That's a 4032 and a 2040 disk drive and a 4032 printer in the computer lab there. And as you can see now, things haven't changed much. So let me bring up my notes here. So in 2019, a few years ago, I bought this particular chiclet pet. And that's when I started noticing the differences. There's a lot of things about this that were confusing to me. You see this tape drive and case badge, and I started digging into it a little bit more. I'm not usually the kind of person that notices the details, right? I say a pet's a pet, but before I had this one, I'm like, oh, they're all the same, right? But no, they're not. And so I started keeping notes. I started noticing that some pets have blue screen bezels and some have black. Some of the tape drives have white keys and some have black. Some have green screens, some have white screens. And there's probably over a dozen different kinds of case badges. So I started taking notes. And I created this spreadsheet. Some of you might have seen this before. But this is ordered by serial number and keeps track of all of the different features, the model number, PCB assembly, what type of case badge it has, what type of tape drive it has, what type of screen bezel it has. And there's one other kind of really unusual variation that Jim knows about well, and that's the keyboards that don't have the light blue keys. So little things like that. So we're going to start off talking a little bit about the production history. And then we're going to move on to go into a little more detail about the differences and when those differences happened. So we start off with the prototype. I know a lot of people have seen this before, and it's kind of an iconic design, but I run into people every once in a while that thought that this was an actual production model. And of course, there's only ever been one of these. This was made out of wood. The Commodore engineers nicknamed it Woody. It was handmade out of wood by a third-party contractor. And in 1976, of course, Chuck Peddle told Jack Trammell that he wanted to build a computer, and Jack said, okay, you've got 6 months. And Chuck finished it working all night at the hotel at the 1977 Winter CES in Chicago. So this is currently in the collection of the Computer History Museum in Mountain View. And let's bring this up here. Just recently, the Computer History Museum brought it out for some photos. You can kind of see what it looks like. That's John Fagans, one of the programmers, or the programmer, and Leonard Trammell. And you can see the prototype construction here is cards, which was kind of a surprise because, you know, nobody had ever seen a photograph of the inside of it until last year when these photos were taken. Here you can see it's definitely made out of wood. These are wood screws holding the bottom in there. Sanyo type tape drive. One interesting, you see these cards, and you see the card edge connector. This is not S100 bus. This is actually the same card and bus type as the MDT650 development terminal. And so we'll go back here. That is, oh, wrong button. Here we go. There you go. So one of the things about the wooden prototype is it was based on the IBM Selectric. You see the curved construction. That was kind of what they were going for when they designed the wooden pet. And the cassette drive in the pet there is actually a Sanyo off-the-shelf commercial one that probably somebody had laying around in the lab. We got any questions so far? Am I still coming through? Still good?
Yeah, you're coming through. All
right,
good.
So after the wooden prototype was built, it was shown at a few different places, and it was around the middle of '77, actually in June, when they built some metal prototypes. And these were built for NCC in Dallas in June of 1977. And you can see the color schemes different here. The case badge is obviously unique. And here's another one. That's Leonard Trammell standing there, but you can see the case badge here and the black with the black screen bezel. Commodore was trying out different color schemes, and nobody really knows what happened to these. So if you ever come across one, you know, you got something special there. And according to John, he said there were 3 of them there. There was another one that we don't have a photo of that was painted harvest yellow. And that was the one that John Fagan used for development. I was also told that the tape drives at the NCC show didn't work. And they didn't get those working properly until later.
So these were pretty much props then, Chuck?
Well, you can see that they were working. I'm not sure how they were loading software. People were typing on them and just typing in programs.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was, you know, middle of '77.
Oh.
And after that, according to people in the know, they did a pilot run of 12 units. Now, the wooden case design was deemed impractical to produce on a large scale. So they had a company in Phoenix, Arizona called Frontier, and a guy named Larry Hittel. He designed the metal version of the case. And they built 12 pilot units. And those are the pre-production units that have this kind of folding kickstand. I don't know if any of you guys have seen one of these before. These were notorious. People pinched their fingers on these all the time. The thing would fall down on you all the time and hit you in the head or crush your arm or whatever. So they were kind of a hazard, and that's why they got rid of them. But there should be, I would think, at least 12 units that were built with these. What we're looking at here is serial number 1.
And
in that previous picture, Chuck, you kind of see that tape deck as well.
Yeah, there's the tape deck right there.
It's just like, it's just a bracket where a commercial unit basically just is.
Exactly. John Fagans and Don Webster, who was one of the technicians there at the time, they just jumped in the van and went to a local electronics store in Palo Alto, and they bought a pallet of these from a retailer.
Yeah, clearly. It almost looks like homebrew indeed.
Well, yeah, was built by hand. You can see the color scheme's different here. And one of the things to note is the shape of the case badge here. This is one of the raised metal case badges, but the corners here are rounded and the later ones weren't. And of course, the later ones were white, not this yellow color. These are paint, so this isn't yellow from age. This is the original color. This is one that belongs to Santo Nucifora, and it has the folding kickstand. It has the Sanyo drive, and more importantly, it has the Zenith TV parts. So one of the other things that they bought when they drove to that electronics store in Palo Alto was a bunch of Zenith televisions. At the time, they were just figuring out how to build TVs, and they didn't have part sources for things like flyback transformers. So they cannibalized Zenith televisions to put in these units. And you can tell those by the flyback transformer, this one here, and by the nature of the bottom of the board. This is an early rev monitor PCB with a lot of bodge wires on it.
Wow.
So let me take a look at my notes, make sure I'm not missing anything here. So we have the 12 pilot units, which this is probably one of. And I'm pretty sure that serial number 1 is one of those as well. There's another feature on these that's interesting to keep an eye out for, and that's the hinge screws. I don't know if you guys can see, I'm going to zoom in here. So you can see in this case, the screw is coming in from the other side, and this nut, I think it's a nut, is spot welded on there, I think, from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
This is Santo's unit as well. So these are the telltale signs of a very, very early unit that actually predates the first production run. One of the pilot units. And here we have a testing sticker. This is Santo's unit, and it says, it's upside down here. It says, okay. And it has the tester's initials, and then what looks like was originally a 7/24 of 1977, but maybe later changed to a 9/24. And these stickers were put on the boards when a unit passed burn-in, and this was before they had automated testing. So these were built and tested by hand. And you can see the PCB here doesn't have a solder mask on the top side. This is just bare metal, no coating of any kind. This one is a 320008 PCB with MOS or MOS ROMs. And here we have a bunch of PET PCBs on the production line sometime in late 77 or early 78.
With the chips taped,
Well, I think these are sockets, and I think the socketed chips haven't been installed yet, and the tape might have been there to hold it in place during wave soldering.
Yeah. Paint this tape.
Here is a fluke tester. Now, they didn't have this in early 77 when they were building it by hand, but this is how they were eventually testing them. This is a fluke tester that John Fagans, I think, probably wrote the software or the testing procedures for. And here we have, this would have been late 77. These are the Sanyo tape drives laid out here with the Commodore boards attached, Commodore PCBs here, and the corners of them have been cut off. We'll talk more about the cassette drives later, but the Sanyo drive is a sure way of telling one of the first 100 or earlier units. This one here is mine. And you can see it has the raised metal case badge, but the corner here is not rounded like it is on serial number 1. It has the Sanyo tape drive. The keyboard has the light blue keys. and it has a black screen bezel. So these were all built in Santa Clara, tested by hand, no automatic testing. And one of the things we discovered with this collection of serial numbers that I did in the spreadsheet that I'll show you later is that all the serial numbers started with 001. And this one here is 0010165. So this is number 165. But everybody who was in the know in 77 that I've talked to, John Fagans, Leonard Trammell, there was only 100 of these built in 77. But Commodore's pretty notorious for using serial numbers out of sequence. So even though this says 165, there weren't 165 or more built. One of the things you didn't see on the pre-production units is this number right here. It's 0170 on mine. This is a handwritten number, and you'll find this on the first 100 and pretty much all of the boards. Usually it's up here on the later boards, but this is a tracking number that they used to track the boards when they were doing production testing and rework. So this is effectively a PCB serial number. So if you have a handwritten number like this, maybe written up on the front here where most of them are, don't rub it off with alcohol. That's actually your PCB serial number. This one here has an OK and two sets of initials. Looks like it was tested first on October 20th, and maybe it failed during burn-in and was retested and passed on the 24th. This one is a 0081 with Synertec ROMs. And that was actually a surprise to a lot of people that they were using Synertec ROMs at the very beginning of production, even before they really started production. The other thing about this one that you probably don't have a picture of is that it has the rod type kickstand. The folding kickstand was gone by this point. And of course, serial numbers are out of sequence. So if you find, a serial number later than 165, it still might have the folding kickstand, but it would have been made earlier than this one. Here's another example. This is a photo from eBay, but you can see the same case badge with the sharp edge here on the bottom, Sanyo tape drive, black screen bezel. This is one of those first 100 from the fall of 77. Now, not exactly sure when this production run started. It might have started in October, might have started late September and ran through October into early November. Nobody knows for sure, and it's a long time ago, so even John Fagans doesn't remember. But on this one, you'll see it still has a testing sticker, also made on the 24th. But this one has a solder mask on the top of the board. And the serial number here looks to me like a 0214 on the PCB number. So these early ones can have 6550 RAM, or usually these early ones all have 6550 RAM, but they might have the 6540 ROMs or the Synertec 2316 ROMs. And here we go into December of 1977. Screen bezel changed to blue and the tape drive changed. And the tape drive is an interesting thing. This one has black labels here. This is black with white lettering. Others you'll see have silver with black lettering. This one's a mix, and I'm not sure how that happened. I don't think that was the case. This is probably somebody mixing and matching parts, but I don't think the OEM that Commodore bought these from ever shipped them like this. But you can find them with black with the white letters or silver with black letters. They have the white keys and the blue screen bezel and the raised metal case badge. So this one's definitely from December of 77. The interesting thing about these drives, and I think the main reason they used the Sanyo drive in the first production run is that they didn't have those drives yet. These are based on an audio recorder. And the OEM was in Taiwan that made these, and they custom branded them for Commodore. And my guess is that in October and November, they were still waiting for these. And so they had to push something out. So they started pushing them out with the Sanyo drives. Here's an example of the labeling. So you've got the silver label and the black label here. Jim Happel will recognize this one because it's his. This is a lovely example of a blue label. Blue screen bezel, blue case badge. This is an adhesive label, no longer a raised metal badge. And this change happened, it seems to me, right at the beginning of the new year. Give or take a few days, either very late December or very early January of '78. Still with the white keys cassette drive.
So is the case itself unchanged though?
Yes and no. That's the other thing I wanted to point out about these drives versus the Sanyo, is that they're not interchangeable. The mounting brackets are different, and the size of the opening in the case is different. Which means, if you think about it, the sheet metal factory up in Canada that was building these cases had to build a different kind of case for the different kinds of tape drives. So this case, if they had any left over, couldn't be used with the OEM cassette drive. Wouldn't fit.
Wow.
But you know, Commodore doesn't like to waste anything, so there's always these kind of fuzzy overlaps when things changed. They could have started shipping some of these and still had a few of the Sanyo drives left over. You never know.
Right.
And I know that happened later on in mid-'78. We'll talk about that when we get there. Here's an example of the factory. These photos are from John Fagan's. This is the Santa Clara factory. And this must have been early '78 because you can see these are blue labels. And it looks to me like someone's going through here with some white paint and doing touch-up work on them before they go out.
So is there a reason why these cases were so massive, given that right from the start, it looks like the PCB was fairly small?
Well, that's interesting. It almost seems, if you look at the size and shape of the case, that they were planning
Is it like a drive
for these. They were
or?
probably planning for, oh, sorry. I meant to bring up this. They're probably planning for something like this for cards.
Oh, riser cards
right?
go in it. Yeah.
Right. So the original prototype was designed this way.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
And it seems the shape of the case was probably designed if they were going to continue this type of production. But of course, a single board is a lot less expensive.
Yeah.
I still like to have a bucket of that paint today.
Well, the funny thing is they were powder coated. I'm guessing they were powder coated up in Canada where they were produced. In fact, I know they were. I've seen photos of the pallets of empty cases that were wrapped in plastic wrap. But I'm guessing the touch-up paint was just paint. They couldn't, do touch-up powder coating. So we've gone into early 1978, and the blue label pets like this one have the blue bezel and the white keys tape drive, which may or may not have a silver or black label. And here you look at the case screws and you'll see they screw in from the back, which is the way most people expect them. But you'll also look and you notice that the power switch is still black. And all the ones prior to this were black as well. And this is a blue label. I don't know if Jim Happel's has the red power switch or not, but I do know that they came later. Here's a different case badge. This was also early '78. This one is Adrian Black's pet from one of his videos. Pretty dirty in this picture. But you'll see the switch is red now. And the serial numbers are up into 20,000, 27,000 at this point. Well, this is really not 27,000, but because it started at 1, so this is 17,820, right? But that doesn't mean anything because they used the serial numbers out of sequence and skipped large blocks of numbers. And here's an example of the transition period that I was talking about. In general, if you've got the blue bezel, you've got the white keys drive. They changed the bezel back to black in the middle of 78 when they changed the case, when they changed the cassette drive to the C2N. But don't be fooled, and this is something to watch for if you're buying a PET. This cassette drive is not original. And in fact, I know from the owner, somebody had taken a grinder to this or a file and opened this case opening up so they could fit a C2N in here, because this was originally supposed to be for the white keys drive. The white keys drive doesn't work, or it's damaged or whatever, and people are doing a restore, they want to put a C2N in there. It won't fit unless you take a grinder to it.
Wow.
And this has, you could bake out the sharp edges here. And I talked to the owner of this one, and yeah, this one's had a grinder taken to it to open up the case.
Wow, be some lessons from Jim Happel how to do that.
And you can see this one is a little bit later one with the same type of case badge. Oh, that's an earlier case badge, sorry. But it has a black screen bezel. This is legit. This is original type of cassette drive, and the case badge was black. So this is an example of one of those fuzzy overlaps. When they changed the cassette drive to the C2N, they changed the screen bezel to black, but there's a mix and match there in there for a while. So you might have a C2N with the blue, or you might have the white keys one with the black. But that would date it to around the middle of 78. And here we go.
In these, Chuck, the screens, the CRTs, were they? What did they use? Continue to use? Did they switch a lot? What can you tell
CRTs
us
are
about?
virtually all the same.
Sorry, the screens, the CRTs.
Yeah. Let me bring my spreadsheet over here so you can see. So that's one of the things I kept track of is the screen phosphor color.
Okay.
And that is white all the way into, I think, 79. And even then there's a little bit of crossover.
Wow.
Before they changed to the green phosphor on the CRT.
And they generally all just reused television sets that they just ripped.
Just a black and white CRT tube, yeah.
Wow.
And this is an example of the later badge with the C2N drive. This is originally a C2N. It's got a little bit of a curve here on the opening with the black screen bezel. And the worn out keys, which is typical because these are painted aluminum inlays. Here's an example of one that does not have the light blue keys.
Yay.
Normally these keys up here are light blue, and these keys on the numpad should be bronze. In this case, they're not. So you might see a mix match. Sometimes you'll have no light blue keys, dark blue keys, yeah, but no light blue. And you'll still have the bronze keys on the numpad. And sometimes you won't have the bronze keys on the numpad. It's just kind of a mix match. The keyboard wasn't made directly by Commodore. There was an OEM that made this, and I'm guessing maybe they just ran out of paint one day or something. I don't know. And these are some examples of all the case badges. You can find a list of these on 6502.org, but there's your blue one. And this is the blue and red colored one. This one is reflective foil. And just like the blue one, this is also reflective foil, right? But this one's gold, not silver. I don't know if that comes through on the video here. And this is, of course, the earlier one. This is the metal raised offset case badge. So we've gotten to the changes around the middle of 1978 that continued on into the end of 1978. And of course, somewhere in the middle of 1978, they changed the PCB to use the 2114 RAMs instead of the 6550s. And we'll go back to the spreadsheet here. So I try to keep track of the PCB assembly number when I can find out what it is, but a lot of times you get photos and nobody knows, and people don't know what the PCB assembly number is. But you can see right around here, we get to the this is the 320351. This will have the 2114 RAMs instead of the 6550s. But the 08s and the 81s all have the 6550 RAM. So the early case badges were the metal with the black and gold, and then you have, generally speaking, you have the blues, but there's still some mixes in here. So this one had to be made later, but it's got an earlier serial number. That you can't trust the serial numbers, but this list is sorted by serial number. The tape drive went from the Sanyo to the silver label or black label, right? And then to the C2N with some fuzzy overlaps. But just in general, this is the order that they went. Black screen bezel, blue screen bezel, and then back to black screen bezel again. And the other thing that we found out by collecting these serial numbers is that there were different blocks of numbers reserved for different voltages. So here we see, if your serial number starts with a 03, that's a 100-volt unit made for Japan. And the model number should be 2001-8B. And at the time, Europe and the UK had different voltages. They were both 50 hertz, but UK was 240, Europe was 220. So the 2001-8C is for Europe, 220 volts. And you'll find these, actually, no, I think it's the UK one that you'll find in Australia as well. So it's really about the voltage, not the country that they were going to. So the 240 volt units all start with 100, and the model number ends in BS. I don't know if you guys can see that. I think some of the stuff I wasn't paying attention could have been hidden by my picture there. And I'm off looking to the right because I'm looking at my other screen where I have everything. Good. So yeah, then the different case badges. Some of them say professional, some of them say personal. Anybody got any questions? These are the rather rare ones. And of course, I've only ever seen these in Europe. Personal electronic transactor, these badges, you pretty much don't see them. And all the ones that I've got a record of are European. So this spreadsheet, I put a link in the Discord, and over here on the side, you'll find links to photos. And if you go even further over, you'll find the eBay sale prices for the individual units. So I was keeping track of an average sale price on these.
We had Mike on earlier, and he had quite a collection in the back. I think people were at least six of them. Are those in here yet, or?
I don't have any of Michael's. No, I don't think he's on Facebook. So I get most of these from Facebook or eBay.
Yeah, we'll have to tackle him and get his stuff in here as well.
I'm guilty of that myself. I've got.
Yeah, you were supposed to send me some serial numbers.
Yeah,
and photos.
I've got 6 pets, and I've only sent you 1, so I need to do that. And then the one in Klamath, the original one.
So Chuck, these things are getting more and more popular, eh? And I asked Mike the same question as well. You know, what is going on? These.
Yeah, I don't know why they're getting so popular. Prices have definitely gone up in the last few years. When I first started looking into these, they were averaging $300, $400, $500 for ones in really good condition. Now people are asking thousands for them, even though you don't really see them sell much at that price. You keep watching, you'll find them for $500 or $600.
Yeah. So so there's a whole bunch of these drive units as well. Huh? These, when did they start with these drive units?
Which drive units are you referring to?
Sorry?
Which drive units?
The floppy drive units that go with these. When did they start doing that? When the kind of the tape deck stopped being the major use and they flipped?
Well, I believe that was 1979. So if we keep going here, they were still making the chiclet 2001-8 the end of 1978. But early in 1979, they started making the 2001-N. This catalog is not from 79. This is from 1980. But you can see the 2001 professional computer, the 8N, the 16N, and the 32N, and then the 16B and the 32B. They started making these in '79, and at that time the cases were still all metal. Let me get back here to my collection, which is right here. Keep going towards the beginning. There we go. So this is one here. It's a 32N. Case is all metal. And that leads me to talk about the chiclet pets here that have the dash N PCBs in them. So some of these you'll find with the later case badge and then the later C2N tape drive. If you open them up, you'll see that they have the circuit board in them from a dash N with the dynamic RAM instead of static RAM. And that's because when they started making the dash N, they were still making these, but they weren't making two printed circuit boards. So later on, this changed to dynamic RAM with the same innards as the one with the full keyboard. And what's interesting is even in 1980, they were still offering the 2001-8, but you can see here it was a 90-day special order only for $795. So they were still selling it at this point. And that is where you will find in 1980 was when they started building the cases out of structural foam instead of metal. The plastic cases instead of the metal cases started in around 1980.
Wow. Hey, so Chuck, these pets, and so many people kind of seeing they're a beautiful display piece, but they can be used as well.
Yes.
What someone buys them, can you turn them on immediately, or do you need to be very careful to turn them on because you'll break them? You'll break them.
I've never seen one get broken just from turning it on, but I'm always very careful. I disconnect the power connector and check the voltage from the transformer first.
Yeah.
But one of the problems with it
are those connectors, or do you need to desolder them?
Well, let's take a look at one of the boards here. Here's my PCB, and this is the power connector here. You can pull that off, but the problem with it is that the voltage regulators are on the board.
Yeah,
these are the voltage rectifiers right here.
So you can only,
and these are the regulators. So you can only check the AC voltages with it unplugged.
Yeah. How does the screen get powered?
The screen gets powered from the transformer. Let's find a photo.
Oh, so there's a separate, and that I presume that's.
Here is a photo of. Where's mine? Here it is. And here it is opened up. And here we zoom in.
Yeah.
So these brown wires running up here run power to the monitor. That's just AC. The monitor PCB has its own rectifiers.
Yeah.
And here's your connector for your power.
Yep.
And there are two red wires on it. And interestingly, you've got your AC coming in, goes to the rectifiers, and then the rectified DC comes back out to this filter capacitor, and then back into the board. And it should be 9 volts DC with very little ripple on it.
Oh.
And so you could unplug this and power it with a 9-volt DC power supply.
Yeah.
With the dash N and later units, though, that's different because they have dynamic RAM, which needs negative voltages.
Right. So Chuck, in your quest to determine when things occurred, one thing you didn't talk about really is the short case height.
The short case height.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't talk about that because you don't see it very often.
Yeah, I got one here.
You've got one. Now let me ask you this: is it metal or structural foam?
No, it's metal.
Okay. So you see the difference in case heights a lot with the later pets. So I'm going to go back and show you here.
Yeah, so I've got a chiclet keyboard with a black face.
This one here you'll see has is what I call a high profile. It's a tall case, right?
Yep.
And let me go to the
and all of my blue face pets are that way. Just this one black one that you have got the still number for is the one that's short with a chiclet keyboard.
Pet collection here. And this one right here, you'll see 4032. That's a low profile, very narrow badge, short case height.
Yep.
You know, I was showing this earlier that showed that the 2001-8 was available for special order in 80. But it was my understanding they were making them out of structural foam at this point. But I would have expected, you know, is it got, you know, what board's inside yours?
Yeah, it's the 8N board.
Which board?
The N board.
Oh, it's got the N board. So it was made in 79 or later.
Yep. But it's a short, stubby case. It's metal with the chiclet keyboard. It's like the.
I would very much like to add it to the spreadsheet because
it is in there. You have that's the one you've got of mine.
Okay.
Oh, I'll send you some more data on all.
Yeah, send me some more information, and if you can date it with the chip date codes, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's something that other people should take note of if they have a pet and they want to know when it was made. This is how you figure it out. The chips all have date codes on them, right? You can see this one here has a 7727. That's the 27th week of 77. This is 7738, 38th week. So you have to kind of look through them all to find which one's the latest. And
repaired.
Yeah, so you know, there's no way this could have been made earlier than the 38th week of 77.
Right.
Right. And if I go back to Santo's unit, he has his is even earlier than mine, so it should have earlier date codes. Can you make that one out? I can't quite. Oh, there you go. That's the 21st week of 77.
Yeah.
And his ROMs are Moss, but they're kind of out of focus here. It's not quite as sharp as mine, so you can't quite make out all the date codes. There's a 25th week of 77 right there, right? 21.
Yeah.
So it's always a good idea to do that. And if you do, let me know, and I can actually put a date over here on the date column for the units. And we've got about 15 minutes left. I was going to do a brief talk about the cassettes because there were 3 different types of cassette drives used in the PET. We kind of talked about those. Let me go into my, here we go. So I'm going to pause this so it doesn't keep going here. But these 3 up here in the top corner are the 3 that were used in the PET, right? And I've got a video here on my YouTube channel that talks about all of these. And I got all of this, a lot of this information from Giacomo Vernoni. If you guys don't know him, he created this little booklet here on Commodore tape recorders. And there's my 77 with the Sanyo drive, and it comes out a lot easier than the other ones. You can see it just pops right out.
Wow.
Mounting bracket's very different on that one than it is on the later units. And of course, it's based on the Sanyo M1540A. See the Sanyo logo right there is just covered up with a sticker on the Commodore unit.
Did they truly cut this out? It almost looks like hand cut.
It did. They just cut it on a bandsaw, I'm sure. The edges are very rough.
Huh.
And that, of course, is because when you close the case, the heat sinks on the PCB come right up into this area. Now, this is the later White Keys drive with the silver label, but it also has the same cut because of the heat sinks. And this is also based on a audio tape recorder. And the audio tape recorder was an OEM, so you'll find this under a lot of different brands. This one that I have is a Precor, but you can find a lot of different brands that have the exact same innards. The keys are slightly different color, right? But the labels are in the same place. There's a red key here instead of a white one, but that's all stuff you can customize when you order something like this from an OEM. And you know, Commodore special ordered this from the OEM with their branding on it and their choice of color scheme. And you know, one of the things to keep an eye out, if you need parts for one of these things, you can get them from one of these you can find on eBay. You just have to look for a tape drive that looks exactly the same.
All right.
This is where I'm demonstrating that that one won't fit in the case. And of course, they changed to the C2N. So back up here, the black C2N. And one of the things about the black C2N that I discovered is that the insides of this are exactly the same as this white keys. Right, this OEM one that was in the PET internally is identical to the C2N. They really just changed the plastic, so I'm sure it was coming from the same OEM. So you can mix and match parts in these, right? If you need parts, if you got broken plastic pieces or whatever in there, you can pull parts from one or the other. And of course, the white C2N is virtually the same as the black one. It just has a tape counter. So and there's some different variations in the white C2N. Different colored tape counter. And the different cable, right? So you've got a change to the thick gray cable instead of the black one. And then they added this ground braid on it, which is a pain in the butt. But they needed that for FCC compliance. That started around 1980 or 81. Any questions so far? I'm not keeping an eye on the Discord, but I'll be in there afterwards to answer anything.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that.
Only thing I know is that the tape counter was a requirement for a lot of people.
It certainly helped a lot. Yeah. So I love my black C2N, but if you put more than one thing on the tape, you need that counter. And as a kid, I couldn't afford a ton of tapes, and nobody made 10-minute tapes. I mean, what do you got a 90-minute tape? You're going to waste all of it on a 3-minute program, right? No. Here is the 1530, which we saw taken apart just recently, yesterday on Chris's video. And here's where I'm talking about cable burn. Don't wrap your cords around your tape drives. Now, the 1530, there were 2 units. They had a Taiwanese made unit and a Japanese made unit. All right. In fact, actually, this might be better to bring up the blog. Which is where did I put it? I closed it. Right, so we've got the C2N, and then we've got the 1530. So if you guys can make this out, you can see the white tape counter, orange tape window, and the save or record LED light is way over here over the record key. Kind of logical, right? This is the Japanese unit, and here's the Taiwanese unit. The record light is here under the tape counter, and the tape counter is black with larger letters. And of course, this isn't orange. This is a silver, kind of reflective silver. So Taiwanese 1530, Japanese 1530. And of course, it was later on Commodore changed the paint scheme on this. These are the same. It's just a different coloring on the front here to make the Commodore logo bigger. And here's the inside of a Taiwanese 1530 versus a Japanese 1530. You can see the Japanese one has the record light way over here, and the Taiwanese one has the record light here under the tape counter. And they look very similar, but there are some subtle differences. The shape here, metal pieces are different. Parts are not interchangeable. The spindles and the gears are very similar. The mechanisms are designed the same. They're just different parts from different places for cost savings, I guess, for each of the different OEMs that made them. And here's the 1531. Also the same Japanese and Taiwanese OEMs, right? And this one's a very rare one. This is a 1531, which should be black, but it's not. It has the 1531 cable on it, and on the bottom, it is branded as a 1531. So all this is on my blog here, old computers.
Hey Chuck, a question comes in. These tape drives, since they came from the PCB was changed, were they still capable of playing normal music or sound?
No, these things are binary completely. So the front end amplifier on the head is really just designed to pick up a change from north to south.
Okay.
So I've done it before. You can put an audio tape in there.
Yeah.
And if you listen to the square wave output, you can make out what's on it. But it's very, very distorted. It's as if somebody turned the volume up to 111.
Right.
Yeah. So it's very clipped.
Got it.
And I've used that trick of listening to the square waves while I'm doing a head alignment to basically hear the sweet spot.
Hey, so Chuck, you had a nice picture of all yours stacked next to each other, eh?
This one here, or the pets?
Yeah, no, that one.
Yeah.
Any missing here?
Well, not really. The one that it would be missing would be this white keys drive with the black label.
Okay.
But you can't really, these were never sold separately. You can't really buy one of these.
Yeah, so it would need
you'd have to have a pet that had one in it.
Salvage out of a unit.
Yeah.
So that brings me to the second question indeed. Of all the pet units, you have a nice picture of those as well, a family picture.
That one there.
Those. What is it? Which one are you missing? What is still on your hot list?
Super Pet.
Super Pet? You got a picture of that one somewhere, no doubt.
You can find one online. I don't own one.
Is that really rounded one?
No, the Super Pet is the one that has the extra board in it for running different software.
Okay.
COBOL and Pascal and something like that.
It has a built-in serial port. It was also known as the micro mainframe or mini mainframe.
Okay, a true unobtainium these days.
They're on eBay, but they're expensive, more than I'm ready to spend.
Okay.
And the other one that I really want is the blue label.
Okay, the one that we saw previous with that shiny label. I think Jim Happel just posted.
Yeah, Happel's got one of them. That one right there. So
I didn't know you don't have. I've got, like I said, I got 6 of these things, and 5 of them are that way.
With the blue label here?
Yeah, exactly like that.
If you ever want to sell one, let me know.
Okay.
I hear a deal.
We'll work out a deal.
I hear a deal in the making.
Yeah, I think Yuri needs a pet too.
I still need a pet as well, but I cannot have a pet with that type of keyboard. I got to tell you, that must have been so frustrating.
Well, I'll tell you, it's not hard to get used to. I'm not a touch typist. I never took a typing class in school. So it's not that hard for me to type on. The keys are in the right place. They're not offset. Honestly, you're not going to touch type on it. But my take on it is that back in that day, I think most people who'd never used a computer before weren't touch typists. And when I first started out, I was hunting and pecking. I was just like, where's the Y key at? It took me 20 minutes to find the key I was looking for.
Yeah, and
so if you're hunting and pecking, you're going to find them just as easily on that one.
You think about the age of people. So I got the first pet was in. We're still trying to figure this out for sure because it's actually sitting at the museum in Klamath Falls because that's who actually got it. My dad was the museum director, and he picked it up from one of the trade shows, one of the Commodore trade show, which has got to be like Winter CES or something like that. Because the only thing I know for that, I got to get some pictures of that one because I can tell you for sure it had the scissor jack type of mount in it.
Probably one of the pilot units. It couldn't have been with the CES because they didn't exist then, but it might have been after NCC.
Because that thing fell on my hand so many times when I was inside of it. You can never forget something like that ever. So, but I was 12 years old. So when you're 12 years old, that keyboard's about the right size because you got some very small hands at that point.
It was also part of Commodore's design goal. They wanted a turnkey unit that you could just put on the desk and turn on. Nothing to plug in.
Right.
Nothing to hook up because that's hard for people to do.
So I have to tell you, when I went from the PET to VIC-20, it was difficult to actually deal with because the fact that I'm so used to using my right hand to enter the numbers. Because a lot of people don't understand that on the original PETs, the numbers weren't on the top row. They're only on the keypad side. Right. And so I'm like, where's my numbers? And so I was so used to programming for years with the keypad over there. It took a lot to relearn how to type the numbers on the top row.
Well, to this day, I still press shift quote when I'm looking to put a quote on.
Yep.
You know, and you don't get a quote when you press shift quote.
Nope.
That's too funny. So, well, that's awesome. So for people that are trying to get into PET and are going to try and use it more than just, you know, a beautiful piece of art to put on the shelf, what is a more practical unit to own? Because the software, it has basic differences. There's memory differences.
The most practical unit to own, I believe, is going to be the 4032.
Yeah, I agree.
One of these right here. This is what's called a Fat 40 because it has a 12-inch monitor. The early 4032s had a 9-inch monitors, like the Dash 8.
You're not sharing that right now.
Oh, sorry. Let me switch back there. Yeah. So this is a Fat 40.
Okay.
The early 4032s, like I said, had the smaller screen like the chiclet keyboards.
Yeah.
But the Fat 40, and this is an even later one that has the universal board. And you can tell the universal board by this metal shield around the clock circuit here. And these missing chips right here, this is where you add the RAM and the logic chips for 80 column mode.
Oh, wow.
Right? Yeah. So these universal boards can be converted back and forth between 40 column and 80 column.
So were those cut and drilled by Commodore?
No.
Okay.
All they cared about was how much RAM it had.
Gotcha.
Now, there's a series of jumpers you can see right here that have to be changed if you add the RAM chips for it. And then, of course, you have to change out the edit ROM so that the computer knows that it has 80 columns.
Right.
But yeah, the 4032, in my opinion, the monitor's easier to work on. The board's not that easy to work on, but yeah, most of the stuff you're going to find is compatible. If you look at if you have, like, say, a 2001-N, those are also fairly practical, but you want to watch for the keyboard. So if you look at like the 4032 that has the N-type keyboard or the graphics keyboard, the numpad is 4x5, right? But the B-type keyboard, so if you get a 2001-B, it's going to have a keyboard like this, the smaller numpad. And here you can actually get the numbers up above the keys, right? So these are easier to type on, especially if you're a touch typist. But the keyboard's pretty much incompatible with any games that if you want to play any games, you're going to be the game's going to say press G, and you press G on here, and it's going to return a completely different code to the computer than one with this keyboard, because the key matrix is different.
All right.
And if you're a programmer, there's no graphic symbols on there to know what you're doing anyway, so that would be a nightmare.
Right. You like to have this, like this, and they have the graphic symbols. You just can't see where they are on the keyboard.
Wow. It's it's a fascinating unit, but it's kind of baffling how much difference there is between all of these in such a relatively short period of time. Look at it. Look at the date codes on these things.
Mm-hmm.
It is. That's fascinating. So the green screen, from black and white to green screen, that was done, I presume, because of readability. It was believed that green screen was better for long working hours.
Yeah, I think it might be that they thought the green screen had less burn-in, but I think it was easier on the eyes. I think everybody in '79 was doing green screens, and I think if the tube cost the same and people prefer the green screen, they just switched over. And for the chiclet keyboards that were made in '79 and later, they would have the green screen on them as well.
Right. Now, and what is the size of these screens? What is this, 9-inch?
So these are 9-inch and then 12-inch. So here you see two 9-inches, two 12-inches, and a 9-inch over here. This is a 2001N, and this is a 2001N.
Yeah.
This one it was a Frankenstein. This is a rebuild that I did and repainted. Okay. So just ignore that one. That's not a real Commodore.
No, I know.
But these screens are the same. They just look different because they're sitting at different height. This is a high profile and low profile.
Yeah, I got to say that it fooled me a little bit indeed with the size of the screens. Indeed, the picture is deceptive to show that it's.
Well, the font on the 80 column is smaller because you got to fit more of them. The other thing to keep in mind is these early ones. This is the structural foam plastic case, but the monitor housing is still metal. And then later, this one has the structural foam plastic case, and the monitor housing is also the same structural foam plastic.
Right.
So the early ones had the plastic chassis with the metal monitor housing, and then later they changed the monitor housing to plastic as well.
Wow. So I heard that some of the keyboards at some point in time at the tail end of the pads were reused in the C64 as well. Did I understand that correctly?
In the VIC-20.
In the VIC-20.
In the VIC-20 for sure.
VIC-20. Have you come across people that have put their VIC-20 in their old pad? Because for many people, the pad was just, you know.
There's my VIC-20 with the PET keyboard. This is my early VIC-20. I've got one here somewhere. I just don't know which photo is which. I know it's not that one.
Well, you're going to be up on stage
this
for
one.
VIC-20.
So you can see this one has the
that
PET style keyboard.
Yeah, you can see it immediately.
Yeah. There's a video on my YouTube that shows the inside, but you can see here this has the shift lock key from a PET keyboard.
Yeah.
And these photos don't have, I don't have any photos of the keyboard taken apart, but my YouTube does. Here's the where is it at? PET keyboard. I can't find it for some. Here it is, VIC-20 with PET keyboard. So yeah, it's right about here. That is the PET keyboard.
Yeah.
And right about at some point in here, you'll see me take the VIC-20 keyboard apart. You see the shift lock key is the same. The other thing that you can tell about them is that on the PET keyboards, the wires all come out here at the top. And on the later keyboards that were not PET keyboards, the wires come out on the bottom.
Yep.
Sometimes. I've got 64 keyboards that come out of the top that look like that.
So here you go. You can see right here is where the numeric keypad was on the PET. Now this is a business keyboard PET, not the graphic keyboard, because the numpad's 3x4. But this is why the function keys are offset on the later keyboards.
Wow.
Right? The function keys are not centered on these posts.
Right on.
Even they're not even centered on this one.
Yeah.
Right. But they did make some that are centered on that have the think about the top as well. So there's so many different keyboards that I've found since doing the keycap thing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Chuck, very informative.
We're out of time.
For you, very informative yet again. I want to also just take 2 seconds to thank you for all the other help in several of the other talks. You know, you jumped into this crew just by almost by sheer chance when we met all at VCF West, and I just cannot thank you enough for all your contributions, all your videos. You know, documenting a piece of history that makes absolutely no sense, and you're collecting it in Excel as evidence on how little sense it makes. It's just a really interesting journey. So thanks a lot for doing that. And thanks a lot for doing this presentation as well, Chuck.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's good. Okay, so up next we have the troublemaker, who is currently muted.
I am now not muted.
So your camera's off if you didn't know that.
Oh, I'll turn it back on now. But
okay, there you go.
I thought, are you going to run video or are you going to do it live?
Well,
I'm pre-recorded, so
you're pre-recorded. All right, then I'm gonna.
I don't know if you want to do like some kind of introduction.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Okay. Today, I'm going to show a modded Commodore 64 I made called the Runic Commodore. You will see this in the video. Did you watch the video in advance, Drew?
I have to tell you that I watched about 15, 20 seconds of the beginning of it. I didn't want to watch it.
It's pretty safe. And if it starts with music, you got your audio and video set up correctly.
Yeah, so I'm hoping it does. So I need to share the audio first because that's going to be a problem if we don't. Okay, so let's give this video a try. Actually, let me spotlight myself to make sure that I'm here.
Yeah, you want to. I'm going to put myself on.
Okay.
Welcome to the Runic Commodore 64 talk. I'm David Youd here at Virtual CRX 2021. This is pre-recorded. Unfortunately, I trashed my voice yesterday, so I'm down in the Patrick Warburton range, but QA will be live, so hopefully I'll be back to my normal speaking timbre by then. Like other presenters this weekend, I'm really looking forward to when we get to meet back in person in Las Vegas again, but these virtual conferences have been reaching large audiences, and that's good. Anyway, let's jump in. So here's the Runic Commodore 64. As you can see, the keys all look a little strange. I think it looks pretty cool. So let's do a pan over the keyboard. Everybody here knows the key layout, so you could figure out the symbol mappings pretty quickly without doing any kind of Googling. And when we turn on the Commodore, you'll see they're on the inside as well. And there they are. So let's discuss what Ultima Runic is. First of all, that guy on the top right, that's Richard Garriott there. He created the groundbreaking Ultima game series, which had about a good 2-decade run. If you read Geek News, you've likely heard of Garriott's adventures as a private astronaut who has visited the International Space Station. He's also explored the North and South Poles. He goes on deep ocean dives, where he's explored the wreckage of the Titanic. He also descended nearly 7 miles down to the Mariana Trench, where it was 18,000 pounds per square inch of pressure. So this guy does crazy stuff. And it all started back when he was writing 8-bit RPGs. In his Ultima games, he used runic symbols in both the gameplay that you encountered and the feelies. These were things that came with the game, like the game's cloth maps. And these symbols were inspired by J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, so you might be familiar with those dwarf runes from those books as well. It's effectively a simple substitution cipher. All the letters A through Z are mapped to a particular glyph. But there's additional 2-letter symbols. I'll either be calling them bigrams or ligatures. And these are single symbols for E, EA, NG, ST, and TH. So that's a total of 31 symbols. So if I had like the word the, that would not be shown as a 3-letter word, but it would be a 2-letter word, the TH symbol and the E symbol. So here's some Runic sightings for those who have played the Ultima games. You've undoubtedly encountered Runic, which you probably had to translate. It showed up in a number of places. So at Commodore events, many folks bring their pimped out C64s, and I never had a pimped out C64. So I thought it was time to make one that represented the kinds of things I liked back in my teen formative years. And I had a few design goals. I wanted a physical switch to be able to turn on and off the Runic behavior, so when it was off, it would behave like a normal Commodore. And when it's in Runic mode, I want to have a high level of compatibility, so I can pull existing software in and mess with it in Runic space. The basic keywords and variables need to be able to support the 5 2-letter Runic ligatures that I just talked about. And I wanted intuitive access to these ligatures, so they're on the front of the keys, not the top of the keys. And the front of the keys meaning that they're accessible when the shift key is down. So their placement is chosen so that they're associated with a key that shares a letter in the ligature. For example, shift N gives you the NG symbol. I say intuitive, but of course intuitive doesn't mean obvious. It just means easier to remember once you know. In the pan over, you saw the switch that allows for the dual boot, the normal and the Runic mode. If you look at the ready prompt, you can see that the Runic version down there has 4 letters. Again, that's because there was EA was one of the ligatures, and it's been replaced by a single symbol. And this is what BASIC looks like. On the left is when you boot up in the normal mode, on the right in the Runic mode, of course. You can see I've circled the word peak. If you load this program, you'll see the peak statement written out that way. If you load it in Runic mode, you'll see that it's been collapsed down to 3 characters using the ligature. So all basic keywords get translated into Runic. If you know a little bit about Commodores, each basic keyword is stored as a specific byte value. That is its token value. That's how it's stored in memory and on disk. And both in normal and Runic modes,
encode and decode to the same token values for compatibility. So this is a look at the inside of the Commodore. That is the switch that switches between 3 ROMs. The character generator ROM, as you saw, the characters look different, the Commodore kernel, and the Commodore BASIC. So the BASIC and kernel have to be changed in a number of ways, but one of them is all of these ligatures, right? These 2-letter symbols occur quite frequently in the BASIC keywords and in system and error messages that are throughout the BASIC and the kernel. So all of those were changed. So the goal was for the basic keywords and variables to be able to use the ligatures however they wanted to. This approach of having them be shifted characters came with some costs because the shifted characters on the Commodore have their highest bit set when you do the shifting. The ROMs, both the basic and the kernel, use that highest bit to flag certain kinds of operations. They mark the end of user-entered basic abbreviations, they delimit the table of basic command name strings, and they add type info to variable name strings. I think there's some other things that it does as well. So what the challenge is for me, was to implement these shifted ligatures, but minimally disturb the ROM logic, because I don't have a whole lot of room to make these patches. And on that topic, you have to work within your own footprint. So finding unused areas in the ROM, they're pretty scarce when you're trying to hook these things. So a little bit of background on shifted characters in PETSCAPE. PETSCAPE, of course, is the Commodore 64's ASCII. I have 2 charts here from PageTable, great site. On the left is the default character set when you first turn on the Commodore. On the right-hand side is when you switch it to mixed case. And these examples are going to be easier to see on the mixed case example on the right. So when you enter letters A through Z, they're in the range starting with 65, like you'd probably expect if you're used to ASCII. When you shift them, they go into that lower part right there, the capital letters you see on the right-hand side, down in the 8th bit range that start at number 193. But probably for interoperability reasons, although I'd love to hear in Q&A if that's not the reason it's here, those shifted letters are in there twice that you see. It's easier to see on the mixed case side. So they're there again in the range from 97 to 122. And it turns out that's going to help provide the solution to this problem I had. So my approach is to use that lower range that doesn't have the highest bit set. And the way I did this is I modify the basic ROM so that the buffer that holds all this stuff to be tokenized by BASIC first moves the shifted glyphs into that alternative lower range that starts at 97 instead, so they don't have that highest bit set. And the pros of this is it allows me to have that intuitive keyboard shortcut that I wanted for the ligatures. The cons are, in making these patches the way that I did, I lose most of the use of basic token abbreviations. For those who don't know, like if you're going to enter the word poke, that would be the letter P, and then you'd hit Shift-O instead of typing in P-O-K-E. The abbreviations aren't actually stored. Once they've been tokenized, it's the token that's stored. It's just a faster way of entering code. I never really did it all that much back in the day, which is why I thought it was a great thing to sacrifice, but other people will probably not like that. The existing basic programs, this is another con, that read shifted characters from keyboard input would need to use that alternative 7-bit range. So for instance, if your basic said, if ASC $ of a string, equals 193, you need to change that to 97 instead. So there's a couple incompatibilities, but I think I could live with all those. So here's the first patch, patch number 1. This patch allows shifted characters of our choosing, the ligatures specifically, to be successfully tokenized by BASIC. And this is typical of a patch. I'm not going to go too deep into it. You find an entry point, you redirect it to your own code, and then you jump back, right? And this patch made use of 30 unused bytes that were in the basic ROM area. There's all those AAAAs that you see over there. And I used every one of those bytes. I had to squeeze it down, like not set flags when I already know their values, things like that, but I got it to fit. The second patch, this next patch allows the ligatures to be used in variable names, which I think is cool. Now, I could have taken the Jiffy DOS kind of approach and just overwrote parts of the kernel that handle the tape storage, because NTSC users rarely want the tape handling. But I really didn't want to sacrifice that. So what I sacrificed instead, which is kind of unconventional, is all the default positions of the sprites on boot. So hopefully people didn't rely too much on the default sprite positions, or else that will be another incompatibility. One special case that I had to handle was the reserved variable st. St is not a basic command, therefore it does not have a basic token associated with it. So I didn't get that compatibility automatically that I was with all the other basic commands. For compatibility with existing code that uses st, I had to replicate with the ligature symbol, but not replace the letters st. So both of these work in exactly the same way. For those who don't know, st is a reserved variable that returns the status of certain I/O operations. And I have a couple of cases on there on the screen that I won't go into that just shows how both st and the ligature work in exactly the same way on some kinds of edge cases. So I'm not going to say much about this patch, except that I'm grateful that the kernel also had unused bytes in it. You can see all those AAs down there. And again, that was the perfect tidy hole to tuck this patch away in. On to the keycaps. So the keycaps that you saw in the Runic Commodore, as well as the Runic symbols in these slides, they all come from an Ultima Runic font that's been floating around forever, at least since the late 90s, created by Micro Dragon. If you're in the UDIC group, you've undoubtedly used this font or been forced to read it at some point. I had to use FontForge, which is a free piece of software, to add a few more glyphs that I need on the keys and also to make some various changes to them because they were too close together when I was trying to 3D print them. So, the keycap models went through this workflow. First of all, I started with Jacob Bullock's Commodore 64 keycap models. That was a big leg up. Those are those bubblegum-looky pink keycaps you see on the left there. I have a link to them there. They're a very useful starting point. Then I used a mesh mixer. This is a free tool to create blank keys. So I had to scrub the Commodore shapes off of there. Now, Commodore keyboard has 66 keys. There are only 10 unique key shapes, so I only had to scrub it 10 times. And then I used a program called Fusion 360, the free version of that, to rebuild these models. I basically took these simple models and made a more complex model with a whole bunch of triangles. The reason I had to do that is because in step 4, I used a program called OpenSCAD. And OpenSCAD likes to blow up on STL models. I don't know enough to know why it does. Even STL models that are built with OpenSCAD seem to make OpenSCAD blow up, but the trick is to rebuild them with lots of triangles first. So step 4, I use solid Python to drive OpenSCAD to basically take these font shapes, extrude them, and then move them into the keycap surface and subtract the two shapes from each other to carve out those shapes that you see there. So all free tools. Now, there's Runic software that I wanted, but there was no space for it left in the kernel and basic ROMs because those are pretty constrained. So I thought it was time to create a cartridge as well to give me some more functionality, and I call all that Runutil. And as you can see in the top left-hand picture, it is very satisfying when you have a 3D print that is dialed in such a way that the supports just peel away when you lift it off the print bed. That's always a good feeling. The software was EEPROM burned and put on an old version of the Versa 64 cartboard. Those not familiar with the Versa 64 card, it's an open source hardware project by Petter Hans for creating simple cartridges. As you can see down there in that boot screen for the cartridge, it boots with 30719 bytes free. This is 8K short of the usual familiar 38911. When I get some time, I'm going to start playing with the cartboards that allow software control over the 8K ROM banking, and that's going to fix that. So, with the Runutil cartridge, you can automatically create your ligatures. You can see right here I had a bunch of text. I didn't use any of the two-letter symbols, and all I have to do is press F1, and it will do all of that for me. So let's see that in action. I love this Pressament Galaxy Purple filament. It's very forgiving material to print with. So in it goes. Now, I'm typing, this is a test. You can see it starts with TH when I move the cursor back here. There it is, that's a ligature. And it ends with ST, also a ligature. So when I press F1, there, it automatically fixes any of this text that's on the screen. So as I say here, yeah, that's the only utility I have so far. I think it would be cool if there was a Runic native version of Compute's word processor speed script that was available on lots of different 8-bit machines back in the day. Ubibium offers this huge leg up. He has out on GitHub an assemblable version of that, so that would make an excellent starting point for me. So, like any Ultima game, this project took way longer to complete than expected. For those who don't know, when you complete an Ultima game, which is of course way harder back in the pre-Google days, the game told you to report thy feat unto Lord British. And it would give you contact information for doing exactly that. Garrett and team would then send you something in the mail that would recognize your achievement, a certificate. Now, what's cool is that Garrett still responds to people who report their game completions on Twitter. So naturally, I had to report my feat there as well. And he responded, which is awesome. He says, "You've achieved a mighty feat indeed." That was cool. I got a lot of other responses as well, both on Twitter and Facebook, and surprisingly, no one left me a detailed message about how I was having fun the wrong way, which is normally what happens when I post my useless projects. So maybe people are relaxing these days. Anyway, if you are watching this, Mr. Garrett, know that as a thank you for great childhood Ultima memories, I would happily craft a second Runic Commodore 64 for you. I know you're an Apple II guy, but maybe you'll make an exception. So, some final comments. First of all, this was a great project. I actually got to hack on ROMs that were coded by Bill Gates himself and Paul Allen. How often do you get to do that? If you want to see Bill Gates' code in more detail, the kinds of things I was messing with, I have a page table link there for you. The hardest parts of the project is, at the time when I first started, I lacked a lot of 3D printing troubleshooting skills. I definitely picked up a large number of them along the way. Got some great advice from the CRX gang and the private Discord channels. No, I did not resort to hairspray or glue stick to solve my problems. OpenSCAD had a lot of confusing assertion errors that would happen from its depths that made no sense to me. You couldn't tell what caused it. That tip to rebuild the models in Fusion 360, maybe that's obvious to you out there, but that was new to me. So a big thanks goes to Tessa Del Mar, whoever you are, on the Reddit OpenSCAD forum. That was very, very helpful. Additional thanks to Fizzymagic and to Cran, the de facto leader of UDIC, Robin 8-Bit Show and Tell, and to Joe for giving my draft slides a look over before I presented. Also, of course, to Yuri for both the hardware and press apprentice support. He's always there to help out when I get stuck on things. And what's next? First of all, call anybody out there want to take Micro Dragon's Runic keycap font and add kerning to it. That would be really useful. That would have improved things. I just didn't make the time to do that. I would like to expand the ever-growing library of Runic-enabled software, and I've already received, as I posted these things on social media as little teasers, lots of requests for the Python source and the STL files, so I'll be trying to get those all up on GitHub very soon. So, thank you for attending. Right after the Ken Arnold bumper music, I'll be available for any questions or comments that you might have. Thanks.
Okay, that was the bumper music was in case we had trouble with audio video, but
good call.
Yeah, I've been lucky so far. So yeah, we have a large number of Ultima fans out there. I have different pockets of people that are very interested in this talk that are not part of the Commodore scene, so I'm going to be sending this along to them. This is the game somebody was mentioning in the comments that has made such a huge impression on a bunch of people. Let me bring the comments back up. Oh, that music. Yeah, there's some Ultima 3 music. So there was actually a Ultima get-together at Disneyland, the UDIC 25th anniversary 5 years ago, and I got to meet Garrett. It was all weekend long. We got to go on rides and things like this and spend time with him. I don't know if you guys ever played the games, but Ultimas 3 through 5 had like his signature would sort of write out in cursive. And I was asking him, like, how do you do that? As a kid, I was thinking the only way you could possibly do that is to like manually plot every single thing. And he's like, that's exactly what I did. So he drew me this little diagram of just how he very tediously, for a signature, did every single point, and then the animation spilled out. So I couldn't conceive how it could be done because I didn't think anybody would go through that level of tedium, but that's what he did. But as part of a giveaway, to show you how obsessed I've been with this, the free giveaway bag, I made books for everybody that showed up, so you could like read an H.P. Lovecraft novel all in Runic, so you could learn to practice reading at speed.
Wow.
And I even sent them links for like a Kindle edition for their flights back, if that's how they wanted to read it. But yeah, I've been in this space for a long time. So my guess is the absurdity of all this will have you so stunned that there won't be any questions.
So David, first of all, you've been working on this for a very long time again, and you certainly started in your own style of what is the most elaborate way I can achieve this goal, and how can I learn as much as possible on the way. I'm completely baffled, and I know you're going to send out this video to a lot of the fans of this game series. I just cannot even begin. You learned along the way everything there is to know on how do I hack this kernel? How do I hack the kernel then again to make it come up with the character set in the way I want to do this? How do I create a cartridge that then will help me combine characters? How do I then not just create keys by taking in an existing STL file? No, how do I write a piece of software that will help me create these STL files to then debug that, to then see how I can import these? Oh, and by the way, I've never 3D printed, so let me try and buy a 3D printer as well and learn how all of that works and peruse the entire internet while trying to get up to speed.
Oh, that's right. I did buy the presser for this project. I forgot.
Oh, you did?
Yes, you did.
You
I forgot.
You spent $1,000 just on printing a couple of keys. Some people would call that dedication.
In all fairness, every time I learn anything on these kind of projects, I feel like I'm just finally catching up with what everybody knew back in 1984 and what everybody in this group already knows. But it's still fun for me. So I'm learning all the same things all over again.
Well, and we get to experience some of these great projects. This is just another fantastic example of, you can do what, you don't want to do what, and which sounds initially like, okay, that sounds kind of doable. Well, there's a few complications,
Yeah.
And then it's fascinating, and it's fascinating because you kind of drag a whole bunch of people in the project yourself, but you return so much to everybody that's involved in that. That makes it really, really cool. So the thanks really should be going to you, not the other way around, because you really have you've done such a great job in involving everybody and making them think and making them battle for their answers as well. Because
oh my goodness, you are putting a positive spin on this. I think Nate captured it better when he said that I like working on projects that have exactly one user, myself, because that lets me dive into the minutia as far as I want to go.
I think this one has a very large audience. Well, I think it does, and it's interesting to see here the Discord comments as well. Everybody loves this game. Like they don't like this game. They love this game.
Oh yeah,
it's classic for sure.
The UDIC group is pretty hardcore. They do have meetups. I will definitely be taking this to those if and when I go to another one. Yeah, diving into the minutia, I mean, just one of the fun things I found on page table is that the kernel actually has a checksum byte in it that you have to compute in a particular way that nothing ever checks. So, of course, I had to compute the checksum byte that way for my cartridge, for my ROM. But sorry, no one will ever care. But it's just that's the play aspect of it. I know that I've heard from Steph when she was doing the hardware, once the hardware is done, she's like, well, what do I do now? And you say, once you fix hardware, you're like, you're done. But thankfully to people like you, I have a chance to actually play with these things, which is what I did back in the day. So I just assume the hardware is there mostly. I'm pretty hardware dumb, but I'm learning. You saw my soldering effort when I was trying to take
yes. Well, and that's the other thing as well. You try and do everything yourself. Even if we made it, then you'll go back and try and do it yourself again. And I think that's really cool. I think this is a great example of where you're applying the same enthusiasm and will to learn something new and the maker mentality with a bunch of tools and processes available right now, which still don't make it an easy race at all, but may be able to bring it to a level of perfection that wasn't available back in the day. And I think that's really, really cool. I've been fearful throughout this project that at some point in time said, well, I've created these STLs now and I've created some Python. Why don't we try this out on your CNC next and see if we can CNC these keycaps in real wood and, get some purple wood or something going here.
I need you to come over and dial in the PET G on my printer. That's everybody in the forums is swearing that PET G is the way to go, and you're going to show me why that's the case.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. Now the PLA that you use here, the Prusa PLA, it's hard to see on camera, but it's kind of like almost a purple green hue depending on the light.
Yeah, it definitely changes with the angle of light. It's very pretty, and the cartridge is cool too. It doesn't do that, but they've made some very fancy materials. It
fits really well, and people are starting to show off some of their collections. And
oh my goodness,
which is very cool.
I have to say that we've known about this project for a long time, actually. In fact, I need to go back and scroll through our Discord to see exactly how long ago you started this. But it's a testament to you that you never got discouraged at any part of this at all. It was actually go ahead.
The story's always more complicated. I did ignore it for months at a time. I found the 3D printing discouraging, but I learned. I don't want to learn, I just want to know. But it turns out to know you have to learn. And so, my favorite part is just, getting the assembly working and stuff like that in the early days. But I certainly learned a lot about how to make supports work better when printing things. I didn't succumb to the resin printer. I didn't have time. It would look a lot better if I did it that way.
Well, that's a good. You bring up a good point. These supports. This is a very complicated piece to print. To design. People that have been following along with the keycap campaign of Jim, know that these keyboards are way more complicated design than anybody could have ever figured.
Yeah.
And so then you say, okay, I'm going to set out to do these myself. I'll use a base design. I'll edit that. Then, of course, because it's such a small part to print on a 3D printer, you have to figure all of that out. But what came back out of that has actually been super useful as well. Like you said, the supports. I think it was last week or the week before, we were trying to print something here on my printer, and you were able to apply the same knowledge now. Hey, let's set up these supports this way. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was really cool that we could reuse some of these learnings, and I know you hate learning, that some of these learnings into this. I think it's a really cool project.
Well, driving it all with Python's interesting too, because if I ever wanted a systematic change across all the keys, like the font slightly bigger across all keys, I just change one number and regenerate them all with you just run the program again rather than fiddling with each one. So I'm not sure overall I saved time that way, but if I wanted to do certain changes later, I certainly did.
Yeah, and plus this, and the other good thing is, and people can see it, you got the machine still next to you there. You should hold up the with the switch. So the switch, so for those people that, there's a switch on this machine now. It's a switch, a hole got drilled into this. Yes, really. And things got glued on the top.
I thought that switch was pre-existing. We just repurposed it.
I don't know. I like to think that you drilled the hole. It's the first one that's in now. Imagine all the other things that could now easily be drilled into this casing. Many more switches and LEDs could easally go into this.
That's true.
I'm seeing people here say they still have their cloth map. I have many of them, but this is the Ultima 4 one right there.
Right, yeah.
So back in the day, I pirated this game when I was in high school, and as long as it's confession time, and I had to find the serpent's spine, and I had no idea what the serpent's spine was. Had I purchased the game legitimately, this cloth map says right there in Runic, serpent's spine, and I would have known instead of spending a week looking for that during summer vacation. Yeah,
that's great.
That's so awesome.
So yeah, they were great with the feelies.
So some things have transitioned. I mean, obviously you started with the keycap replacement and for your printing, and then you took it to the next level by designing that cartridge. And so the cartridge itself it's beautiful. I mean, the way you did the inlay for it, and you had to learn how to do the supports for that. So I think you're ready for the next project.
Here was the failed one. Oh, I didn't show you. Yeah, the cartridge would not snap closed until I upped the triangle count, which I had to re-triangleify it because OpenSCAD likes to blow up. So I learned very simple things, things you guys all know. But yeah, I love how that sort of textured. I was thinking of painting that before, but it just turned out really nice. So what is this next thing you're threatening me with?
I don't know. I'm sure Yuri and I'm sure Yuri can figure something
Oh,
out.
I already have a list. I already started making the list for the next project. But I got to say, David is about the crazy ideas as well. So you know, there may be more. There may be more coming in there. I think at some point in time he may need to decide to make a limited run, associate some of the limited run with a good cause. See, that's how I trick you.
I agree, and I happen to know a guy that can design boxes and such like that really well. And
maybe see. I know you're very keen to get a unit in the hand of the original maker as well. And I think that may be the way to his heart.
Right when you said that, there was a bubble that appeared above your head that says something seems fishy to me.
But that would be that'd be good. You know, this is
on your game.
again. It's so it's such a project that went like way bigger than was originally I think intended, or maybe not. Maybe this was this. It has the dream come true.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on the cartridge. I really would like to put some more things in the cartridge, and you have some of those Xeno mechanas, which, you know, like the fast load cartridge, how it boots in the cartridge mode, but then it puts itself into, it writes something to memory and loops until it sees that thing has disappeared, and then it can go into software mode, stuff like that. I want to be able to do that, so I minimally mess up the Commodore. So that'll be the next thing I learn about. Again, I'm sure many people here watching have been doing that for decades, but it's new to me. And then I'm going to build some more software that supports stuff that's in there too. If I make one for Gideon, which I've been in a little bit of contact with him, I want to have a little bit more software on there. And I also wanted to be able to display the things that would put it into attract mode as I'm sitting in Vegas and leave the machine alone.
Yeah, I think that's great. Maybe maybe like a slideshow on it or something. Or,
something Runic-y, so people
have
look
a
up, like, what the hell is that?
If you hold a key down well, you turn on the machine when it goes to a demo mode or something like that.
Yeah,
you know, there's all good. These are all good reasons to further dive into startup sequences of the machine and all of that as well. Bank switching.
It's been fun loading up other games and watching them with Runic characters.
Right. You think it's going to be a hit? Like, you know, Jim Brain has a very good distribution system for Jiffy DOS. You think he'd be willing to go for a Runic's version of Jiffy DOS, perhaps?
So I think so. Electronic Arts still owns the Ultima stuff. I think Gideon had to change the Runic for his Shroud of the Avatar game because of that. I'm not sure. It was changed for, see if I have it here. I think I do. So yeah, Richard Gideon has a massive online game now, which I threw some money at, but I haven't played. Sorry about that. This is the latest cloth map from that, but the Runic is changed. Somebody made it for him. I think it's because Electronic Arts owns the other one. So I'm probably not going to mass produce anything, even do short runs. It's just for me. Unfortunately, I don't think they want to do anything with that property, but it'd be cool if you got it back. We'll see.
Right. Right.
So I think in your time frame in your life, this is probably the ideal time to do it. Because realistically, everything up to this point is got to be far easier right now than it was, you know, 10 years ago even. And like we were talking the other day about the 3D printing thing, you didn't have to go through any kind of growing pains of the 3D printer era when it started up. So you were able just to buy something that worked and print it down. So people that are watching this, you can generate nice cartridges like what David has done right out of the box really now, as opposed to 10 years ago when Yuri and I were the official suckers, I mean, beta testers of the 3D printing world. And so I really do want to know, what are you going to do next?
Well, I have a couple projects. They're on the back burner. I don't think I'm going to say what they are right now. Just like Happel lied and said he doesn't have something, he has something. I know.
I'm sure.
Yeah. When you
We
asked him
all do.
But yeah, I definitely benefited from all the people that paid the pain. I don't know what it's like to have a bed that's not heated or not automatically leveled. It's just all the stuff just works because I waited a decade before hopping in. What I was originally planning on doing is only getting a 3D printer once people started to say, hey, printing is stealing. Then I was going to know it was mature enough and then pose enough of a threat that would be an interesting technology to hop into. And people haven't started to say that yet, but Yuri showed a high amount of usability with his, and I thought I could ask him questions if I just get the exact same thing he has. So Czech Republic.
I think that was probably one of the wisest decisions.
Oh yeah, time money trade-off.
Buy yourself a 3D printer that a buddy has that helps a lot. So anybody that's now, you know, as a result of what you're going to put on GitHub, may decide to undertake some of these projects, make yourself.
Yeah, these people that print benchies as if they are an end to themselves. They are just optimized for dialing in their printer, and then they don't know what to do, because that for them is the fun, is to make their printer as dialed in as possible and make YouTube videos and things about that. That is completely foreign to me. I want the technology to be transparent so I can create the things that I want.
Absolutely.
And,
yeah,
you know,
in the resin printer world, it's the same thing, but it's miniatures. Everybody creates a miniature of something, and when they're done, they're like, well, I can paint it or I can put it on my desk. Like, it was the fact that they were able to do it and it looks so good. That's the whole thing for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you gonna?
But I'm glad these people exist.
Yeah.
So there's how many were there in the series on the C64 of this game?
They went up to Ultima 6, but you don't see many copies of that floating around. But after that, it was just more capable machines.
Are you gonna now replay all of these with this original Runic keyboard machine?
Oh wow! I haven't tested that for compatibility yet. I'm sure they bank out the kernel and the basic.
I think I know where your Christmas holiday is going to go.
So the character set, I did take Ultima 5 and Vice and do a snapshot, and then wrote some Python parsing to go and extract all of the assets out of what I saw, and the font was a simple one to extract. So that came directly from Ultima 5 already. So yeah, someday when I retire, for now, I'm just vicariously watching people on YouTube speed run them in the background as I do something else. If I waste time in parallel, it feels like I'm wasting less time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So,
well, the good thing is now, if you
feels like multitasking.
If you combine a few of the talks of today, Jim Brain, who spoke about kernel switching, you can put multiple kernels in. You for all that's needed, you may need to take 5 or 6 kernels specifically to run these games. You know.
So you saw the instructions on how you don't have to pad out a file, right?
I did see that. I have not tried them yet, but I did see that.
Let me see if there's anything in the questions area.
And what David is referring to. So this is the creative process in a presentation. Looking back, always looks fantastic. But we had some epic battles while going through this, and one of them had to do with obviously creating this kernel. You know, David went through numerous iterations, and the initial setup that we had created is, whenever he would get to a point release, he'd send over some files and I'll burn them to an EEPROM, and then we would try them out. And my understanding was that with all of the optimization of the processes that David had gone through, that he had highly automated some of the kernel building process as well. It turns out that was not completely the case. So for some time we were fighting with, why does this machine no longer work, where we had a perfectly working previous version. And it turns out that we were just speaking different languages when it comes to how to combine certain kernel images and pack them to the right size for the images, for the kernel images that we were
Well,
using.
Jim Brain talked all about that today.
And he did. He totally did. And I felt like, oh my goodness, this is exactly what we were going through.
He was apologizing for making that too simple, but you and I wasted a lot of time trying to do it.
It took us quite a while before we realized that one person didn't do that job.
Now that's true.
So this, this is just this was a great project. I think, again, what this does, these projects, pull a couple of people together to work on something that gives them an excuse to get together and, build something. I think, and that's the cool thing with all of these new projects that we've been seeing, and even the restoration of the old stuff and all, it brings you back together to talk, debate, discuss, learn new things, all based on null platform. I think fantastic.
Yeah, it's fun with an adult understanding to go back to the things that were made such a large impression on you when you were a kid. And then you find that there's still continued depth in that space that you can grow and explore in. I mean, what a toy, right? What other toys from childhood can you say that about?
Yeah. This is bar Lego that I could not come up with something else.
I mean, Mr. Potato Head peters out after a certain period of time.
He does.
Yeah. There's only so many permutations.
Totally. So, since you don't want to reveal to us what the next project is going to be, your intent is to put one of these in the hands of, huh?
Oh, of Mr. Gary, absolutely. Yeah. He has an Apple II set up in his house for his, because that's what birthed this entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
When he was young, he would just write RPG after RPG after RPG after RPG, just over and over and over again. He didn't make the mistake that some people do of just trying to get one absolutely correct. He would build, learn, throw away, build, learn, throw away, and just did this fast fail, rapid iteration thing, which completely prepared him for that. But yeah, that really launched his ability to do all the crazy things in life that he wanted to do, like spend ridiculous amounts of money transforming his house into haunted houses and just bizarre things. I'd be very happy if this got to sit next to his Apple. So
that'd be very cool.
Yeah, that'd be
very cool indeed. I think well deserved as well.
Absolutely.
You went the extra mile. This was not a simple character on Switch.
People don't understand exactly how much work it really is. It looks simplistic on the outside, but being on the inside of watching this being developed, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and some tears that I witnessed.
I don't know if it was hard, but it was hard for me.
It's a great learning experience, though, for sure. And like Yuri said, the camaraderie on this whole thing. I mean, it was nice that everybody got to get together and help. So
everybody in our group likes completely different things, and that's what's fun.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm into this. Other people are into productivity software. It's just we cover the space. So
yeah, absolutely,
for sure,
absolutely.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for the time slot.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you two just chat about whatever you're going to chat about.
Well, we're gonna chat about the fact we got about 7 minutes remaining, and I'm going to go to a break. And at 5 o'clock, Sajtron is going to be coming in and starting the BIT-SCAPE music extravaganza showcase. Last year was good. This year, I hate to say it's better. It's just to not offend anybody from last year, but holy mackerel, I got to see a lot of these videos already, and it's outstanding for sure. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to take a break on Slay Radio, and we'll be back in about 7 minutes or so with the BIT-SCAPE, and so we'll see you then.
Welcome to BIT-SCAPE Miami at CRX Commodore Retro Expo 2021. With music by Citrix, Ray Manta, Tree Wave, Jeff Gregory, Electric Gypsy, Sajtron, Wagner Fulco, and a special DJ set by Gregory.
Welcome back. You can see we're ready to kick off BIT-SCAPE 2021. And let's bring in our guest here.
What's going on, guys?
Saj,
What's
how's
up,
the weather
man?
in Miami, man?
It's good. It's good. Raining a lot. You know, we got a couple of hurricanes coming. You know how it goes down here.
Yeah, so it's warm here in the desert still. You know, we're at 96 right now. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, well, we got a great lineup this year. Quite a bit of different artists as well. So it should be very interesting.
It's really cool, you know. Last year, you know, how are you going to top last year? But you definitely brought out all the hot shots.
Yeah, man. You know how we do it. We got to keep, making it better each year, improving it. So I'm really excited. So yeah, so BIT-SCAPE is now in Miami. I had to do a relocation this summer, which was brutal, man. Moving here during the high season was, not very exciting, but I was able to finally make it. I did like a road trip, drove all the way from Vegas, all the way to Florida. So yeah, it was pretty fun. And actually, I drove out here with one of our artists, Wagner Fulco. So we did like a road trip kind of thing. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But yeah, so we got some exciting artists today. And actually, we're going to start off with a collaboration project that I did. So this collaboration project is kind of an interesting story. So when I moved, none of my stuff arrived till 2 months later. So I didn't have enough time to produce tracks with all my Commodore gear. So I had to think of a backup plan. And the plan was I reached out to one of my old friends from where I grew up in Panama. He lives out here. And he has a full-on studio down here. So I'm like, hey, I'm gonna hit up my friend Electric Gypsy. Maybe we can collaborate on a track. So we ended up, because my stuff was in here, we had to figure out how to get the Commodore involved. So during lockdown last year, there was something really cool that came out called Insidious, which is kind of like emulation of the SID chip. And I heard it before the new version came out, and I was pretty impressed. But the new version has like both models of SID chips, the old one and the new one. And I was just blown away. I was like, wow, this thing sounds so good. So we had to use it. And we mixed it up with other analog gear. So we'll talk about it a little bit more. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna play, the first track will be Sajtron and Electric Gypsy together. And then we're gonna go right into Electric Gypsy's solo track. And then we're gonna have them come in and then we're gonna talk about it together. So take it away.
on BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Electric Gypsy and Sajtron.
Can't stop the future. Can't stop the future. Can't stop the future.
I can feel it. I'm afraid. Blockchain crypto. Robot butlers. Wireless power. Ocean thermal energy. Quantum computing. Drone aviation. Autonomous computing. Electromagnetic travel. Holographic environment. Exoskeletal body suits. Biometric sensing. Neuromind hacking. AI reincarnation.
Can't stop the future. Can't stop the future. Can't stop the future.
I can feel it. Quantum at CRX. Up next we have Electric Gypsy.
All right. Everybody on?
That was awesome.
Nice. Yeah.
So the music we did was like really deep, you know, it takes you on a journey.
Yeah,
That was,
definitely.
it's kind of like it kind of needs like a pause at the end, so we can just slightly get out of the dose that we went into and come back to the realism of the real world. That was awesome.
Yeah, so you know, the first track was more into like the evolution of technology, and then you know, the next track, Electric Gypsy did, it was more like, you know, taking a journey through outer space, which was really cool. So I think Electric Gypsy is on here too, right? You guys can see him?
Yeah, I can see him.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
How's it going?
Pretty good, appropriate background as well. Fits well with the theme.
Thank you.
So we're actually broadcasting live from his studio. We're in different rooms right now because we were getting feedback earlier. But yeah, so what did you guys kind of get the storyline that we try to put together for the first video?
Yeah, and I saw you pasted some of the wording from the first video as well, which was quite interesting. So a couple of questions. So how did you come up like with the theme as a whole? Obviously fits a little bit in the time that we're in right now, but
exactly. So okay, so if you guys know me personally, you guys know I'm totally retro. I got CRTs, Betamaxes, like I got old stuff. And when I moved out here to David's house, Electric Gypsy, he's got the most high tech. Everything is state of the art. Everything is brand new, you know. And the problem is I don't have any of those things. So I'm not used to seeing a lot of that new tech. And we were having we were talking, me and Electric Gypsy, we were talking about like creating a track for this project, and he was kind of making fun of me, like, hey man, you got to accept that what's, you know, everything that's coming in, you can't stop the future. And I'm like, dude, that's it. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, dude, that's the name of the track. Can't stop the future. I love it. Whatever you just said, that's what it's going to be called. It was about that conversation that we had that one day. And then we were trying to put together like, okay, so what is it about the future that we're heading into with social media and, you know, AI? AI, of course, is the very end of the whole thing. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out things that are coming in the future, or we're already at, like cryptos and stuff like that. What is it that we may be, a lot of people fear some of this technology, you know? And the thing is, you feel it, you feel the technology because it's around you. So basically that's what we were trying to portray.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because it puts a lot of perspective to the tune as well, because what I can feel, or what I think I'm feeling, is kind of like the tension between the two of you. One side has completely embraced this, and the other side is kind of like almost like pushing back on this. And when you look at the very tail end of the song, the video mix that you did is kind of like the end of the world video. It kind of phases out as if, you know, it ends in nothing. And it must be very interesting, obviously, you know, kind of you to have Saj come into your hypermodern studio while he's still unpacking boxes for the next 6 years. We have a month of entertainment with Saj.
Yeah, I know. These guys have been making fun of me.
How all went down.
We thought all my stuff was stolen, man.
So we definitely can see and feel that tension in the song, and it's really, I think once the videos get posted, it's good to put these texts in there as well. See if you can recognize them all. Indeed, it's very
exactly
cool to feel that tension.
So also, like, so we started with like low tech 70s 80s era with the low polygon wireframe AI robot, right? That's what we remember seeing in those times. Then as time progressed, the polygons get, you know, higher res, it moves better. You know, we're now in the 90s, maybe 2000s. And then the last guy, man, he's scary. He's basically almost human form AI. And, you know, he's until the very end of the technology. But this is the twist in the video that I like, is at the very end, well, I don't know if you noticed, but there's the Nusynth demo, the Commodore Nusynth demo in the video. And at the end, humankind, I think, is going to realize like AI is going to take over. We may have to like shut it down before it takes over us.
Plug.
So that's what happens at the end. He gets destroyed, and underneath that mainframe computer is the Commodore 64 that's running the whole show all along, because that's where it started.
So Electric Gypsy, what was some of the main equipment used here, and how did you get Saj up to speed on what to touch and what absolutely stick your hands in your pocket instead of on the knobs there?
Now, I have to say that we know Saj is very heavy fingered because his equipment is from the 70s. So like a button for a DVR only needs like an 1/8 inch travel, and Saj's fingers needs 1.5 inches travel to push that big thing down. So I'm sure there's some equipment in there you wouldn't let him touch.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a change for him. Most because he didn't have any of the Commodore 64s. As he was talking, we were talking about the Insidious, which was by Impact Soundworks. It's a VST that emulates the SID chip, and it was really well made. And that was our first start to how do we incorporate the Commodore 64 without one.
Right.
So when I started exploring this instrument, I noticed how well it actually sounded. And because I remember growing up with Commodore 64s and growing up with Saj and going over his house and playing the Commodore 64. And I was hearing this music that was coming up from all these games and stuff. And I remember how it sounded. It had like that certain uniqueness about it. So when I started playing with it, I realized it handles just like the SID chip. Everything about it, except the sounds were cleaner. It allowed me to run it through effects to make it sound like amazing.
Yeah, you notice sometimes the lead sound does the arpeggio, like the famous trademark Commodore sound. Like you could control and manipulate all this in the software. It's incredible. It's really cool.
Yeah, so because he's always more into the computer, the 8-bit, and I'm more into more future technologies, but I've always been attached to analog synths and all that stuff. So what I wanted to do is when we were writing the song, I wanted to make sure that we kind of have a blend of the Commodore 64 sounds with the future and more modern sounds as well, and have them both kind of like interacting with each other. And as it's going, the video's playing, you notice how the more modern sense everything comes in, and the Commodore 64 is still in the background.
Yeah,
but the other sounds are on top of it.
Right.
So that was basically the basic principle of the whole song, and it just sounded really great. When we were writing this song. So
yeah, the sonic frequencies of the old tech and the modern tech together is pretty amazing sounding. It really was. We're blown away by it.
In this song, I had 6 instances of the Insidious running, and they were playing the bass, the leads, some of the chords that were on there. The drums, they were actually sample Commodore 64 drums. Yeah. And that's what we use for basically all the basic drums. And on top of that, like kind of like in the middle of the song, we had a Roland TR-808, and that came in. And we also used a Move vocoder synth in there, an Oberheim OBX-A, Roland JD800, and the toms, they were the Simmons drums, and also Lynn's drum.
Yeah, I told Electric Gypsy, I'm like, dude, we're in Miami. We got to use vocoders, man.
Yeah,
we got to get the robots in here because it's all about the breakdancing electro vibe out here. So
yeah,
exactly. So when we were thinking about the words and everything, all these different sayings of certain types of technologies and future things that were coming, some that were already here, we wrote a list of all these different words and we ran them through the vocoder to kind of emulate the robot sound. And it was kind of amazing how everything kind of came together.
Yeah. We had like, how many did we have? Like 30 or 40 like texts that and then we were kind of like picking out the best ones. Yeah, we had a whole bunch more, but we picked the ones that were like the most impactful, I think, that are gonna, everyone's gonna feel and maybe be afraid of it, when time comes. So.
It's good. So to that point, to the theme of the song, where do you guys think it's gonna go? But you're still making music yourself now. You're making music with much more modern equipment, emulating in part old sounds, if you will. How much longer before the AI will start composing this yourself, and you'll be less and less involved in the process? Let's
Well,
ask the modern. Let's ask the modern side first. Let's ask the electric Gypsy first.
well, I think because it's computer controlled, you kind of use that human element, that unexpected, and that really is really unexpected how things come out. You know, with a computer is so precise. You know, it is like it never changes. All is precise, all is steady. With a human element involved, it's so unexpected. That's how you come up with that feeling, that, you know, that uniqueness of it. And I think that is very hard to emulate, even with the most advanced computers. But as far as like the technology, I think technology has come to a point where even when it comes in the music scene with hardware and synths and software, where even companies that they release these classic instruments, they're emulating all their gear in software form. And having owned the originals plus the software synths, it is very hard to tell the difference.
Yeah, it's just like computers, right? The computers emulations, they're almost exact now. It's like, it's crazy. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
with music.
and right. And I think one of the benefits of having it software and more technological rather than the actual hardware gear is you have more control over the sound and more different ways of expressing your music through these instruments, the software instruments, and you have more control over everything. It just basically has more options and more functions for you.
Right. Without sounding cold.
Right, exactly. Without sounding cold, because I mean, look, I can sit down and I can write a song and everything will be perfect, everything will be aligned, but it will sound cold without that improvisational, you know, spur of the moment at the time when you're recording stuff. Then you just go in there note for note, get everything perfect and everything like that.
Right.
Anybody can do that, but that human element of improvisation, that's where you get that feeling and everything.
Right.
Yeah,
So
you're saying
Saj-
that flawed, you know, a flawed performance is a human performance.
Yeah.
And the good news is that that's probably how we're going to win the AI battles, because the AI won't expect all of our, you know, quirks that we have.
Of course, it's all mathematical.
So Saj, doing this without the C64, but at least getting the instrument panel back into that for the SID. Was this a bigger learning curve? Last year you had a lot of access to original equipment, your own equipment.
Yeah, so last year I had a crazy setup, which you'll see on the next video, my old setup, and it's all hardware based. So you'll see the whole contrast from what we did this time to last year. So hardware is very difficult because if something goes wrong, you don't know which one it is or where it goes, because there's nothing telling you. Where you have to kind of like look around, you know, all the Commodores are kind of, it has old MIDI cartridges, it's all wires everywhere. So if something goes wrong, hey, is it good? Whatever goes, it goes, because you don't know what's going on. So you really got to practice and beforehand to make sure, you know, everything's working properly. Now, the thing about analog is, okay, everybody knows this. You put the same model SID chip side by side and they both are different. Not every SID chip sounds the same. Every single Commodore 64 sounds different than another one. And yeah, they sounded more similar when in the improved model, but even that one's got its own kind of defects and stuff. So I think the old analog has also its own charm, and that's what a lot of people don't understand is the charm of the analog older stuff. I also like the way things look, like when you have like stuff all over the place, gear, it's kind of visually nice to look at as well, you know? So I think there's a positive and negative. The problem with an analog is you can't just save something and it saves everything, all the parameters on every machine. No, you got to leave everything on. And then you got to hit record. And until that song is recorded, then you can turn all the machines off, because next time you turn them on, it might sound completely different.
Right.
So, and then the AI part, yeah, I think AI is going to get so good to a point where we may not even notice. It may even have the defects in there as well. It's going to be so smart that we may not even know that it's like AI. We might think it's a gimmick and it's a real person. We don't know.
It's interesting in the performance as well, where you're your ear may be more susceptible to slight changes, and where the eye may already start forgiving pretty quickly, especially depending on where the eye is looking at. The eye, if the eye is looking at a YouTube feed that's already a little bit grainy, it becomes pretty hard to recognize what's real and what's not. Tell us a little bit about the video process that you had behind this to kind of get this journey from, wireframe to near perfect.
Yeah, so that was a big learning curve. So all we had was really the weekends to work on it. So it took about 2 months to do a lot of it. So while Electric Gypsy, because he knew his studio inside out, he was in there in the sequencer, putting everything in effects. While he was doing that, I was on my computer working on video and we did it in both ways. We both got on his studio, we both worked out ideas, sounds, and then he kind of structured it all on his computer because he works fast on that. I work fast on video. So we did the same thing. We went over clips, stuff we liked together, the stuff that we agreed upon, and then I kind of sequenced it on the video editor. But yeah, it took us a while to figure out, I don't know how many versions of the video. I think I did like 40 versions and they all had problems with them. And then we would nitpick at each other. We were like, oh man, that's terrible. We got to change that, and he did it to me too. And it was fun. And at times we were like, no, we're keeping it this way. It was fun. The energy, because we've known each other since we were kids. So we're like,
well, that's the interesting thing as well. You spoke about that. You guys both grew up in Panama.
Yeah.
That's where when is the last time you guys had worked together on a project prior to this one?
Okay, it's funny you mentioned that. Okay, should I tell about the one at school? So we were in high school, 12th grade, I think. It wasn't a senior year. And we were taking driver's education class. And it was me, Electric Gypsy, and another friend of mine. And we decided to skip class one time. And we went to Electric Gypsy's house and we were playing, I think he had an Atari ST at the time. And we were playing Gauntlet, of course. He had Gauntlet with the 4 joystick extension and everything. So we would go there and play Gauntlet. And we got caught, man. We got caught. They caught us.
Oh.
Yeah, we got caught that we skipped class. So the teacher was like, all right, you guys got to do extra credit, or if not, you're not going to pass. And we're like, damn, what are we going to do? So I thought of the crazy idea, because at that time we were doing a soundtrack or a pro tracker stuff a lot on the Amiga. And I was like, you know what? Let's do a song. So we did a song where we sampled each other's voice that we're sorry, we skipped class and we won't do it again, kind of thing. And we actually sampled Test Drive, and it's got the sound of the engine revving up and everything.
Yeah.
And
nice.
So we finished the track. All 3 of us are kind of talking in the track, and we go up to the class and we're like, all right, we're ready for a presentation. And she sees us with like Amiga monitor, speakers, and they're like, what the heck? No one knew what the hell was going on. They were like shocked. They're like, they expected us to go up there and like talk about, I don't know, something about safety or something. But it was our apology video about, skipping class. And anyways, the funniest part was when we were playing the song, everyone was just confused. And then when the song ended, they were just silence. They were like, what the hell did we just see? No one understood even what was going on. It was too advanced for the class. But we passed, we got it. So check this out. I actually, while I was moving, I found the song. So I promise you guys, next year on BIT-SCAPE, we're going to play that song.
Well, and we're going to have to get all 3 of you on, because you 3 worked on that song. That's
okay. That's
So
cool.
you would think, Electric Gypsy, after all these years, what changed most that we've been making? So Saj moved from this is BIT-SCAPE Vegas, went to BIT-SCAPE Miami, kind of making a full circle. We're excited for the new projects that Saj obviously is thinking of starting all there, and we get to kind of live our life through that. Working with him again, is it like 12th grade again, or?
Pretty much. Like you said, we both grew up in Panama. I've known him most of my life, and it's pretty much the same energy, the same type of collaboration. We always got along well with each other, so we know how we each think.
But remember, back then we were we were broke students. We could hardly afford anything.
Exactly.
Now we've got all the toys that we always wanted as a kid. You know, we're like, oh man, I've got Atari, Commodore, I've got TI-99, I've got all this stuff I couldn't have. You know.
Yeah. What a privilege indeed. Yeah.
So it's fun, and then we reminisce a lot about the games, and in fact, talking about games. So, Electric Gypsy, you want to talk a little bit about your Mystic Waves track and what he actually did some interesting stuff with some classic games on the Amiga. Go for it.
So when I started the song, actually, funny thing, when I first started the song, you know, I had the string arrangement that comes in the beginning of the song. I actually wrote that part about a year ago, and I didn't really have anything to, you know, I could do with it. So, you know, I just started messing around with it, and I loaded up Insidious, and I started working on the beginning of the song. And then something happened, and I saved like a raw version or something, and it kind of got erased. So I kind of had to start all over again, and it was kind of a pain, but it actually came out better. So when I was looking for sounds and percussion and stuff, I had the PC version of Protractor, and I had the mods for Great Gianna Sisters and Shockwave. So I loaded both of them up. I was trying to get all these samples, and I got the samples, the kick and the snare from the Great Gianna Sisters, and I also got the kick and the snare and the toms from Shockwave. And basically, the drums that are in the song, when the main melody comes in, those are actually a combination of the Great Gianna Sisters and Shockwave drums, which basically makes up that whole kind of like slap effect on the drums, which actually kind of sounded really cool. So on that song, I have 8 different instances of Insidious. I have a Roland TR-808 drum kit and a Roland TR-909 drum kit. And the bass that comes in at the beginning of the song is a Roland Juno 106. And that is playing
3 classics in a row there.
Now tell him one of the synths he used that Bobbiana is the creator of the SID. Another synth that he produced.
that long kind of horn kind of sound that comes in the beginning. That's actually an Ensoniq XQ1, and that was designed by
SQ80.
Yeah, right? SQ80.
Yeah, that's the one that was brought. Remember at CRX? We brought it.
I do remember that we fixed the floppy drive.
Yeah, so after the SID chip came out, I think the Apple II GS got an upgraded SID chip kind of thing, and then the Ensoniq SQ80 came out, which is kind of like what Bobbiana's wanted the SID chip to be, you know, if the budget was there.
Right. So and so that one actually sounded really cool, and it was really fun using that. And also I used the Oberheim OBXA, which is playing that main bass line towards the end of the song. And I also had
so Tom, the OBXA is the famous jump from David Lee Roth. So all the synths that we used were classic 80s synths, like classic signature.
Yeah, so most of the sounds in that song were all coming up from Sidious. They were playing the bass, the leads, and everything. One of the main leads that kind of like punches through everything throughout the whole song, that's actually a mini moog, and that's what's playing that main melody that kind of like punches on when the drums kick in the middle of the song.
Very, very cool. So you got a hyper modern type of setup. Once Saj gets all his boxes kind of unpacked and his own setup is put in again, you're gonna try and go real old school with some of these, because in software you've got most of these devices and know your way around them.
Well, actually, I have all the synths too. So I have a whole bunch of analog synths as well. I mean, that's like, as far as the computer goes, that's more Saj, you know, the old school computers. For me, it's all analog gear. So I have a lot of the analog gear. I have Mini Moog, I have an ARP Odyssey.
Yeah.
I have an ARP 2500. It's a new modular system that came out. So I do have a lot of analog gear as well. And because you know, he moved down and my whole studio is not completely set up, so once I get all that running, then we'll be able to create.
Yeah, we're like 15 minutes away from each other, so we'll be able to like go to each other's studios and collaborate, you know, different styles with different equipment. So
very, very cool indeed.
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
So so this one took a good 2 months to create. These two tracks took a good 2 months to create. Where I understand now, and the first track actually was born much longer before that, and basically was sitting on the shelf, waiting for a theme almost.
Well, you know, the first track after Electric Gypsy finished, because he works a lot. You know, he's really good at quick on the sequencer. I was still working on the video, which took a lot longer to do. And then, because, you know, rendering takes forever. If any of you know.
Plus, you like to make last minute changes.
I like to make last minute changes. So while I was rendering and fixing stuff, he already jumped on his next track. So he was already working on the next one. So yeah, that's just the way we did it, you know. And I feel like I get distracted a lot. I like to take breaks and, you know, clear my mind. And Electric Gypsy's like, no, man, we got to go back. We got to go back in here and just get in the cave and just get to work. So he pushed me hard, you know. I got it going. Sometimes I get distracted and I go off course for a little bit. So that was pretty fun.
Just awesome.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I think of the first track, it's been really, and it's interesting to get the story behind this as well. People typically don't get that, but the story behind this, you kind of grow up together and then kind of, you're always staying together, but have different paths on how you proceed in life, and kind of you come back together and you have a topic where you truly have a different opinion, and you can hear that in the song, that being discussed during the song. I like that a lot. I think it came out really, really clear. Very, very nice job on that one.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice, thanks guys. So yeah, if I guess we can go on to the next tune. What do we got rolled up here?
Well, we know this guy.
You got the playlist.
It's you.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the next one. Okay. So the next one, okay, this track so right after BIT-SCAPE, there was another Commodore event called World of Commodore that Leif Bloomquist does up in Canada. And he invited me on the show to do a track. So I whipped a track and submitted it and I played, and it was really cool. So because I didn't have time to write more songs, I wanted to go ahead and play the song I made in 2020. And so in this video, you will see the way my studio used to look like in Las Vegas. And yeah, unfortunately, it won't look like that anymore, but I'm gonna try to get it as close to I can to it. But yeah, you're gonna see it. There's stuff all over the place on this video. So all right, let's take it away.
All right.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have
All right.
You should be running that one on repeat.
Yeah, really. You can tell that Saj is set up for sure if you know
Yeah.
Saj.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that setup took months to put together. I just did it little by little because, man, I think I took pictures of it behind everything to see all the wiring, and it was just like, yeah, if something went wrong, it would take me a while to figure out what the hell was going on. There was so
Yeah,
much
for
going
sure.
on in there. But so I should have said it before the song played, but on some of my tracks, I put a little Easter egg in them. This one has an Easter egg in the track, and when I played it during World of Commodore, no one figured it out, and it's still a mystery to everybody. So I'm not gonna say what it is, but there's a Commodore 64 game sound effect on a really famous game in there. It's hidden in there somewhere. So yeah, next time you give it a listen, see if you can find it. I'm curious to see who finds it first, but yep, no one's found it yet.
That is good. Well, at least you gave a hint. You gave a hint.
Yeah, the game was actually in your video game backdrop earlier. So I was like,
Yeah,
oh, shit, there it
but there's
is.
only 75 games, guys. You know,
okay.
that should be easy peasy to kind of find it.
Yeah, yeah.
This so this is good. So this setup, for those dialing in, you're now in Miami. You haven't set up your studio yet. This was a special setup for the event in any case. This wasn't a permanent setup at all in the first place. That was a setup that you kind of did specific for this song and for that performance.
Yeah, well,
So-
that setup was BIT-SCAPE last year, and then I just left it there to World of Commodore, and then I just left it there for many more months.
Right.
Because I'm
Cool.
like, well, you know, we're in lockdown, we're not really going anywhere, and why am I tearing it down? Am I having guests over? That was in the
Right.
living room, so I just
Right.
left it there
Right.
until I
But-
moved, really.
So what's the plan with regards to the new studio then? Have you set up a dedicated space where you'll be able
Yeah,
to
so I've been
elaborate,
working. Yeah, I've been working in that room, and it's going to be interesting because there's going to be the old Pi modular from the 70s in there,
Mhm.
and some of my analog synths, and yeah, it's going to have eventually. So the future of BIT-SCAPE is eventually I want to incorporate other microcomputers in it,
Mhm.
because there's only so many Commodore performers out there that perform their music, you know, live or whatever.
exclusively,
A lot of people do,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
SID music through assembly language, and there's no other way to do it.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of running out of artists. So I think in the next show, there may be, you know, the rules are going to expand a little bit to other machines,
Yeah.
maybe Atari,
Yeah.
2600, 800 XL, you know, Amiga will always be there with 64. Maybe go to, what's the other one? TI-99.
Atari ST.
Yeah, Atari ST. I mean, all of them, really. They're all,
Yeah.
I'm going to open it to whoever wants to, you know, put it in there. But if there's a Commodore in there, that's a huge plus, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Huge plus. You get bonus points for that.
For real.
So just to go over some of the equipment and stuff that's going on, because there's a lot going on in that track. So there's 5 Commodore 64s, and they're all going off. They all have one SID, so that's why there's so many. I don't have any dual SIDs in any of those machines yet. So one of them has the Mssiah cartridge, which a lot of people know what that is. So I was using that for the drums. This is a good sampler, a sampler portion of the program in there, so I could manipulate the drums better there. And then then I used 2 Commodore 64s using fast fingers too. That's Dan Lasowski's cartridge that I think I talked about it last year.
Yeah.
And he actually made an updated version for me for this track. The MIDI works a little bit tighter and stuff. And then of course, SynthCart, which Paul Slocum is, he's actually performing in one of his old tracks on the show tonight. But SynthCart, a lot of people know SynthCart. That's like one of the top cartridges for the Commodore 64. Actually, that's what got me into making music again on the Commodore, SynthCart. When I saw that, I was like, wow, this is incredible. I didn't realize the 64 was like an analog synth. So sound effects, I used, one more Commodore was used for sound effects. That was the one on the left, the red one. The reason that one was sound effects, because that's a PAL machine. And PAL looks terrible on the iPhone. It just flickers like crazy. So I don't know if you noticed, but under there was like a big CRT PVM that accepts PAL, and I had it really low, like dark blue colors, because it was just going crazy, flickering all over the video. So how did that one turn down? So that one was just used for sound effects. And then the reel-to-reel, some people asked me last year, like, what's that reel-to-reel doing? So last year in BIT-SCAPE, the reel-to-reel was used for tape echo, which is an old 70s technique to do a delay, tape delay. The sound goes in and goes back out, and then just goes in over and over, and it's caused a delay. But for this track, I decided to use it as a backdrop of a thunderstorm. I don't know if you heard, but there was a thunderstorm going on in the back with, with thunder and stuff like that. So that's what that was. And yeah, that was basically it, you know, and then you saw all the oscilloscopes and all the cool little gadgets around it. So, but yeah, that was a lot of work to put that studio together. That's why I left it up for about a year.
Yeah. Now most of it is still boxed up, but we'll see.
Now it's all boxed up, so I got to redo it all over. Yeah,
come back in, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. So, so what else have we got going, Saj?
Okay, so the next one is a very cool video. This friend of mine, Wagner Fulco. So this guy, I mean, he's next level. He's a real producer, Hollywood producer that's produced music with Snoop Dogg, with Steve Vai, Antonio Banderas. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's a lot of information. If you go to Discord, you'll see a lot of stuff he's worked from people he worked with and stuff like that. I mean, he's got the real deal. Pro Tools, like 128 channel mixer, like it's crazy. So Wagner, I'm good friends with Wagner. He used to be my old Guitar Center manager and pro audio department and at the Hollywood flagship store. And we became really good friends right away. And he's from Brazil, so his accent wasn't the best thing. So I always used to make fun of him, and we just made fun of each other all the time. And we became good friends, and we're into a lot of the same things. And yeah, and then he opened up a big recording studio in a huge mansion. And that's where you saw the video on Discord with Snoop Dogg. That was shot at that house. And then later, when he moved to Burbank near the Disney studios, Coffee Bean is like kind of like a Starbucks. I don't know if we have Coffee Bean out here on the East Coast, but I know we have it on the West Coast. They were very interested in getting into the music business. So they helped fund for the new studio for Coffee Bean, and Wagner ran the place. Like that was his place. And it was like a really like, it looked like a rundown house from the front. It didn't look like anything. And when you go inside, it's a huge place with multi-million-dollar equipment. And you're like, what the hell is going on in here? So if you want to see that studio, it's in my chat room and in Wagner's chat room. You'll see it when we're just messing around with all the equipment. Yeah. But you could see it, the top of line, everything. So anyways, Wagner, good friend that he is, he helped me out, and he's like, Saj, we need to get you to Florida, and I'm going to help you. Because he knew how much stuff I've had. He's visited me before. So he flew down, and he had 1 week and me and him to pack. And he helped me pack. And man, without his help, I don't know what I would have done, man.
Yeah,
I would have been on the floor, man.
I think you're still doing it a disservice. If it wasn't for Wagner, you would still be in Vegas. Let's be
because
Yuri and it was a game changer. Once he came on, it was like,
and Wagner works quick. He works quick. In the beginning, it's funny. I was packing the stuff, right, and I was like, bubble wrapping, taping it, organizing. When he got there, by the end of the third, we had 3 days left. We were just shoving stuff in the box.
Well, and I think to put something like this together, this whole BIT-SCAPE thing, what people need to realize is you're a really good friend. You're like a really good friend. You build really good friendships with people very, very quickly.
Yep.
Anybody that would have seen your house that wasn't a really, really good friend would have said, dude, you're crazy. You're gonna have to sort that out yourself. And it's a testament to you and the friendships that you built, that people are going above and beyond to go and do something as you do for them,
and I appreciate everybody's help. And when everything started, I'm like, oh crap, CRX is coming up like in 2 months. and I'm moving and I don't have anything. Like, how is this even going to happen? Is BIT-SCAPE even going to happen? I was really worried about it, actually.
We were worried too.
Yeah.
So Yuri and I were getting ready to buy some uniforms at the local store and get a truck and some some dollies and go help you move. We had to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember Jim Drew's like, oh, actually, I was talking to Commodore Man because, you know,
yeah,
he was going to help out maybe, but the logistics, it just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And then I think at the end, Jim Drew's like, hey, I can help. You know, we can do a road trip.
We could literally just go get a truck and
yeah. But really quick story. The reason I wanted to do it this way was because me and Wagner wanted to see America on the way, you know. I've never done a road trip across country, and I'm like, Wagner wanted to go to Graceland, you know, Nashville, all these, because, you know, he's in the music world. And I'm like, I wasn't really an Elvis fan. I'm like, I don't really care about that stuff. I kind of know about Elvis, but I wasn't really into him. Man, if you go to Graceland, you will be
a fan.
Elvis. You're a fan.
Yeah,
you really need to go to Graceland and check it out. You need
Yeah.
to go to the heart of the music, you know. So we went to Memphis, which is mostly blues, and then you go to Nashville, and it's, you know, everything else. So you see the contrast in the different areas. But then there was stuff I wanted to do, and I'm a big like UFO guy and stuff like that. So I'm like, Wagner, we got to go to Roswell, man. We got to go. Maybe we'll see something. I don't know. We just got to go. So we did go, and did see some stuff, man. I can't believe it.
We want that footage. We want that
so
footage.
I got
in
some
one
good
of the
footage of a
performances.
UAP, man. And we
We
went to
see it
the
in one of the performances.
we went to the very large array, where Contact was filmed with Jodie Foster, and that was a dream of mine to go see those satellites and just be in that area. And while we were there, we saw something, man. And luckily, I had my old 90s Handycam with 120x zoom, and I was able to capture it like on video. So I was gonna make a song for this BIT-SCAPE with some of that footage and things like that, but I ran out of time. So next year, I think we'll do the UFO theme and stuff like that. So, and you know, right now, all that's hot topic. It's all over the news right now. So
yeah, for sure.
Cool. It's kind of cool. So yeah, so for the next track, I asked Wagner. At first, I didn't think he would be interested in doing this because Wagner is more of a modern gamer. He's not really a retro gamer. He looks at the Commodore stuff. He's like, what is that? You know, he doesn't like the old cheap graphics kind of thing. He's not used to that. He's into like the, you know, Xbox, you know, all the modern stuff. But yeah, he's like, I think he took it as a challenge maybe. He's like, yeah, you know what? I can do something. And I was like, oh my God. So I told him about Insidious. So he got that all set up at his place. And I sent him some sample kits for the drums. And he just surprised me, man. So check this out. This is a crazy mad guitarist on top of some SID sounds in the background. Take it away.
It's you'll be impressed.
Yeah, check it out.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Wagner Fulco.
Hey everyone, Commodore community. My name is Wagner Fulco, and I'm here basically trying to crash your party. I'm a big fan of you know, the retro sounds, the retro gaming, the retro stuff. So my friend Saj gave me the opportunity to play a song for you guys. And I hope you guys enjoy what I did. I tried to use all the Commodore sounds and, you know, play my guitar on top of it. And forgive me for all my mistakes. Was on the fly. Whatever happened. It was a live take, one take. That's it. So yeah, hope you guys can enjoy my music, and maybe I see you on playing some of my tracks on your Spotify. I'm about to release my solo album soon. Maybe I keep you posted if you guys want to hear more about it. So, no further ado, take it away.
Okay, mic drop. Wow.
I'm surprised there wasn't smoke coming out of the guitar, man.
When that light went off, I was like, oh, what's going on there?
Oh, man. I have to tell you, though, I mean, the style that he has and the so effortless how he plays, it's just amazing to me. Reminds me a little bit of like shades of like Steve Vai and even like Yuri's fellow countryman who passed away recently, Eddie. His guitar playing is amazing.
Yeah, definitely Eddie elements in there at the end. Turn it around. That was really, really cool. Holy moly, that was cool. So,
and he can pack boxes too.
That's just awesome. That's really, it's just unbelievable.
I mean, that
I
guitar
should
playing.
slap a label on this thing and ship it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jim told me, is this like a game? Is this from a game? Like this could be something I could hear on Slay Radio.
Oh, so exactly. Totally. It sounds like we came off of Slay Radio. It's
a very
amazing.
cool one. I know GTA is being remastered yet again. This will be a great tune in the next GTA title as well,
Yeah,
which is more to his liking of modern computer gaming.
For sure. So Saj, do you have any background on this song? How you wrote this? I mean, what was?
Yeah, like I said, I basically just gave him, I'm like, here's this is where you get the Insidious from, because he doesn't have a Commodore either, right?
Right.
So Insidious, I'll tell you right now, if you're going to replicate the SID on your computer for your studio, nothing comes close. I've tried different emulations, different software, nothing comes. Insidious is like right on the money. Like it sounds good, and so yeah, he got that, and now he's got a Pro Tools. I don't think he could load this into Pro Tools, so he actually had to go to Logic to do it, because he's more of a Mac user. And then yeah, and then he just went. I don't know what he was gonna do actually. He just surprised me. He's like, all right, so but he works fast too. He's really fast. He can write a track, like a full-on track, like in just a couple of hours. And I'm like, I mean, he works with the masters, so he works really quick. And a lot of these people do stuff on one take, and that's it. It's done. They don't need to redo it a couple of times because they're so good. You
can just see the experience that comes through here.
Yeah, and you see his expression. He's like, he's like
I know,
walk in the park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a walk in the park. It's like
it's effortless.
He's in the zone, and when you're in the zone, you don't feel anything anymore. You're just in there, and you can tell.
You're gonna have to send some kudos to Wagner on that. That's amazing.
Yeah,
sure.
and a really funny trivia here, or not trivia, like a fun fact, I guess. He's wearing this shirt, right? He's a big Star Wars fan, and his birthday just passed, and I'm like, I gotta find a shirt that I know he likes Star Wars, but I love retro. I gotta find him something that has a combination of both.
Right. I am.
So I found that shirt of the floppy disk. I'm your father. And you can't see the bottom, but there's a little thumb drive saying, "Oh no."
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I'm like, oh, he's gonna love this, man.
I mean, so literally, he handed him some drum samples, and that's about it, huh?
Yeah, and he got to work. Yeah, he did it. He sent it to me.
Well, if you produce Snoop and everybody else, I guess you're on that caliber, way above everybody else, and you can do that. But still amazing.
And I'm gonna. So he's working on an album. I think it's almost done, and it's on a major label. And so he wants to do a track. He needs to shoot a video. It's about it's a love song about a girl and all that. But we were gonna shoot it, and we were gonna incorporate. I don't want to give it away, but we want to incorporate the Commodore in there somehow.
Hey, of course,
nice.
Of course, if it's about love, how can it not?
Sure, it's got to be his first love. It's got to be the Commodore.
So there's a twist in the video, and definitely. So if the video comes out and we do end up using the Commodore in there, maybe we'll play it. I mean, the song won't be Commodores in it, but there will be a Commodore computer in the video. So, then and it's gonna be on a major, so it'll be played, on the major labels. So that'll be really cool to see a Commodore in a music video.
So if you're over on Discord, if you take a look at the Wagner Fulco room that's over there, you're going to see a bunch of pictures that he posted in there, along with Spotify tracks on there. So you might want to go check that out. There's a ton of really cool videos in here. The people that he's worked with is just amazing. And I'm looking forward to a major release out of this, because I would buy it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it's a fun video. Actually, there's the first picture is me and Wagner on our road trip in the move. I forgot where we were. I think that was Nashville. And so yeah, if you want to reach Wagner, the information, go to wagnerfolco.com, and he's also on Spotify and YouTube. And I forgot to mention the first two artists, me and Electric Gypsy. So I'm on Sajtron.com, and Electric Gypsy's on SoundCloud.com/electric_Gypsy. So that's
cool.
Forgot to add those in.
Cool. Yeah, let's add those to the Discord as well for those people.
Yeah, for real. There, actually, I think they might be in there.
Yeah.
So, all right. So let's move on to the next artist, Treewave. So Treewave is interesting. So this is Paul Slocum. So this is really interesting. So this is the guy that created SynthCart.
Oh, okay, that's why I know the name.
And some people are probably wondering, like, Treewave, wow, we haven't heard of Treewave for years. So correct, Treewave, he doesn't produce music anymore. He's on to other projects and stuff. So I was on Facebook a couple months ago, and I put some posts about SynthCart, and he chimed in, and I was like, oh wow, Paul's on here. So I went again, and then we talked about my question about the synth card question I had in there, and he clarified it and everything. And so then now that I had him on as a friend on Facebook, I decided to hit him up. I'm like, hey man, it'd be cool. I'm doing this, Commodore Music chip music showcase for CRX. I would love for you to play some of your music. And he's like, well, I don't really do the music anymore. I think that ended in 2003 to 2009. So it's like an old project he did. But I'm like, man, but the songs are just so good. So we're going to play this video, and what you're going to see, I think he made this in 2004. This is interesting. So it's one of those videos where they split the screen and you actually see the instruments in action and how they're doing the sounds. So he had a vocalist called Lauren Gray. She's singing on the track. So he's got he also does synth card for the Atari 2600. So you're going to see the synth card on the Atari 2600 on one of the corners. You're going to see the synth card on the Commodore 64. You're going to see some kind of hack he did on an Epson dot matrix printer where it's doing melodies. So, and I think it's open source. If you go to his website, which is www.qotile.net. So what is that? Cotile, maybe? You can go there and you can read up on everything, and you can download the open source stuff if you want to hack your printer. And it's really cool how it does it. And then he's got, and this is sort of something me and Yuri are interested in. So we both have compact portables. We were restoring last year during lockdown, and we both got it working. So he's got a compact portable in the setup using a OPL3 FM synthesis sound card. Yeah, so, and he's got I don't know if I wrote it down here, but he's got some kind of old sequencer. So this sequencer is sequencing the whole track through MIDI. So, and also, if you want to, so the synth card works with that little overlay. You guys know that little keyboard?
Yeah, that little keyboard.
Yeah. So the keys are mapped out to those keys. So if you, I think they're like $100 on eBay. If you're lucky, I think everything's going up now. But you put the overlay on there, and you can actually play the notes. You don't even need a monitor. The way he designed synth card, you don't need a monitor. You could just turn on the Commodore, and boom, you're playing. Also, if you have modern MIDI cartridges, you can also buy a modern cartridge of a synth card. You can get it through Tim Harris at Protovision. And but if you're using an old MIDI interface, it works with all of them. Detel, Passport, Sequential Circuits, and Kerberos. So it works on all those old interfaces. If you have those, you're ready to go. So without further ado, let's play this and check this out.
All righty.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Tree Wave.
Wow.
How cool was that?
That is cool. I gotta, that printer start at the beginning.
Yeah.
It took me like literally 10 seconds to figure out like, wait, what is that?
Yeah, what's going on with that?
What I'm hearing?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is a good track because it shows you what you can do in a band setting, like a whole band, you know?
Yeah.
Like you got all these machines going with the vocalist, like, and it's grungy sounding, you know, that distortion.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. When I first heard this, I'm like, wow.
I'm just fascinated by the creativity here, just to kind of like, okay, let's put a Mac on the printer, let's start moving that at a certain pace, get that certain sound. Do I get that bass line in there? And
Yeah. It's like, instead of people, let's replace it with the machines that are making the sounds, you know?
Yeah, and then the whole thinking, you know, behind that, you know, you want a certain sound. So they got the sound already in their head. Now they need these devices to create that exact thing that's in your head. And these are devices that were, you know, was not meant to do this. So it's interesting. It's a very interesting concept.
Yeah, so if you go to his website, treewave.com, if you buy the CD, I don't know if it was, I think it was CD format that it came out, maybe vinyl, I can't remember. But the last track was SynthCart as a data file. Remember those YouTube videos that came out a while back about SID, Commodore 64 programs pressed on the vinyl on the inner groove on the side of the record label? Yeah, so he did something similar back in 2004, but on, I think it was CD format he did. And he put the track on there, but he also had a little song going on the background. So I guess it's left and right, you know, and he put it on the right channel maybe, and then it's just the data.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense.
It's really cool. So if you go down his website, you could check out, he's got a whole, I think he did 2 EPs, 1 or 2 EPs of this. And he's got a lot more other songs that he used all the equipment in. So
yeah, and I think SynthCard really is almost like the de facto standard these days.
For sure. I mean, you go on YouTube and everyone's using SynthCard.
It's it's
a standard. And check this out. So when we were chatting a little bit on Facebook, I got a little information from him that was like, wow, you know, that got me really excited. So he mentioned that SynthCart 3.0 is in the horizon, you know. It's something, not right now, but it's something that he's gonna, you know, possibly work on in the future. So at least now we're like, wow, there's something coming soon, you know, something that, you know, I mean, it's already really good. I don't know what else you can add to it, you know. I'm sure there's more stuff. I even asked him once if there's a way to add like a sample channel in there. I mean, I don't know if you can do that and mix it with the SID, but, you know, we all know the secret 4 channel. So I wonder if there's a way to tap into that and store samples in there and somehow trigger them. I don't know. That's something I would like to see, you know.
So maybe for next year's BIT-SCAPE, you'll have
maybe
ability to use it.
Yeah, maybe. But you know, he told me he's got a lot of projects he's working on right now. So I don't know how important, you know, SynthCart 3.0 would be for him on this timeline. But it's something that he's looking into, maybe possibly looking into in the future. So that was very exciting news. So yeah, you can still buy SynthCart as a cartridge on Protovision, Tim Harris's website, and but to get the MIDI going, you need a MIDI interface too. So you're gonna have to buy a separate MIDI interface, which he also sells. So you can get that as well.
Yeah, very, very cool. This is a very cool setup.
So we have all of his data over on the Discord, correct?
Yeah,
it looks like it.
And I think he does some kind of a sequencer or something for the Atari 2600, which is still kind of homebrewed, and you know, that whole homebrewed for the 2600. So it's like, I don't know if it's 100% finished, but he's asking people on the website if there's someone can like kind of like develop more for it or something. Kind of left it the way it was, but it's some interesting stuff. If anybody of you are a 2600 fan, check out the website and check out the sequencer program that he's got in there. So the SynthCart on the 2600 also has a visualizer, which you saw in the video. You saw the visuals going. So that's kind of cool. Just like the 64 has visuals on it as well. So, all right. So we got a next artist, Jeff Gregory. So Jeff is interesting how we met. So we met actually in 2017 at our very first CRX in Las Vegas. He came to the show, and I guess he was there already on another show, maybe. I'm not exactly sure. if he came just for CRX or he was already in town for another show and he happened to find out about it. And so he was there and he was in my booth. I remember I brought my Casio DG20 guitar that year. And he was one of the first ones to hop on that thing and start jamming on it. I'm like, okay, this guy knows music and he's doing some cool stuff with it. And so I kind of like, we became friends after that show. And I've been kind of following his music and this guy's hardcore. So I'm pretty old school. I got old gear. I use MIDI. Okay, he's even more hardcore. So he uses the sequencers inside the machines. I don't even think he uses MIDI. He uses like, I don't even know what it's called, but it's the data that uses the sequencers built into these machines, and he triggers everything. And I'm not sure how he does it all, but you'll see in this video all the old gear he has as well. And so he does a lot of experimental stuff, ambient, abstract. Yeah, he's been doing this for 32 years, and he's got a lot of classic synths in there. He's got a Commodore 64. Well, you'll see on this video. He's got some cool stuff going on. So this is Jeff Gregory from Illinois. Take it away.
Roll it.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Jeff Gregory.
All right, back.
Ooh, we want more.
Dude,
Nice.
that's like a hardcore Commodore setup for sure.
Yeah, so his solo work has been described as electronic mood control. So I mean, I could totally tell he's just
Yeah.
twisting those SID channels, like those registers, man. I mean, you
It's
can see
awesome.
it. You can see it in action. I think he's using SID Wizard. I haven't used it yet, but I think that's what that was. And it's like a tracker, which is cool because you actually see it scroll up, just like the Amiga.
Right, right.
Because I think there's like some other similar trackers on the 64, but I don't understand. They don't really move like the Amiga style.
Did he give you any write up on what he used, how many machines, all of that, anything?
Well, I think it was just one machine per track, basically on there.
Hmm.
And
Well, I know Dr. T software does something like that for the Amiga for sure. I know they had a 64 version as well that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
scroll like that, like a standard tracker
Oh,
type of.
okay. Yeah, but I
so it
think the
could be that.
Dr. T stuff was all MIDI.
Right. So it's I don't think they made a SID version, but then all their MIDI stuff for the 64 was just like that.
Yeah. So
That is awesome.
yeah, really cool stuff. So he's got so many tracks out there. You got to check out his website, jeffgregory.net, as you saw in the video. Also, he's on soundcloud.com/Jeff-Gregory. And yeah, he's got some really cool stuff. His last album was really good. There's actually a track on there. I asked him if I could remix it. The problem is there's no MIDI information. So how do we extract it? You know, we might have to figure out how we're going to do that. But I told him that I wanted to remix one of his tracks because it's a very 80s like synthwave track that I really enjoyed.
I thought this one, I feel like I got pulled out of a rave that I wasn't ready to end yet.
True. They put the lights on.
Really,
Go home, everybody.
And it just needs to go on like this. You don't need no more instruments. We don't need anything. Just go on like this and kind of like take us on.
Yeah, I had that kind of vibe with the
really
big
good. And
lights
I
going.
noticed it's interesting when the beats start shaking my head a little bit. I'm like, hey, wait a second, what am I doing?
Yeah.
I noticed I was being really dragged into the into the song.
Yeah, and then you can see the different contrast between the style that he was doing raw SID. No, I didn't hear much effects on there, maybe none at all. It's just really raw right out of the chip.
Yeah.
And that's the
very in your face style.
That's the purest form, just to go raw, just like that. So
and it's kind of like it's good. The demo scene has adopted a lot of this style over the past few years as well, and been very experimental with this. This is a good song, and it gets you right in a pace as well that you kind of want to.
Oh yeah,
yeah, definitely
want to move.
Yeah, what's Jeff Gregory is similar to Beat Ratio. Remember how
right.
Beat Ratio stuck with a certain amount, like I think 86 or 85. I don't know. He took like 2 years window, and he just like froze in that moment, and he's not he made boundaries like I cannot use gear before that year and I can't use gear after that year. And I can see Jeff Gregory did something similar where he uses the early model of sequencing music, before DAWs, Cubase, Cakewalk, all that fancy stuff came out. He's using it the way the artists used to do it back in the days, which I think is like I give him props for that, man, because that's
Yeah,
yeah,
because you immediately recognize it's a new tune, but you recognize the style immediately. You know, it's like very, very cool.
Yeah, I
very
could hear
cool,
that. I could see that track also like in a kind of like a demo, you know, like
oh, totally. Oh,
yeah, total
totally
like demo
belongs in
scene
that.
kind of
Or
stuff.
just on a rave, and they just put one of these in between.
Yeah,
Yeah, in between, because you don't want to end the night on that.
No. Yeah, you want to have this.
You're like,
in
what?
between.
The party's
Yeah,
over?
Exactly.
Yeah, this is Jeff Gregory stuff is for more advanced listeners because it's very like, yeah, it's very deep. You know, when you get to the deep music, a lot of people like you know, people that start like they want to hear like Mario Brothers, like Nintendo. That's more like commercial style, you know.
Yeah.
But then that's like the gateway into the deeper music.
Oh, this is kind of like, you know, you start off slow and you know, get everybody in. It's kind of like the luring in music.
Yeah.
And this one is in the middle where people have to decide whether or not they'll order another drink or pop something or decide to go home. They listen to this tune.
It's very
and
mental.
There's no escaping anymore. You're there. You're going to be
Yeah.
seeing it through to the end of the night.
Yeah, this is definitely for the listeners, the ones that truly love hardware, you know,
Absolutely.
and understand the hardware and what it could do. So
yeah,
he's
Very,
very
very
good
cool.
at that. So next up we have I mean, he may just become our resident because he played last year.
He should.
And yeah, he was like blew us away last year with like crazy Petsky graphic visuals and crazy SID manipulations. And I mean, Ray Manta also owns one of the, I guess, top labels for Commodore 64, Datador. I mean,
right.
He pushes boundaries with that label, with visually and musically. So before we play his video, I want to talk about his latest album. It's called Score Datura, and it's on Datador. You can check it out. It's on Bandcamp as well. It's like an ambient experimental album, but he did something cool with it on the release. He did a limited run of the album on 8-track. You guys remember 8-track? You remember 8-track? Usually our dads had 8-track. You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
That is like a really like old school format, which I was like, wow, like I didn't even know you can make those today. I really didn't. So he did a limited run of 8-track. So I don't know if they're still available. Maybe, who knows? You could check them out. Let me give you this information. So he's got 2 Bandcamp sites. He goes under his real name, Tim Coach. And it's Tim Coach at bandcamp.com/music or raymanta.bandcamp.com/music. He's also on Discogs. Just type Tim Coach and yeah, just type his name on Discogs and you'll see all the releases. So I think he's done 7 full albums now. So he's been doing this for a while.
Wow.
And so he's like really into like, so he tours too. He also tours. He's also from Australia, and he does events in Australia, and he brings all his gear down and he does the whole show. So with visuals and everything. So really
Wow,
cool
sounds
stuff.
like a great act for next year's BIT-SCAPE in Las Vegas.
Yeah. If everything goes smooth, yeah, we'll have another, event. So yeah, this is another. I think this is like a 30-minute video, and it's gonna take you. I got a little bit of teaser when he sent me the video. I just want to make sure the video played through, and wow, this first track you're gonna hear, unbelievable. All right, you guys ready for this?
Awesome.
All right, take it away.
All right.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Ray Manta.
As Sash said, red pill or blue pill?
Dude, that was wild, man.
Yeah,
That
do you
was
follow in
wild.
the Discord? Because Ray's in the Discord right now, and he was saying that the last part was the romantic chorus.
Part, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the song that played at the end? What was it though? Remember at the end he played a tune. It was I recognized the tune.
Oh, you recognize the tune?
Yeah, that he remixed in it. What was it?
I don't know.
Was it? It's one of the Ocean songs. I feel like. Hopefully,
you're gonna have to ask him on.
Yeah, Ray, what song that was? I got to know
what that was. Wow,
well, Ray's
I mean,
watching the stream, so
yeah, this year his set was fantastic. I mean, just like last year, you know, he takes you on a journey through the world of pet ski, but this year he added a lot of other visuals on top, even old school CGI 90s graphics and stuff. I was like, wow, this is cool, man. Like,
yeah, and they had a retro vibe still, though. That's what was really cool about that.
Yeah, the retro vibe was there. It had this. There was even a visual with a tree full of sheep on top.
I posted that in there.
I was writing in the Discord. I want a ballerina 8080 and an 80ST now. That's so smooth.
I posted in there that we went to a retro event, saw some sheep on a tree.
Yeah, I think if you were on something and listening to Ray Manta, you may see sheep on the trees.
Maybe.
I mean, this guy does next level stuff.
And Ray just responded. It's from a demo a friend of his coded. He's gonna have to link the demo.
It's
now.
an original song of his.
I recognize it. I know for sure. I've heard it before. That the parts of it got remixed into this.
Well, Ray
does a wild trip again.
I mean, that's all part of the demo scene. I'm sure you maybe heard it on a demo. Maybe I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
outstanding. Kudos, Ray, our official house band for CRX.
Totally house band. Ray, let's be clear. Next year you're going to be on stage again, man. Come on, this is just awesome.
And as you see, he did some custom modifications on the 64. He synced the Musicalc, which is there's no MIDI, there's nothing on that program, and he was able to do some kind of MIDI sync with it, which is really cool.
Yeah,
that's a really Musicalc is a really like a technical, really cool looking program. I think he even like interviewed the guy that invented it or something like that, or was it? Yeah, and it was just like a bizarre story. So. But yeah, I mean, again, he has a Bandcamp site. All the information is on Discord. If you want to go in there, all the links are on there. And you can buy physical copies of his music as well. So that's really cool. And yeah, I mean, always blown away on what he produces every day. I'm just like, and that first track, oh my God. I mean, that reminds me of 90s IDM music, like all those old Reflex, Warp labels from the 90s. I had very much that kind of style, which I very miss. And then when I hear that music, it just takes me back to those early rave days,
Yeah, very much so.
Cool.
Very much so. And I did and the graphics were perfect for that as well. It was an audio visual spectacle yet again.
Yeah,
so it trips you out,
People don't know that Ray's like really big into the hardware stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so what he was talking about was this is one of the things that apparently he added to synchronize the video.
Yeah.
But if you check out pictures of last year of Ray's computer that he posted, he's got a plethora of different machine setups that are really cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's the next level as an artist, is to manipulate your machine and take it, where it doesn't go.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, it's amazing. Like we were talking about this earlier in another segment, how there's still new stuff coming out for the 64 after all these years.
Yeah,
like
and there's no end to it,
oh my God,
it's still going up.
It's
and
still going, man. I don't think it's
there you go, Saj. Yeah. We got a great idea for your new track. He's like, you can't stop the retro.
Yeah.
It's true, man. It never ends, man. So the next artist now, we're going to keep it in Australia. We got another artist from Australia, Citrix. So Citrix, I found out about him years ago on YouTube. Because I was wanting to modify my Atari 2600 with an AV output, because everybody knows those stupid TV computer switch boxes, RF, are horrible, and they don't look good on modern equipment. I don't even think it's very stable. It's like unstable. So as I was looking for modifications, I somehow ran into Citrix and his, what did he calls it? He calls it G-Tari. It's an Atari 2600 built into like a guitar, and he just goes mad on there. Plays it. He does a lot of live shows. You can go on YouTube and see some of the older shows that he did with that. And he told me a little while ago that's very unstable.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't do what he wants it to do. But that's the whole charm, right? That's how it works.
Yeah.
We love when things go out of control and
Yeah.
just do its own errors, you know?
Yeah.
So when he performs out, he does, he's got an Amiga setup, and then he has a Pioneer DJ mixer, which he totally decked it out right before BIT-SCAPE. He's got the Amiga Boeing ball on there. I've never seen that on a Pioneer mixer, so props on that. That was a nice touch. So he uses Atari Game Boy also on there, Amiga 500, 1200, and then the C64.
Wow.
So he did a studio album. I forget the year, but it's called A for Amiga, and it's on a record label called Bleep Street. So you can go to bleepstreet.bandcamp.com and you'll see the A for Amiga album by Citrix. And this album is amazing. So everybody loves the Amiga demo scene, right? From the 90s, that style of music. You know, it's totally different than C64 music.
Yeah.
It's all tracker produced.
Yeah.
So if you get his album, he totally takes you to like the prime days of the 90s, when it was really the golden years that everybody likes to talk about.
Right.
The golden years of trackers. He will take you there, because that's what it is, man. And yeah, you will hear it in some of his music that he's about to perform. And he goes all out on this video too. He's got a nice setup going on, and he throws in a little bit of guitar in there. Synth, he works out the synthesizers.
Don't give
You'll
away
see.
too much.
It's a lot of fun. All right, here we go. Check it out.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Citrix.
Well, hello there, CRX. My name is Chris. I'm here today to give you a little bit of entertainment courtesy of a little analog synth and an Amiga 1200. We're playing a bunch of mods today out of Classic Pro Tracker, and they're all 4 channels. I've got to break them onto a desk so that I can sort of add some additional chorus and things like that, give it a bit of stereo push. But yeah, apart from that, this is just a native 1200 playing a bunch of synth and a bit later on some house rockers for you as well. So wherever you are today, enjoy. I hope you've had a great day, you know, with your Commodore sitting wherever you are. I've got my 64, my 500, and my spare 1200 behind me, my babies. And of course, my touring 1200, which has been, I think it's been to 12 countries now, but it's been in a suitcase, in backpack. It's been all around the world. So it's done well to survive this one. And yeah, so today I can't be obviously up there in person. None of us can be, but we're here to rock your show for you with a track that has no name. This is just a bit of a warm-up track. So yeah, let's see how we go. Thanks, guys. quick retune of the synthesizer. Every good banger has a retune. This is called DX7 or DX Heaven. It's off the A4 Amiga release. Yeah, enjoy. And into the brown note at the end, just for a bit of fun. Even chuck a bit of a filter on that. There we go. Bit of fun. Yeah, we're going to do something a bit different for the next song. I'm going to play some guitar. I haven't played guitar in a long while, so this might be a little bit sloppy. And just cheekily, I might redub a couple of bits if I stuff it up live, because it's 2 o'clock in the morning at the moment, and I probably can't do this too many times before the neighbors kill me. So let's get a guitar and give it a go, hey? See what happens. Here we go. I need a pick. We'll see what happens. Oosh, I haven't done this for a while. Hopefully this camera can see what's going on a bit. I should introduce the song. This song is going to be called Future Bloom. And it goes something a little bit like this. And with that, we'll put the guitar away now. I definitely need to overdub some of that. I don't have enough camera life to do another take of it. So, how is everyone out there in CRX land? I hope you're doing well. We're going to bust on to some slightly more crazy stuff now. We're going to go and pull up some house music. So I'll let this one rock. It's called Bass Bins 88.
Your bass bin.
for this.
big greets to MFX and Coolers. Yeah, that's a track called Demo Party Disco Time, or just, demo. No, it's called Disco Demo Party, apparently, according to the file name. Wow. Yeah, so I'm going to keep playing tunes. This is called $0. It's a bit more of an acid trip sort of vibe. So, yeah, all the lights have gone in sync with each other. That doesn't always happen. All right, here we go. This is, it's called $0. I thought about this just then. I was like, what am I gonna end on? Obviously, bit of a remix this one. So hope you enjoy. I kind of extended this. This is of course the Gods track remix. There we go. As my effects knob lives its last life, I think I broke that during this set. Well, thank you very much for having me at CRX. That's been a bunch of tracks. My name is Seqtre. I have a channel, Debug Live, on YouTube that does all sorts of Amiga, Commodore 64 and other stuff as well. Some reverse engineering and yeah, all of the fun stuff. So I hope you very much enjoy the rest of CRX, and thank you very, very much for having me perform, even though I'm a bit rusty, but you know, that's next year to go back on the road. So hopefully I'll see you all next year. I'd love to come to CRX. We'll see how we go. All right, that's me out. Although it looks like we do have time for one more. So I am going to drop. Oh, what are we going to just drop that's just silly and fun and can go at the end? Oh, this is remixed from the Computer Chronicles. It's called Dig Down Deeper. Going to end on this one for a bit of fun because we got time. Here we go. Hang on. That's a dog's breakfast. Hold on, let me just kill the delay. Can't remember, this one needed a little bit of reverb, map to channel 2, and the bass turning down. Let's try that again.
experimental techniques in music. Experimental techniques in music.
Wow.
Wow is right, man.
Dude, that is how it's done, man. I mean, the way the performance, man, the live playing, the live sequencing on the Pro Tracker.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a master. He's a pro at this stuff, man. Holy cow. I mean, he's been doing shows for a while. I could tell, man. I mean, it's great. It is
Yeah,
really
he
good.
definitely has fun doing it too, you can tell.
Yeah, I mean, all the 90s vibes are in there. I mean, I heard samples from the rave scene, from the demos scene, like all these scenes from the 90s, everything we enjoyed from that decade, man.
Yeah, for real.
It's just all together, done really well. Yeah, the guitar that he busted out with, I mean, it's just unreal, man. Unreal.
Oh, size, I agree. I had to run back. We just actually had the kids. We were on the bed watching with the kids this performance. I was trying to explain to them the concept of live and how there's about 15 seconds of delay in between. They were rocking this set, and even my wife said, "Hey, this is good workout music." I wonder how tired Citrix must be.
Yeah,
have
for
you
real.
seen him? Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He was shedding some weight there, just running around and doing this. Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was totally into it, man. I mean, you can tell on the vibe he was putting out there with his performance. I mean, That is just good work, man. I mean, I give him props.
I agree. I agree. And I remember when you said at the beginning of the performance, you kind of said, hey, he's basically picking the high of this era for this platform. And it is exactly like that. You could just go on a trip of a musical period right there. You could see how it was made on these machines. And it's actually fascinating. For years on the radio and in the clubs, we would listen to music created on these type of machines with a simple Pro Tracker type of setup that we now has become normal to us. But that was, days and days of work to put some of these together.
I mean, if you can describe his performance using an Amiga term, I could say multitasking. I mean,
right.
Totally.
For real.
The blitter chip was in action right there. Man.
Totally.
On fire.
And how about that visual trip, the 5-day rendering trip?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's how it was. 5 days of rendering. That thing must have been cooking by the end of that render period.
Yeah.
Wow, the new tech.
Yeah, Discord totally blew up the entire time too.
Yeah. This absolutely awesome.
The outrun vibe, those outrun vibes, man, in the beginning.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
I just felt like cruising on the arcade during that track,
High speed down the road.
Yeah, totally had that vibe. I also forgot to mention earlier, so Citrix does a demo party in Australia called Syntax. And you can go to syntaxparty.org if you want to check that out. I think he has something coming up soon.
Yeah, I think wasn't it in October or something? I think so it's coming up somewhere soon. Tag or name, guys, if you got the exact date, so we can put that in here. We'll put it in Discord as well. Yeah.
Man, I'm thinking.
Oh, I think they skipped this year, but they had it last year, November 20. So it's in November, I guess.
Oh, November, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Maybe someone
got to keep an eye on that one.
Verify that. But
I'm thinking Australian people are coming over for BIT-SCAPE next year.
Yeah, man.
Ray Manta and Citrix. And
yeah, absolutely.
Our friend Tony will come over.
Yeah. Yeah, the Australians are well represented this year on the most creative end of the spectrum again.
Yeah, for real.
Totally, man, totally. And I mean, I always dreamed as a kid. I'm like, I got to go to a demo party. Like, I just want to experience it,
Sure.
And I got to go to one of these. I mean, Syntax might be one. Of
It's so what was so interesting. I'm just trying to evaluate what my daughter just told me, and she said, "So this is so cool, Daddy. How can I do this? And what app would I need to download for this?" I said, "No. This is stuff that's on that computer there. That's not a keyboard. That's a computer. You need a floppy disk. It is a different world today, and it's going to bring different artists tomorrow, obviously." But I am determined to kind of do a setup here and let them play a little bit with that. It is very, very cool, and just to get this type of sound out of a machine.
Pro Tracker is fun because you load in this. You can even, if you have a sampler, or you can even do it on the PC. There's a way to convert PC samples to the Amiga. But if you have an Amiga sampler, it's so fun. You literally sample your voice, whatever, and it's like Ferris Bueller. You play it on the keyboard.
Yep.
And you go up the scale or down the scale, just using the keys on the keyboard. And it's just instant fun right away, like instantly.
Right. Master Sound and a bunch of those.
All those Amiga samplers in there.
Yeah.
And then if you get a
fancy I think for the live event, and perhaps for the live event, looking ahead just a little bit and being hopeful that we'll be able to get together live. How about putting together a stereo sampler for the Amiga? If we do a live event, we should.
Is our build project?
We could do. That would be a fun project.
Oh
yeah, a good build project for sure.
Wait a minute, didn't you used to build samplers back in the day?
Back in the day, yeah.
I heard some story.
Both for the C64 and the Amiga.
Okay, yep. I think you should put something together for a build next
that'd
year.
Be a fun project. Look at how much quality artists we got here using old and new equipment. It's been amazing.
Amazing. I mean, every year we got a top.
I'm with you.
I don't see how it's possible, Saj. I mean, I was wondering how you were going to do it this year, but clearly you did.
Yeah, pulled that off last minute, and it happened. So again, Citrix music could be also found on. There was the Bleep Street Bandcamp site, but he has his own citrix.bandcamp.com. So all his music can be found in there as well. And there may be other spots. I don't know. I'm sure they're all around. He's been around for a while. I think someone posted a video of him playing the Atari guitar, the G-Tari. So if any of you are on Citrix chat room, go check out that video, man. I mean, I think that's the video I saw, how I found out about Citrix. It's pretty cool stuff, man. Maybe he can make a Commodore 64 one. That'd be cool.
Speaking of Commodore 64, Ray posted some pictures of his 64s over in the 64 room under the Commodore computers. And so if you're interested in seeing what 64 modifications he has done for all of his music, holy mackerel.
Oh my goodness, that is just awesome. Oh, Ray, you're a man to my heart. Just modify these machines.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of hardware people on here tonight. So
I'll tell you what, Tony would point this out right away, but if you guys look at the bottom two pictures there, you're going to see that's a special case that was made actually
it's
in Australia.
That Australian case. Yep. Hey. There need to be more holes in that one, though. There's not enough holes in that one.
LEDs, knobs, and switches, right?
Exactly.
Wow.
So, Sasha, have we come at the end of the roller coaster? Or
no, we got one more car.
Are you kidding me?
No. We've got the finale right now, which is, it's actually a new segment. We didn't have this last year. So I got approached by, I was actually looking for artists. I think I reached out to somebody, Max Hall, maybe? I forgot his name, maybe. And he recommended me a Mibri. So Mibri is from the UK, and he does music for demos. So he's deep in the demo scene, and he's also a DJ. So he told me that he could perform some of his tracks by DJing them. And also he's part of a group, a demo scene group called Atlantis, MultiStyle Labs, and Proxima. Now, MultiStyle Labs I've heard of because Linus is in that group, and I did a remix of his track, the David Bowie track last year. So that's very cool that he's involved in that group. All those guys are really talented guys. You can check out he has a soundcloud.com/Mibric 64, MIBRIC 64, and also mibri.bandcamp.com. He's got an album on Bandcamp called Dedication 2, and it's basically a collection of songs that he put together looks like during lockdown, June 2020 to April 2021.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
I mean, I think a lot of artists use that time to create, because we were all stuck.
It clearly hasn't hindered that creatism.
A lot of creativity has come out during lockdown, and hey, CRX Virtual came about as well.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
That was a good thing. So we're gonna hear in about an hour set here of Mibri playing a DJ set. So this is interesting. He's actually DJing the SID tunes, beat mixing them, and they're being mixed. And he has a real hardware 64 next to it. And I think he's loading the graphics of the demos, or just maybe like a visual of something associated with that SID track. Because most of these tracks are from the demo scene. So you get to see it all kind of mixed up all together. So yeah, let's check this out.
Okay.
Let's roll.
You're tuned into the 2021 BIT-SCAPE Miami Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have the special DJ set by Mibri.
Is it over?
Wow.
Don't say it's over.
Yeah. All good things must come to an end, man.
Oh man.
Yeah. We could have gone after hours. You know, if we were in Vegas, you know how
for sure.
You know how we roll. We don't even
Right.
close the doors.
Oh, well, hold on now. We are virtual. And the good news is it's 9:32 p.m. PST. So if we just take the handy dandy schedule that is part of this, we know that several time zones are just now waking up.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
Very
it's
true.
not-
And the party's not going to stop, actually.
Exactly.
So I want to mention a couple of things. First of all, we have auctions that are going to end tomorrow at 12:30. Well, 12:30, 12:35, 12:50. We got some random times in there, so we can allow people to, you know, buy everything instead of just waiting on one item to end at the same time as the others. And these auctions are pretty incredible. They are one-of-a-kind items, literally. We have Jim Happel's amazing boxed games, and I think Yuri said there's only going to be like 2 ever available. Is that how it works?
This is it. This is it. There's nothing more. This is it. There is no more production. There are no more boxes. There are no more figurines.
Literally
This is
nobody
it.
will ever be able to buy
That's
this
it.
game ever again. This
This
is
is
an
it.
opportunity for a collector to get this item.
Yeah.
Well, we have 2 of them. How do we get 2 of them? Well, I guess we got
That's
lucky.
And that's and don't forget, all of the proceeds will go to a good cause.
Yes, absolutely. So then the other items we have that are one of a kind and are absolutely amazing, because I'm the person who has these, so I know that they're amazing. And I actually have one for myself, is the quilt.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the quilts are, they're hand sewn, I mean, they're Commodore. I mean, how could you not like that logo? And I have to tell you, honestly, I'm embarrassed to tell you, but last night after our CRX event, I jumped on the couch with my blanket and I fell asleep with it.
That is
so
awesome.
so it works for sure. It's very comfy. So that's cool.
Hey, if you have a solar powered battery pack, you could bring your SX64 and have a picnic with the quilt.
You could,
no,
absolutely.
another
Yeah,
good
it's
idea.
great for that. So there is one mistake that David pointed out with the auctions for whatever reason, and that was probably me, so I'll take the blame. The second quilt, which is labeled in the description as the color screen quilt, is labeled as a SID quilt as well. So, but in the description, it shows it's what it is. Now, so these quilts were, you know, like I said, they're handmade, and they have the Commodore logo on the front, and they have a color on the backside. They've got like a really cool color scheme with the typical color bars for Commodore and stuff. And then there's secret stitching. Did you check out the secret stitching
Oh,
that's in
yeah.
these?
There's a
So
surprise in there.
they've got, one of them is the SID address for the register for on the sound and the filter that's secretly stitched in. That's what we call it, the SID quilt. And the other one is the color screen, because it has 53281. If anybody knows what a Commodore, if you do a poke 53281 comma a color, you're going to change the screen color. And so that is secretly stitched into it. And of course, they're hand, signed basically by it's Octo J Designs who did this. This is Jen. That's David Yaud's wife, and I just have to say that the quality is absolutely amazing on this thing. And I know that her passion is in her hobby is much like David's. So she has a big apparatus for doing this kind of work. And so this was kind of her test bed for it, I guess. Amazing. I mean, last year, if anybody that was at CRX saw the auctions that we had, and we had stained glass Commodore logos.
Right.
She did those too. Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
The
those
work
are
that she
great.
does. So I think why I said everything comes out of that Yaud household is amazing.
It's a creative household, clearly.
Clearly. So we have those items, and then I put in 2 items too. So I have a company back in the day called Utilities Unlimited. Before that, it was called Megasoft. And so I own all the rights to all that stuff because I created most everything for those. And one of the things that we sold were, disc copiers. And we sold some discs, but not too many discs. But one thing we sold a lot of, and we got in literally by the pallets, were disc notchers back in the day. So I have a bunch of new old stock disc notchers. And so I put 2 of those in the auctions as well. And they are the classic retro look because they are the original packaging that are aged yellow. So they are truly a retro throwback item. And so those are in the auction as well. And like Yuri said, this all goes to a good cause. It goes to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. And if you want to know what CF is, you can go to cff.org. And it's come a long ways. My wife has CF. So
yeah, it's near and dear to your heart as
yeah,
as
absolutely.
many others. This is it's a really great cause, and that this is how you can support a very, very well deserving foundation.
Yep. So I guess we have one last thing to say, and that's Saj, you outdid yourself, brother. I'm telling you.
Man, like I said, it almost didn't even happen because I had to relocate and I was stressed out going through that. But while I was doing the move, I was, little by little trying to put it all together just in time.
I know I was poking and prodding you, trying to figure out, if you're going to do it or not. And like, I figured, okay, it'll be good, because Saj has got like a little bit of time. It'll be a good event.
Yeah.
But hats
it took
off.
it took a few phone calls to make sure that truck would be held back for a little bit.
That truck.
So yeah, Saj, thank you very much again.
Yeah, and I really want to thank all the artists that participated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
This year.
Absolutely.
That was just awesome that, they put their time and effort into, providing us some entertainment for this year. So.
Very cool.
For real, and not only that, they come into the Discord. I mean, we have everybody in here, like Citrix is in right now. We have Mabry, and we have Ray Mantis in here. I mean, there's people that are the performers are actually interacting with the people, which is about as close as we're going to get in these lockdown times.
It's very cool. Hey, so for those people that can't get enough of today, tomorrow obviously we'll start again. What time will we start, and what will be up, Jim?
Let's see. We're going to schedule tomorrow, so we will start our pre-show at 10 o'clock to 11. So we're going to be streaming some music for you to get yourself going in the morning. And then tomorrow morning, I am going to do a presentation on SolidWorks Maker Edition. And
very cool.
So that actually applies to, if you want to make parts for your computer. Like tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a couple of different projects in it to break you in slowly for it. The first one we're going to start out was the SX64's little end caps that we always lose. It's a very simple part to make. It really shows how easy SolidWorks is to use. And I'll explain about SolidWorks and the new pricing they have for the Maker Edition, which is great. And after that, we're going to have a lunch break because we all need to eat. And then we are going to have another presentation by Saj again.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got one more.
You got one more, and it's going to be a tribute to our good friend Forrest Nettles.
Forrest Nettles, yes.
Yeah. And then after that, you're up.
Oh yes. Oh, we're gonna put together the ICS 64S board.
Yes, we are. Well,
or
you are
at least part of it,
right?
And, so my friend Bruce is going to join as well. He's got one. He's got one with all the parts as well. So the both of us will be on there. Are you going to put one together tomorrow as well? What do you think? Or are you going to be at least on and about? I presume.
Oh no, I'll be here. I'll hold your hand.
Right, that's good. Yeah. We all need hands. So that's going to be cool. That's that board. Not many people will have seen that one yet. It's brand new. It was announced last year. It made it through. I've put one together already. Board number 2, as a matter of fact, the official board number 2, and we're going to build one that this time is going to go to Australia to a good friend Tony. So we're going to start putting that together. And my friend Bruce from Canada is going to join as well, and he's going to put one together as well. So what we'll try and do is try and make that interactive. Just, we're going to try and teach you some things for those people that may not have done as much soldering yet, but are considering putting one of these new old C64s together. And then we'll answer some Q&A, and we'll be on the Discord, and so that's going to be fun.
Yep. So after we deal with that, at 4 o'clock, we are going to have a group discussion on the CRX, and it's led by all of us in here. So basically what this is, we learned from last year, it's good to get feedback from everyone on what was good, what was bad, and especially what was bad, because we'd like to correct things that go wrong. And with any luck whatsoever, we won't need the information at all, we'll all be back together live. And so I
Right.
think if we get prepared and get excited to do a virtual event, it's guaranteed that we'll do a live event. So I'm
Right.
pretty sure as we figure out all of our video glitches, it'll be something that forces us over the edge, and we'll be just fine at that point.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Hey, so and then for those people that can't get enough for today, what we did last night, and for those people that are a little bit new or maybe very old to Discord, if you look at all the channels that we've got, a lot of activity there, and you go all the way to the bottom, you can see voice channels. And what you should see there is with a pound sign in front of it, you see a public text chat.
Let me unlock the
right
rooms.
below that.
Yeah.
You can see public video chat. Some of us will be jumping on there, and you'll be able to have a live video conversation. And we'll just, for those people that want to extend the night or the morning a little bit more, and for those that want to join there, that's what we'll be popping in.
Yeah, I just unlocked all the rooms. Everybody has access to it now.
Nice.
And yeah, so the party is not stopping, folks. So you need to jump on over there, and we can all start chatting about how great the day was.
Exactly.
So, anything else for the day, guys?
So
I think it was a great day. I think it was
YouTube videos
packed.
are all archived, right? They're already ready to go. So people
It's
that missed
already
out
there. It's on
anything-
YouTube.
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
already rewind this 1 hour.
You can
and kinda
rewind
do
it,
and do it
so-
at half speed, kind of see what you missed out on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we expect to see you in the video chat as well, Saj.
Yeah, I'll be popping in, of course.
Very cool. What a great day again, guys.
Yes,
Yep, I
definitely.
agree.
So thank you everybody who has watched all day long or part of the day, or will be watching and maybe tomorrow or next week, whatever. Thanks for watching the video at some point in your life, and we hope that you enjoyed for today. I think we've enjoyed it quite a bit actually putting this on. It's been fun.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're out for the night, and we're going to take you out a little bit of Slay Radio, and have a good night, everybody.